Hello, Mr. Murugan.
Yeah, that's me. I'm here.
Yeah, can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can. Yeah, very well.
Is audio is quite audible and no issues? That's great. Yeah.
No, not from your side. So
Okay.
if you can hear me back, that's
Yeah,
good.
excellent. Can you see I'm sharing a slide. Are you able to see that?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. In fact, okay. First, let me introduce myself, Mr. Murugan. How do I call you, Mr.
Yep.
Thiru or Mr. Murugan?
Thiru.
Thiru, Mr. Thiru.
Just Thiru. No, Mr. and stuff.
Okay, good. Great, in fact. Okay. My name is Shrikant. I'm basically from Karnataka State. I'm from FMCG industry. I have around 34 years plus experience in FMCG industry. I started my career way back in 1976 with Jeffrey Madison Company, Glaxo Pharmaceuticals, Nutrien. And I think, I presume you're from Tamil Nadu, am I right, Mr. Thiru?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So I worked with Amrutanjan for almost about 16 years. I was based in Chennai. I lived in Chennai almost 30 years. Okay.
Wow.
Okay. Then my last stint was with Amrutanjan Healthcare as vice president. I was heading the sales and marketing and business development. I got retired in 2013 from Amrutanjan. I was controlling a very large team of 400 plus sales and marketing professionals, and I widely traveled USA, Europe, Africa, and few other Asian countries on business development. I handled several projects successfully during my tenure. Almost 20 projects I handled in Amrutanjan itself. Now, my hobbies are running music, reading books, and traveling. And after my retirement, I did a PMP certification. I think that might be a bit surprising for you. So at the age of 61, I think I did my PMP certification way back in 2016. One reason is that when I was handling so many projects, I was so passionate about this project management. And I used to interact with a lot of US customers, European customers, and they used to ask me, have you done project management? And to be frank with you, Thiru, that I didn't know even the expansion of PMP those days. And they were wondering me that when I told them that I have not done, I said, you're good in project management. Why don't you do that certification from US? But because of my hectic traveling and my business commitments and sales and marketing professional, you know that I had to travel a lot. I could not do that, but I always had the desire in my mind. And I came back to Bangalore in 2013 after my retirement, and I took the PMP certification and I passed it in 2016. But I appeared for the examination in 2016 and I cleared it. And I used to give a lot of guest lectures in business schools and PMA Bangalore chapter. And last year, I was associated with Amazon Distributors Bangalore, who deals with Kellogg's, Marks, and other multinational company brands, P&G. I was a consultant for building capabilities for the sales and distribution team. I conducted more than 35 sessions for them and trained around 700 team members during 2018 itself. And I do regularly online PMP training and even classroom trainings also in Africa. This is about my brief background, Thiru, in fact. It would be great that if you can introduce yourself and tell me about your professional background and your career background.
Sure. Yeah, I worked in India for some time as a product design engineer in several companies in New Delhi.
Okay.
And then moved to the US, and I've been in the US for 20 years, almost since 2000. I've been working in the same lane of product development, but as a mechanical engineer rather than plastics engineer, which is my background. But I do see that technical projects really need some project management skills for engineers also to actually manage their own tasks. The very current project I'm working on is really complex and elaborate. So we had missed out even the logistics of things, materials and stuff. I thought it would be good to have this as a tool to manage ourselves better and then meet the timelines accordingly.
Oh, that's great.
And plus it gives definitely an extra edge over other candidates to get better jobs, and that's another one.
Absolutely right.
I haven't been into the management since I left New Delhi. I've been learning in the learning mode. I think it's about time that I take some tedious roles. This will also help me with that, I guess.
Absolutely.
Um,
That's great. Okay. And you have been doing a lot of project management, am I right? You're already doing that, isn't it? You said?
yes, technicals.
Your technicals, you're doing it as.
Yeah.
That's great.
In our world, we don't use not necessarily use all the tools that properly managed projects use. We call it sometimes G forms and who does what on what date, something like that, just in a spreadsheet form. Get away with that.
Okay. That's great.
So it doesn't automatically do things like the Microsoft project does, or we don't start with proper project charter and stuff. We just sit together and talk about product requirements and put it on a spreadsheet or document and go from there.
Oh, okay. Great. That's great. I'm sure you are really going to enjoy this this session. And what motivated to take up now the PMP certification? You did mention something. Can you be a little more elaborate on that so that I can understand the reason why you really want to do this?
The PMP certification gives more credibility, even though if you can learn things online yourself, but if you're competing with others, or if you're not talking the fancy terms that a properly trained, trained guy uses, then you'll be left in the dust, and you would look like, even though one can do better job than the other, but use the right words and the right time in front of right people, right?
Absolutely right.
So that helps, and also it's a very popular accreditation here.
That's
even most people. I see technical managers are also doing this on top of their own certifications. Even PE licensed people are taking these classes and getting certified.
In fact, it's such a great coincidence, Thiru. What you mentioned, the jargons and the fund house. I face a similar problem. Even though we are doing a lot of this project management concept, because we are not able to use those terminologies, those jargons, and so many times you used to feel miss out of that. Right? It's like that. So you are absolutely right. I really appreciate your candid thing. That's really great. In fact. One more thing. How do we take it forward? How many hours every day you can spend, and just to plan these sessions accordingly? Thiru, how many hours you feel should we complete in 4 sessions, or can we extend it? I just wanted to know your comfort zone on that.
I don't know. The typical 7 hours you can put in.
7 hours per day is okay for you? That's no problem?
Yeah, that's Saturday, Sunday, so that's why I signed up for.
That's fine. Okay. And
are there other people, other candidates that
are? Right now I'm doing it one-to-one for you. Others will be joining a little later. They were supposed to join, but there is, I think, there was different dates. I think I'll be doing one-to-one for you, so we can be a little more flexible, and that's absolutely no issues.
Oh, okay. All right.
That's right.
Sure. Yeah. In that case, I'll let you know if anything happens. Otherwise, we can keep. Move on. Cover as much as possible, depending on your comfort level also.
Yeah, sure. I should be okay for me, in fact. And what we'll do is probably after the end of 2 hours, we'll take a break and like that, because this subject is little bit, I know you're already familiar with this project management. It might be sometimes little heavy sometimes. So that's the reason I thought we must take a break so that you can recharge, and I think that's best.
That's typical. Yeah, hour and a half to 2 hours. People do take breaks in trainings.
You take some breaks and 15-20 minutes, then we can continue further like that. Okay, that's fine.
Sure.
And how many? Just one more. How many years of total experience you have now, Thiru? Total.
I would say 20 years plus.
Yes, great. Okay. Okay. Which part of US you are staying now? Right now, staying?
I'm in Texas right now.
Oh, you're in Texas.
I've been in,
okay, great. That's right. I do keep traveling to US. Almost 6 months I spend there, and 6 months here. So just a little bit. So that's right. I know. 2 of my daughters stays there in US. In fact, okay, one is in Oklahoma, and my second daughter is in California, and so I keep traveling, and I do take some from there also sometimes. It's like that. That's great. Okay.
I see.
So nice interacting with you, and it's really good to meet you. In fact, it's my great privilege, and I'm so happy to interact with you. I'm sure this session will be very successful, and whatever you have in mind, I think we should be able to achieve those objectives. I'm very clear about those things. But let's see. But okay.
Sure.
So anytime, in case if you need any clarifications or anything, you can chat or you can interrupt me. We can discuss on that, and we can take it forward. Or if you feel that at the end of the session, we can do that also. That should be fine. Okay, that's right.
Okay.
Okay, sure. That's right. And probably at the end of the day, I will send you some few questions and other things so that you can acclimatize. In case if you have any of those things, you can go through with your experience. You can try to answer those things, or you can. Google is always best friend to anybody, so you can always Google and
Sure.
find out some information from there. Is right. Correct. That's right. Yeah.
Sure.
So, what's the team you're controlling in your organization? What type of?
It's mechanical engineers, bunch of mechanical engineers.
Okay. That's great.
Yeah. So it's currently a testing project, pretty much qualifying the existing product into a new standard.
Oh, good.
So that itself is sort of a big project with lots of tests and fixtures and materials and logistics involved, scheduling involved, with outside facilities, inside assembly facilities, things like that.
Oh, great. Presently, are you handling any projects which is on the mid of the way or something like that?
Yeah, that is the current project that I'm working on. Is still going. It will take at least 3 more months to finish.
3 more. And what is the schedule? What's the period you kept for that project? How many months or years?
Total of 7 months. It's pretty much on target.
7 months. Oh, great. And what's the budget you kept for that? What's the budget?
It's what I heard. That's a slightly different topic that's controlled by program managers and stuff. But what I heard is $1 million.
$1 million. Okay, great. Okay. That's great. And how many people are involved in this project?
Around 7.
7. Okay. And you are the project manager for this? You are heading this project?
Technical lead was automatically.
Oh, technical lead.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it involves project aspects of it also.
Oh, excellent. Okay.
Yeah. It's not a specific side. Like I said, all the engineers do that. They manage their project.
Okay.
There is an official project manager as well, who's more like program manager.
Okay, great. Why I'm asking you this question is that, when I want to give some examples, I can quote your own project, some of the data or some of those things. So that will be easy for us to understand some of these concepts and those. That's one of the reasons I asked that question.
Okay. Yeah. All right. I kind of thought I cannot get in details of it because
I understand.
The contract.
I
perfectly. A contract job also on top of not having to disclose any project.
I perfectly understand. Just to take some reference so that when we discuss those things, it will be easy for you to understand.
In many other trainings, it's possible to get some actual hands-on projects to relate better. But in this case, you can take a generic project example.
I know that. That's great. In fact, okay. That's good. In fact, okay. Okay. So welcome, Thiru, for this Ismart learning session, training. In fact, I'm sure it's going to be a bit exciting, and both of us can really enjoy by interacting. You've got so much of experience and so much knowledge, and you can also share your experience. When we go on, in fact, so that will help to interact in a much better way. In fact, okay, that's fine. That's right.
Sure.
So, as I mentioned, there will be 4 sessions. We'll try to do it around 6.5 hours to 7 hours per session, and so that we can understand and how it goes. The first day probably we'll try to cover the PMP introduction. You are able to see the slide, am I right? It's clear, am I right?
Yeah, clearly.
Okay. Then we'll understand the project management framework, the project environment and role of a project manager, the project management processes and groups. And these are all some of the things we'll try to cover it today. And there are 10 knowledge areas are there, that we'll try to cover. I'll try to explain to you what are the knowledge areas, what are the project management processes, And at the end, we'll also look at some of the agile concepts very briefly. Are your organization follow agile methods? Are you agile certified, or are you're familiar with agile?
No.
No, in fact.
No. In fact, we, like I mentioned, I'm primarily a mechanical engineer.
Primarily mechanical. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
It's briefly try to touch upon that, and of
in
course,
software and firmware development, I believe they use
absolutely.
agile.
They use agile concept, in fact. So here, just one difference, the PMBOK guide. Have you become a project management PMI member already, Thiru, or not yet, in fact?
No, not yet. This is actually sort of my first step towards it.
First step, okay. Okay, I'll try to, I'll explain to you that also, in fact. And once you become a project manager, PMI, probably when I get into the slide, I'll try to explain a little more detail so that, you can understand things. All the examination were based on PMBOK, that is PMBOK, that is Project Management Book of Knowledge. Okay, this is the PMBOK guide. So when you become a member of PMI, Project Management Institute, you had to pay $129 and you had to become a member. You will be able to download the free copy of this book. Okay, it's a 900-page big book, in fact. And the examination, 900 pages. In fact, it's a soft copy you can download. And when you download it, your name will be mentioned on that. So that, that copy has to be exclusively used by you only. You cannot pass it on to somebody. It's like that. It's also a code of ethics of Project Management Institute that, that you need to keep that book for yourself. And because every page, your name will be mentioned there, Tirumurugan, like that. So that will be the reference point for you to prepare for the examination. You need to go through that book at least once or twice, depending upon your time and availability. And this presentation, what I'm going to share with you these 4 days, it will be shared to you. Both you will be sent a recording of this session, and also we'll try to send you the PPT of this presentation, in fact. So that you can go through that as many number of times as possible, and you can get prepared for the examination. That's how we'll do about that. Let's take it one by one so that I can explain to you a little more detail. So audio is clear. There's no issues on that. Am I right? It's okay. Okay. And my communication is okay. In fact, I'm able to express or what you're trying to convey. I hope you're very clear about those things. That's right.
Yeah, very good.
Okay, good. So the PMP is certified, you are mentioning that, that today, in 185 countries, the PMI, the Project Management Institute, is present in almost 185 countries. And if you look at it, it is the 2017 data. More than 750,000 PMP professionals are there across the world today. So, that's a great thing. In fact, if you look at in 1995, the PMP examination used to be held only in US. In fact, you can see the left side till 1995. But from 98 onwards, the PMP examination is globally available. That means in almost 185 countries, today, you can appear for the examination. That's a great thing. So when you become a member of Project Management Institute and you become, it's as you mentioned, in 185 countries, when you deal business for something or the other, the language, the common language you can speak with all these project management professionals. That is a great thing to be there. And I think we should be really proud to be a part of this community, in fact, which is really helping across. Earlier, it used to be, for example, in few industries, but it has spread across in various industries. In fact, if you look at it here, as you were mentioning, even for the demand for the people, you look at it here by 2020, they have predicted it. They have done some research, and in Australia alone, about 375,000 PMP they require, PMP certified people. Brazil, Canada, China, Saudi Arabia, United Arab countries, United Kingdom. In fact, this is the number of people they are expecting the demand who are qualified or who are certified project management institutes. In fact. So as you are mentioning that, that it's great thing to be there. One is there will be a lot of job opportunities. Second thing, when you interact today in the global business environment, I'm sure, from US, you'll be interacting with various other countries, the PMP professionals. If you have some projects, we need to deal with projects. It will be easy for us to understand It's easy to have a common terminologies, the common jargons, and all those things. So I think you have taken an excellent decision, Mr. Thiru, that taking up this PMP certification. Let me appreciate and my hearty congratulations for this well in advance for you. That okay, great.
Sure, thank you.
This is the benefits of the PMP training. It shines in your resume. Once you say that I'm a PMP certified, there will be a lot of opportunities for you as well as for the organization. In fact, nowadays I was just talking to one of the PMP. He was telling me that before any company gives some projects to another organization, they will also ask for the data that how many people are PMP certified in your organization. In fact, that's what they do ask for that. It becomes like a benchmark. If you have got more number of PMP certified people, that clearly shows that your organization is following the project management principles, in fact. So I think it's great to be like that. Getting higher salaries. In fact, the survey also says that those who are PMP certified, they get 20% more salary than compared to other citizens. That is the survey that PMA has revealed recently.
Excellent. That helps a lot.
Yeah, it really, because money, at the end of the day, you
end of the day, that's what you need.
I'm absolutely right. So that's a great thing. Once you become a PMP certified, you can really earn more. It enhances your networking potential. As I mentioned, that once you become a PMA member, the networking starts. In fact, you can, there will be, as you can become member with so many other organizations, and also you can have that, networking facility. Other countries, you can, start talking to them. In fact, all those things, it will really help. And it gains invaluable experience. I'm sure that once you are PMA certified, it will give a lot of experience, in fact, because the content, the subject is so good. I'm so passionate about this subject. Thiru, it's not only in a professional environment. What I have seen is some of these principles you can even apply in our personal life. And probably as we go on, I can give some of the experiences which are more interesting to relate with our personal life, also some of these PMP concepts, and it will be great, in fact. So it will give a lot of invaluable experience. And above all, growth in your career prospects. Once you become a PMS certified, there's a lot of opportunities to interact with various people, various organizations. You can become a member, and even looking for opportunities. Companies do look for good PMS certified, PMP certified, as well as with good experience. So these are all some of the benefits of doing PMP training. So let's start with the PMP framework. What you need to become a better project manager, as the best practices have been included. It's procured from project managers across the globe. As I said, in about 185 countries, these principles are applied, it's being followed. So that will really help. It increases the success rate of your project as you become more organized, because we are going to follow these various principles. In fact, the tools and techniques, we are going to discuss about those things. That will really help for the success rate. In fact, there was one more data that across the world, you must be knowing that 65% of the project fails, in fact. You heard about that data any time, Thiru, in fact?
Yeah, I heard it, in fact, yesterday.
Okay.
Incidentally.
Okay. And one of the reasons they say that, when they the PMI try to analyze what could be the reason why the failure rate is so high, one of the reasons they found out these projects were not handled by the professionals, in fact. And these are the projects where the PMP principles were not fully applied for various reasons. And that was one of the reasons why these projects failure is very, very high. And it minimizing the resource utilization and making the project cost effective. That any project, the two important things, for the project is, one is the schedule, another is the cost. Am I right? You agree, Thiru, on that?
Yeah.
Whatever the cost or whatever the budget the management gives, you have to ensure that your project gets completed within the budgeted cost. And second thing, whatever the timelines, for example, you mentioned your project is 7 months is your schedule, and you need to ensure that, you need to complete the project within the 7 months. Am I right? You agree? And in case if something goes wrong, in case if the project get delays more than 7 months, it is going to affect the project, your cost also. Am I right? Correct?
Yeah.
So the two important variants is, one is the cost and the schedule, And by doing the PMP certification, that will help to ensure that your project gets completed within the time or within the cost. In fact, it changes how others look at your abilities. That's very important. You are mentioning that once you become a PMS certified, even the others, they look at the way they look at you, it will change. And to keep your job and promote it, or to get a job also, it will help. And hike in your current salary. In fact, as I mentioned, that PMP certified gets at least about 20% more than others. In fact, these are all some of the important things that in the project by doing the PMP certification. Now, this is the eligibility criteria. I hope you're clear. You are MS in mechanical engineering?
No. Actually, I did a couple of diplomas from Chennai. What is that? CPET, actually.
Oh, okay.
That's an equivalent of BS in engineering.
BS
plastic specialization here in the US.
Okay. That means that is a great degree, am I right? It's equivalent to degree, am I right?
It is equivalent to BS.
So that means you need to have, this is an important slide. I just will spend a couple of minutes. That means you need to have 35 contact hours, which we are going to give you. Now the training hours, the Ismart will give you this certification that you are done for 35 hours. And you need to have 4,500 hours of directing the project work in the last 8 years. I'm sure you must have done that, right? Is already there.
Yeah.
So these are this is one important, information, the eligibility for education and the number of hours you require. So what you do is that probably when are you planning to take this examination? What's the plan you have?
I was hoping to take it as soon as I finish the learning.
Okay, great. In fact, so what I would suggest. Next week, whenever you get time, in fact, you pay $129 and become a PMI member. Okay, membership. Okay. Once you become a member, in fact, two advantages. One, you will be able to download the PMBOK 6. That is a project management body of knowledge. It's 6 series presently we are in. You will be able to download it. You will be also download the application form, okay, for the examination fee, okay, and you need to fill up that application form, okay. Then you need to send it back to the PMI. Once they authorizes that you are eligible to take the examination, then you pay the examination fee, okay. Before that itself, don't pay the examination fee. First, you fill up the application form, send it across. You decide when you want to take. You have those ideas very clearly, and once they send back, then you can pay the examination fee. So examination fee is about $455 for the members. If you are not a member, then you will have to pay $555. So it's like that. So since becoming a member, you will not be paying more than the total amount. So $129 will get deducted, and you will be paying that examination. And the examination will be held in a Prometric center. Okay, I'm sure in Texas there must be many Prometric centers. Have you gone any time to any of these Prometric centers? Have you experienced?
No.
Okay.
Not really.
So the Prometric center, in fact, that's where you'll have to take the examination in front of a computer. In fact, okay, that's hard. And probably in the following slide, I'll try to explain that. Exam must be taken within 1 year of receiving that authorization letter. That's important. Okay. Suppose you in the month of May you receive the authorization letter, then before 2020 May you need to take up that examination. So that's important. And you need to contact the Prometric Center to schedule a date for the examination. That is available online. You can choose whichever is close to you. You can select that about.
Sure.
So for any questions on this, Thiru? It's clear, hope.
No, that's good. It's clear.
Okay. So what you should do is with this 4,500 hours, I would request you to open an Excel sheet and start putting the dates, the number of hours you have spent on each projects. That's what you should do. Tomorrow, day after tomorrow, when you get some time, open an Excel sheet, and in the last 3 years, for example, how many projects you handle, you list it out, and each project, how many hours you have spent on those projects, you list it, in fact. Okay, so that this 4,500 hours, you'll be able to total it up and you can mention it. One more thing, when you are filling up the application form, there will be some the on words or the characters you use. In fact, there will be a lot of limitations. So you need to fine tune it really, and only those 600 words or 500 words, whatever they're mentioned, you need to give those details. That's important. Okay. So first thing is that you start, preparing your 4,500 hours of actual project time you have spent or project work you worked. So the examination will be 4 hours, Thiru. Total examination will be 4 hours. And there will be 200 questions. Out of these 200 questions, the 25 are considered as pre-test questions. And that means it will not be marked for the 25 questions. That is for the future examination, they give you those 25 questions. But you don't know which are those 25 questions. Okay. So you had to answer all the 200 questions. That's important. Okay. And that means for 4 hours means 2 hours 40 minutes. That is 240 minutes you have got the, 240 minutes is the examination time. 200 questions you need to answer. That means each question probably it cannot take more than 65 or 67 seconds. Okay. You need to answer all the 200 questions. So you need to plan that. That's very important. As the flow goes, I will be explaining to you that, what type of questions will come and what type of questions, you'll have to spend more time, and what are the other questions where you can spend less time so that you can save that time and answer the other questions which takes little more time to read the question itself sometimes. The situation-based questions or the case study-based questions, that will take little more time to read the question. But there are some mathematical questions. In fact, there will be some formula question-based formula questions where you'll be able to, if you are very familiar with those formulas, you will be able to answer it in a very, very less time. And that whatever time you save on those questions, answering those questions, you can spend little more time on the other questions. Probably as it goes, I will try to explain you those things very clearly. Now, in the PMP examination, there will be only grading system. And they won't tell you that, for example, how many marks you have to score to pass the examination. So far, nobody, the PMI, has not revealed it. How many, they will only give a grade. The grades are above target, target, below targets, and needs improvement. So there will be 5 processes, and all those 5 processes, the questions will be based on those 5 process groups, the tools and techniques, the knowledge area like that. So what they will do is they will give you the above target and target. Below targets and needs improvement means that the candidates have not passed that, in fact. So it's nothing but they have to reappear for the examination. So what you need to get is above target or target in all the questions. That's very important. And there's no negative marking. They don't give any negative marks for any question. If you ask, I have interacted with many people that when you ask them generally, out of 200 questions, how many you should answer correctly to pass the PMP examination, they say that at least 150 questions should be answered correctly. That's important. So maximum probably they can make some mistakes is about 50 questions, because unless you answer 150 questions correctly, then there's a possibility of not passing that examination. So it's very important. I'm sure with your experience, with your knowledge, it should be easy for you to answer all these questions. But this is what very, very important. So just to repeat, 200 questions will be there. 4 hours is the examination time. And once you get into the Prometric Center, these 4 hours, once you log into that, the 4 hours is the maximum time you can spend. Suppose you need to take some break in that 4 hours, let's say of 1 hour after 2 hours, you can take a break for 5 minutes or 10 minutes, but your clock will be ticking, in fact. Okay. So that means you will not get any extra time, whatever time break you take in between. So you need to really plan that very clearly, well in advance, so that your nature calls and all those things, you need to prepare those things. And in the examination, you'll be sitting in front of a computer, a monitor. If you require, because of there will be some mathematical questions, you can request for a calculator also. Okay. They will provide a calculator, or you would like to use the computer calculator itself. Great. Otherwise, they will also provide you an external calculator. On your request, they can give a piece of paper. They'll give a plain sheet of paper and also marker, a pen. They will give you, or a pencil. They will give you. Suppose you need to do any calculations or immediately, you can do that also. They will provide that. This is about the examination. Any questions on this? So far, it's clear. I hope it understand.
Yeah, it's clear.
Okay, great. Okay. So the 5 performance domains in any project management certification is, that, you're familiar about these process groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and controlling project, and closing the project. Am I right? I hope you're clear about those concepts. In any project, according to the PMI, in fact, in any 13% of the time we normally spend on planning or initiating the project. 13% is what we spend. And 24% we spend on the planning, 31% we spent on here, if you look at it, executing the project, and 25% we spend on monitoring and controlling the project, and about 7% we spend on closing the project. This is how a rough estimate has been done for during any project. It is only 7% you spend on closing, but the execution and monitoring and control, these are 2 very, very important. And you spend, if you look at almost about 55% or 56% we spent on these things. Even in the examination, that's how your questions also will be based. On closing, there will be 7% of the questions will be on closing, 13% of the questions will be on initiating, 24% will be on planning, 31% of the questions will be on execution, and 25% on monitoring and controlling, in fact. So when you study this knowledge area on the process groups, so that this will give an idea that how much more you have to spend time on your execution or monitoring, control, or planning, because most of the questions will be based on those things. I hope it's clear, Thiru, on that. Great.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. General PMIs, I know they say that the project managers are center of a project universe. Without a skilled project manager, a project is destined to fail. So with a person educated in the skills of the project management, regardless of title, you may call it as a project manager, or you may call it as a project coordinator, or project, different designation or titles they may give. A project will succeed when a person is educated in the skills of the project management. And that is the beauty of this project management certification, in fact. It will really train you, it will really educate you to acquire those skills and knowledge which are required to handle any projects. So the project manager puts the best interest of the project first, not their own interest. This is very, very important. When you become a PMS certified, PMP certified, say that you put your project ahead of all other issues, in fact, because you are so committed for the project that you are going to undertake or you already taken. You will ensure that the project interest is the topmost priority than any other interest. The exam generally tests from the perspective of a project manager who understands the value of the tools and techniques of project management and knows how to adopt them to a large project. So it's helpful to assume, for example, unless stated otherwise, that the project manager is working on a large project that involves more than 200 people from many countries, will take at least 1 year to complete. That's if it's a mega project or the big project, 200 people working, it is clearly understood that it will take at least 1 year to complete, and has never been done before in the organization, and has a budget of 10 million or more dollars, in fact. This is the general PMIs. This will help us to understand the importance of a project management, the concepts to understand the knowledge and skills that the project manager should have. So the questions, some of the questions, how it will be, situational questions will be like this. These questions demonstrate why having a project management experience is critical to passing this examination. For example, such questions require you to integrate your real-world experience and your knowledge on the exam concepts. For example, a question like this: you receive a notification that a major item you are purchasing for a project will be delayed. So what is the best thing you can do? There are 4 options will be given. Every question will have 4 options, Thiru. 200 questions. there will be 4 options for each questions, and you need to pick the correct one. Usually what happens, out of the 4 options they give, 2 will be many times has no relevance at all. In fact, they would have just given just like that, but remaining 2 will be close to each other. So you need to really tick the correct one. That's very important. So the 4 options will be like this: pre-plan your project to accommodate this delay, notify your manager, let the customer know about it and talk over options, meet with the team and identify the alternative. These are the 4 options. With your experience, what do you think is the right answer for this?
Well, we would usually do the D, meet with the team and identify alternatives.
Absolutely right. I think you have that project management concept engraved in you. I must really appreciate that. That's great. I think that is the best answer. In fact, you meet the team, discuss with them and find out any alternatives are available, so that, because we will not go back and notify our manager. You will not do that. You will not even talk to the customer, because when you speak to the customer and they know that what's happening, probably there you will be telling them some fear, or you are unnecessarily putting a green or red signal for them. Actually something is going wrong, we don't want to do that. And prepare a project to accommodate this delay. You will not do that. The best option is meet with the team and identify the alternative. So this type of questions will be there, particularly when we do the mock examination. You'll take up some mock exam before you take up the final examination. I want you to understand not only the correct answer, what you answer, why the other 2 answers or 3 answers are not correct. If you try to evaluate, or if you try to understand the reasons why you are not selecting that answer, that will help you to to understand in the examination which is the not correct answer or the right answer, where you can straight away reject it. So that will really help you, when you are answering these questions. Clear?
Okay.
So at the end of each knowledge area, we'll be having some question and answers like this. So that will keep preparing for you yourself, so to face the mock examination as well as the final examination. Okay. So far good, Thiru? Everything is
very good, actually. Very easy. And
great. That's right. No, these concepts, I tell you that, I was also thinking before I took the examination, I had a lot of anxiety, ambiguity and all those things. But when I start preparing myself, these concepts, and more important, if you start applying to your personal life experience or your working experience, you can really not only enjoy the subject, and when you start implementing in your working life. In fact, last week, just a little out of thing I want to share with you. Last week I was training another gentleman he actually from New York. He connected with me, and he is also a project manager with almost 25 years of experience like you. And I told him about some of these concepts, the fundas and jargons in cost management or schedule management or quality management. He started, he told me that, after 2 days, he started using those fundas, with the jargons with the colleagues of finance quality people. And they started hiring him, it seems, in fact. Oh, suddenly you have picked up this knowledge like that. Even in your working life tomorrow, for example, you start using these words with your finance guy or a quality, they will start liking it. And also you will be on par with their thing also, right? And they'll be happy to...
you'll be speaking their language.
Absolutely right. So that's one of the best advantage of doing this PMP certification. That's great. And what type of organization? Yours is a functional organization or is a projectized organization?
It's more functional focused.
More functional focus, in fact. Okay.
Yeah, mechanical and electrical.
Disciplines.
Okay. Mechanical mainly here. I was in electrical earlier, something like that.
Oh, great. In fact, okay. That means in your organization you have, how big is your organization? Just to understand the size of your organization.
About 70 people.
70 people? Oh, good. Great. That means you have an HR, human resources head, you got an IT head, you got a finance head, am I right? You must be having those people.
Yeah.
Okay, correct. Okay. So in your project management, suppose, when you want to take some help from the finance they will give you the resources from the finance department, or a HR department will give you the resources like that. That's how it works. in your organization?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Yeah. Yeah.
So as long as the project is there, you take them, and once the project gets over, they will go back to their respective functions. Am I right? That's how it's works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Uh, great. So this is how I already explained to you that what you do is review the PMP examination content online, enroll a formal study course offered by REPs. That's what you have done now. In fact, you already enrolled. You prepare a study plan for the examination, which I told you that you need to download the PMBOK Guide 6. That's it. That's the reference. You need to go through that, and whatever content we are going to share with you, that you need to go through that. Even the recording, you can keep hearing that in case you have any doubts or any clarifications. And this
Mm-hmm.
PPT will be sent to you. You can go through that and review the latest edition of PMBOK guides. Project practice sample mock test. This is very important. We will be sending you the link at the end of the examination, or even in the web itself. Ismart, they have those links. In fact, you can go through that. What is important is at least 5 mock tests of 200 questions. You need to score minimum 75%. That's very
Okay.
important. That means at least 150 questions. You should answer consistently.
Mm-hmm.
That's very important. And then you will be ready to take the examination. And you can
Okay.
also form a study group. Suppose if any of your friends or anybody else is doing the PMP, or they're also preparing for the examination, you can talk to them, and you can have a study group also. You can do that. This is how the examination, how you can prepare for the examination. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
great. Okay.
Okay.
So let's begin now this journey. Okay, great. Let's say, what is a project? I'm sure this must be very, very familiar to you. A project is a temporary endeavor undertaken to produce a unique product or service. It could be a product, it could be a service, or it could be a result of it. So these three are very, very important. All projects are temporary. You will have a definitive beginning and end. Like you mentioned, you've got a 7 months is your schedule for the project which you are currently doing, or one of the projects you are currently doing. And each project will have some characteristics of projects that will be there. It will be always unique, new undertaking, unfamiliar ground. Because the project, since it is always a unique, you will not have the past thing, in fact. So it's an unfamiliar ground always. These are the characteristics of a project. So project is have a definite beginning and end date. It's a temporary endeavor undertaken to produce a unique product or a service. This is the definition of a project. I'm sure you are very clear about that.
Sure.
So any organization, why the projects are taken? Because to meet the organization strategy, in fact. It could be because of growth. It could be because of various reasons. You are familiar about the portfolio, program, and projects? You're familiar?
Yeah, sure. I will do that. Yeah.
You're already there. Okay, excellent, great. So every organization will have some portfolio. Just to give an example, let's say you take in the automobile industry. No, the General Motors, for example, General Motors has got a strategy of in the industry, is the
Oh,
will also be different program. They will just sport. These are all projects. See portfolio, programs, and the projects, in fact. So the portfolio will have some programs and will also have some projects.
Okay.
Portfolio will also have operations, because once this is over, they will also go for the production of the online, the production also, in fact.
Okay.
So this is just a sample. Each organization will have a different structure or different things, but this is one sample thing. So the portfolio, the programs, and the projects are very, very important.
Okay.
So what is a project management? It is the application of knowledge, skills, tools, and techniques to achieve the project activities. This is very, very important to understand. It's the application of knowledge and skill. Zero, I hope you are very familiar with the difference between a knowledge and skill. You're familiar about that? What is
Sure.
knowledge
Yeah.
and what is skill? Can you just give an example?
Sure. Knowledge is something you know, but you haven't actually practiced hands-on, you can say.
Correct.
Skills is something you do physically, putting your hands on, you actually produce it.
Yeah.
Does it line up with what you were thinking?
Absolutely right. The skill is the application of that knowledge. Okay, that is skill, in fact. Let's say I just give a crude example. We have the knowledge to drive a car. In fact, you know how to drive a car. For example, first you put the start key, you start it. Then you give the throttle. In fact, you know you have an accelerator. In fact, you have a brake. In fact, and you know where exactly all those things are there. That's a knowledge, am I right? First you have to start the car.
Yeah.
Then when start moving, you know you have to put an accelerator. It's moving, and you have to apply the brake. This is all knowledge to drive a car. What is skill is that you should know when to apply the brake. That is skill. Am I right? You agree?
Sure. Yeah. Okay.
If you don't have that skill, for example, if you don't stop the vehicle, if somebody all of a sudden comes in front of that knowledge is of no use. Am I right? Correct? So it is the application of that knowledge, when, how much you have to use that knowledge, that is skilling. Just to give one more example, I'm sure you must have flown thousands of times in the US or in India, everywhere. Usually which aircraft you normally, or which airlines you normally travel in US?
It's a mix of United
and
Delta,
Southeast American
Delta.
Airlines. I'm right, in fact. Okay.
United, Delta.
Have you experienced, I want to ask you if you don't mind, when the pilot lands, have you experienced that some landings will be very smooth, some will be very bad?
Yeah, some are.
It will hurt you.
If the landing goes smooth, people applaud and clap here.
Am I right? You see, the same aircraft, same brake, same pressure. Some
different skill.
Some pilots are able to land it so smoothly, and some pilots are so bad, so horrible it is. You'll get a back pain sometimes. That is the skill, in fact, you're talking about. So all pilots will have that knowledge, how to take off, how to land. That is their day in, that day out. They'll be doing so many times, each pilot. But some pilots are so good, they have got that skill. You know, when they're landing, they know how much pressure they have to apply on the brake, so that it will have a smooth landing. That is the difference between skill and the knowledge. This is very important for a project manager when you're handling the projects, that you may have a lot of knowledge, but you should know that how to apply that knowledge in different phases of the project, or handling the people, or handling your machineries, and all those things. That is called the skill. So it is application of knowledge and skill. Tools and techniques we are going to talk about in this PMBOK guide. If you count, probably there will be more than 150 tools and techniques will be there, Thiru, in fact. Okay. But all those 150 tools and technique, you need not use in all the time. You should know which tool should be used when, which technique should be used when, in fact. Those are the tools and techniques. Now, every project processes will have an input, you will have a tools and technique, and you will have an output. That is called ITTO. Input, tools and techniques, and output. Just to give one more example, for any process, let us take, we make rice at home. Okay. Just to give an example. What do we need as an input for making the rice? You need water, you need raw rice, am I right? These are the two inputs.
Yeah.
And what is the process we do for that? You need you need to
Boil
heat it up.
heat it up.
Boil it or heat it up for certain degree temperature. I mean, that is the process. Now, what is the tools and technique we require? You need either an electric stove or a gas stove. That is the tool you require.
Yeah.
Technique is that how many minutes, if it's a cooker, you say that, 3 whistles has to come, or it has to heat for 20 minutes, then you get the cooked rice. So the output from this process is you get a cooked rice. So from the raw rice, by using these tools and techniques and this process, you get an output. It is a cooked rice. Now this output can become, suppose you have made a rice here, this rice can become the input for next process. Suppose you want to make some biryani or a pulao or a ghee rice. So this raw rice, the cooked rice will become your input. Then the tools and technique and the process, probably you will have to use some masalas and all those things to make the biryani or the fried rice. And the output you get is the fried rice or the biryani. Like this, all process which you are going to discuss, the 49 processes we are going to talk about in the 10 knowledge managed area. So here are the 5 process groups: initiating, planning, executing, monitoring and control, and closing. So the 5 process groups. How do we remember this? It's easy to remember. 1 hand, 5 fingers. Am I right? So it's easy to relate. How many process groups are there? 1 hand, 5 fingers. So 5 process groups are there. Okay. Now, how do we remember 49 processes are there? I will give you one example. If you don't get angry on me, do you remember Mrs. Thiru's phone number, mobile number?
Yeah.
You remember? Great. Okay. Now, many times, we don't, now in this modern technology, we don't remember the phone numbers because it's all stored in the mobile. Am I right?
I know what you mean. Okay.
You need to just click it. In that context, I asked, in fact, many times, we don't remember because it's thousands of phone numbers are stored in your mobile itself. You have to just click it, the first name or the first digit or the first letter, the phone number will appear. So how do we remember this 49 process? I have one mobile number for that. If you have a piece of paper and pen, you can just write it down if you don't mind. You have a piece of paper?
I can write it down in a...
Or in your mobile itself, you can write it down. Okay, that's right.
I'm gonna do it.
I will give one mobile numbers, which I request you to remember it, so that, when you talk about the 49 process, this mobile number should be on your top of your mind, in fact. Okay.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
The mobile number is 7664 7664 363 and 734.
Okay.
Can you just add up all the number? How many it will come?
9 digits?
10. 7664 363 734.
4. I missed 1 digit there.
7664.
Okay.
363. And 734.
Okay.
Just add up all the digits from 1 to 7 to last 4.
You mean add to sum it?
Yeah, sum it up. In fact, that's right. Sum it up. That's right.
Okay. All right. I will use the calculator.
No, 7 plus 6 is 13. 13 plus 6, 6.
You have to mentally calculate that?
Yeah, just, that's
okay. 13, 19, 23, 26, 32, 35, 42, 45, 49.
Yeah. So you 49. Have 49 processes, in fact. Okay. I hope if you remember this mobile number, you know that there are 49 processes. And
all right.
Okay. And each of these 7, for example, we are going to talk about the 10 knowledge area. Is to start with integration, for example. Integration will have 7 processes. Scope will have 6 processes. Schedule will have 6 processes. Cost will have 4 processes. So each knowledge area you will have the 1 digit will be there for that. Okay. So it's easy for you to remember. So 5 process group. 5 process group is your 1 right hand, 5 fingers. 49 process is your mobile number. There is going to be 10 knowledge area that is where both the hands, 10 fingers, in fact. Okay. So this will set you, if you remember these three, very important, 5 process groups, 10 knowledge area, 49 processes, your entire 2 hours, 4 hours of examination is going to be based on this. Okay.
Okay. All right.
You got it. In fact. Okay.
Many times.
So this is one way to remember these things. First, let's 5 process groups you should remember. It's easy. You're already familiar with initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, controlling, and closing. 49 processes, I just gave you that mobile number. I request you to kindly remember that. And 10 knowledge area is where both hands put together, 10 fingers is where 10 knowledge area. So far clear? That's right.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay, that's right.
Is the next slide with the 10 knowledge areas listed? Or
yeah, it will come, and I will explain to you that. Absolutely right. Which are those 10 knowledge area? Because we are going to spend a lot of time. In fact, next 3 sessions or next 4 sessions, each day we'll be discussing 2 knowledge areas or 3 knowledge area. In fact, okay.
Okay.
Because your entire examination is going to be based on those 10 knowledge area and 49 processes, and we're going to spend a lot of time on those things.
Okay.
So far, it's clear. I hope I'm right. 5 process group, 10 knowledge area, and 49 processes. Okay.
Okay.
So, in any project, Thiru, I'm sure every project will have constraints. Am I right? There cannot be any project without any constraints, isn't it? You agree on that?
Yeah.
You must have faced. So, what are those constraints? Scope will be always a constraint. Quality will be a constraint. Schedule is a constraint. Budget is a constraint. Your resources is always a constraint, because no management will give you enough resources in terms of money or people will they give. In fact, have you experienced like that? there will be constraint for the resources. Am I right? You agree with me on that?
Yeah, exactly.
They will give a specific budget that you have to ensure that this project has to be completed. Like you said, 7 months is your project schedule, $1 million is the cost or the management would have given you for that. And any project will be always have risk, in fact. Have you heard any project? Have you seen any project in your experience where there is no risk involved?
No.
No, I'm sure.
No.
So these are the 6 constraints that every project, irrespective of the size, irrespective of the complexity, even a simple project can have these constraints, in fact. You agree in that?
Yeah.
Out of these 3, there is a called project triple constraints. That is your scope, your schedule, and your budget cost. This is called project triple constraints, in fact. That means if your cost increases, it will affect your scope as well as it will affect your schedule also. Am I right? You agree in that?
Yeah.
And if you are, for example, for your project, if you're not able to complete in the 7 months, what can happen is that your cost can go up, isn't it? You will not be able to complete in 1 month, $1 million if the schedule varies from 7 months to 8 months. That means you need to spend more time on your other resources. It could be your human resources or it could be other physical resources. Same thing, scope also. Suppose whatever initial scope you have designed, if the scope changes for some reason, if the customer wants some additional requirement or if any reason, the scope changes, accordingly, your schedule will also change and your cost also will change. Am I right? You agree? So these 3 are called scope, schedule, and the budget is always called triple constraints. That means if one variant, if there is any change, it will affect the other 2 also. So what are the project triple constraints? Immediately you should remember it is the scope, schedule, and your cost. SSC or CSS or whatever, in India we used to call them. Last year, this here, the schedule in the PMBOK Guide 5, they used to call it as time, in fact, time management. But this time, they made it as schedule management. So in the time management, we used to give that, how to remember the triple constraints. We used to say the TCS is a very famous company in India, am I right? You agree?
Yeah. Time.
So we used to say that TCS, you remember TCS, in fact. Or CTS, the Cognizant Technology Service. CTS is another company. So you remember the either TCS or CTSAS. In fact, that is to be the triple constraints. So this is very important to remember this. In fact, so TCS or the time, schedule, and your scope. Of course, now since the name has been rescheduled as the schedule, so kindly remember as SCS or SSC or whatever easy to remember it. They are the triple constraints.
Oh.
And one more constraint is the resources also. If something people, for example, if there is any limitation on the resources, that could be also another constraint. And risk is another constraint. It's always every project, remember. So these are the 6 project constraints that every project, as I explained, irrespective of the size or the complexity or the nature of the project, that they will have this problem. Now, of course, I'm sure you are very familiar with the difference between the project and the operations. So operations are an organization function performing the ongoing execution of activity that produce the same product or provide a repetitive. Manufacturing is a classical example of an operation, production operations, etc. Whereas though temporary in nature, projects can help achieve the organization goals when they are aligned with the organization strategy. This is very, very important because any project your organization undertakes has to align with the organization strategy. Whatever the organization has kept, what are the strategic goals, it has to be aligned to that. I hope that's very, very clear. Because if it is not aligning with your organization strategy, that the project will not be successful. This is very, very important to understand. So in project life cycle, a collection of sequentially either typical and sometimes overlapping project phases determined by the management and needs of the organization. So the phase, and normally in project, they call it the phase. A phase is nothing but a number of related activities resulting in deliverables. So let's say, since you are familiar with the construction and you're doing the architect construction, am I right? Yeah, okay, that's one of your domain. What I saw in your
No, not architecture. Mechanical engineering.
Oh, you are basically a mechanical. Oh, okay. Mechanical engineer.
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Okay, fine. So you are familiar with the predictive and adaptive thing, agile, those concepts. The predictive is nothing but when your scope is very clear, that means you know exactly that, how the project can go ahead. So that means your scope is very, very clear. Adaptive is when the scope is not clear, you do the iterative process, in fact. That means you work for some time, you get the feedback, and you discuss with your team member and take it forward. In fact, this is basically the adaptive or the agile environment. So here, the project life cycle, we talk about starting the project is initiating, you are organizing and preparing, that's where the planning you do, in fact. Then the carry outing the work, you do the execution phase and you close the phase. And during this execution and planning and all those things, you do keep on doing the monitoring and controlling. Correct? You agree, no?
Okay.
This is how the project life cycle goes. So what is project life cycle? It's nothing but you initiate the project, you plan it, you execute it, and you keep on monitoring and controlling it. And once it is over, then you close the project, in fact. So the characteristics of a project life cycle or starting the project, that is initiating, organizing and preparing is your planning phase. Carrying out the project work is your execution phase, and closing the project. And you have to keep on monitoring and controlling so that, ensure that the project gets over within the stipulated time or within the stipulated budget and meeting the required quality aspects. These are all very important. So the 5 process groups are initiating, planning, executing, monitoring, and controlling, and closing. I think this should be, already is in your top of your mind now, Thiru, on this.
Yeah.
I think anytime, what are the process groups, 5 process groups, 5 fingers, initiate, plan, execute, monitoring, and control, and closing. If you apply this, even just remember a little more in detail, even in our personal life, I'm sure that you must have built some flats or you must have built a home. While doing your personal life projects also, you must have initiated your home or you must have planned for it, then you're executed. And while executing, you must have done a lot of monitoring and controlling. And when all the work is over, you must have closed the project. Am I right? Even in India, when I do take some classes in Bangalore, PMI, and that's, I was giving the example of marriage as a project. Okay.
Oh,
Even in
yeah.
marriage, I'm sure you know that you do all these things. Knowingly or unknowingly, we will be following
Mm-hmm.
these concepts. In fact, you initiate the marriage, and for the marriage, once it is fixed, once it's boy and girl are mutually agreed, then you start planning. The planning is that means you need to book for a chowdhury, you need to book for a cook, you need to arrange for the
Mm-hmm.
food, you need to have a venue for that, you need to prepare to planning and inviting the various people. In fact, all those things you do while planning, am I right, in the marriage?
Yeah,
Then
exactly.
and the day the execution comes, the marriage day comes, you need to execute the plan. That means you need to inform that the venue is properly decorated, you need to ensure all the invitees comes, they have a sufficient parking place, you need to ensure that good food is provided to them, you need to take care of them well with the reception committee. All those things we do, and the marriage gets over. During that, you keep on doing the monitoring and controlling the various activities, and at the end of the
Mm-hmm.
day, on that day night or next day, the marriage gets over. That means you are closing the project of the marriage. Am I right? So
Yep.
whichever, even in your personal life, if you apply these concepts, two things it will help. One is to understand the project management principles and the concepts. When you start applying in our own personal life, it is easy for you to remember and easy to relate these things in your professional environment also. You agree with me on this, Thiru?
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
definitely. Yeah.
yes, great. So these are the 10 knowledge area which you were just asking me a few minutes back,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
10 fingers you need to remember. Project
Mm-hmm.
integration management. Your mobile number 7, am I right? The first mobile number 7,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
The first digit. So that is project integration management. In this, there will be 7 processes will be there. Next is
Mm-hmm.
the project scope management, project schedule management, cost management. Project will have quality management. Then to complete the project, you need a resource, project resources, how you manage those resources. And during the
Mm-hmm.
project, you keep on communicating with your various stakeholders. Am I right? For
Mm-hmm.
example, you
Yeah.
said there are 7 members in your project, so you keep on talking to them, you need keep on communicating with them. So you need to have the
Mm-hmm.
project communication management. And every project will have risk, so you also need to know about the risk management. And every
Mm-hmm.
project, many times, your organization may not have all the required things, so you need to outsource certain things. Am I right? It could be people or it could be
Yeah.
equipments. You need to know about the procurement management. And every
Mm-hmm.
project will have stakeholders, isn't it? It could be your internal stakeholders, it could be your external stakeholders, your customers. Am I right? So you need to
Yeah.
know about the stakeholders management. So these are
Mm-hmm.
the 10 knowledge area, 9 knowledge area, and the first and foremost is, as a project manager, what is your basic requirement in any project management area? It is how you integrate the project. Am I right? That you are solely
Mm-hmm.
responsible
Yeah.
for the success of the project. That means you need to integrate right from the beginning to end, and with all
Yeah.
the knowledge areas, in fact. Now, I hope you
Mm-hmm.
understood, because every project will have a
Yeah.
scope, every project
Yeah.
will have a schedule, every project will have cost, every project will have quality, and every project need to have resources. And in every project, since you are dealing with stakeholders, you need to communicate them. And every project will have risk, and every project you need to procure certain things which your organization does not have. So these are the
Mm-hmm.
10 knowledge area to make the project successful.
Okay.
Interesting, am I right, Thiru? Very interesting.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
It's really great, in fact, because without this, I'm sure this will cover
Mm-hmm.
all the aspects of the project. Am I right? Anything has been left out, you tell me
Yeah.
here? Nothing, am I right?
Nope.
You need to
It's
know.
covered. Yeah.
Yeah, it's covered. So if we understand this 10 knowledge area, we become the
Mm-hmm.
experts in handling any project. Correct?
Okay. Yeah.
If you know how to manage the scope, if you know how to manage the schedule, if you know how to manage the cost, if you know
Yeah.
how to manage the quality, and you will know all these things. Now, one more important thing is, it's very important to remember, I keep giving this example. No
Mm-hmm.
project manager can be expert in all these 10 areas. Is it possible, you tell me?
Uh, Difficult.
Difficult, am
Yeah.
I right? It's difficult, am I right? You might be good in few areas. You might be good in scope
Yeah.
management, or since you are a mechanical engineer, you might be good in your managing your other risk. You may how to manage, or you may
Yeah.
know how to integrate the project. But probably you may, I'm not telling you, but some people may not be as good as in managing the resources or the procurement like that. So that's one of the tool and technique you have in project management is called expert judgment or the experts. You can always take the help of experts to manage any of these 10 knowledge area. That is why, for example, your company, your functional organization, anything related to finance, I'm sure you must be taking the help of finance manager. Am I right? You agree?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Anything related with human resources, you go to the human resource manager and ask their inputs or ask their help, correct? Am I right? So they are your experts in your project management field, in your own organization. Sometimes in some organization, internally, there may not be people to help in all the areas. So what you do is you outsource them as a consultant, which most of the organizations have consultants. Am I right? Because they are the subject matter experts or SMEs, they're called in fact. Am I right? So they are the consultant and you go and ask their opinion or advice or the data. So they are called expert judgment. This is one common tool and technique. The tools that technique that we are going to use in all the 49 processes, in most of the processes that you will be taking the expert judgment help. Example I wanted to give you that, for example, you are familiar with the orchestra or the symphony, am I right? There will be one conductor who will be holding a stick and he will be directing, am I right? He is a musical conductor. Now, there will be 100 musicians, 100 plus odd musicians will be playing different instruments. Some people will be playing violin, some will be guitar, some will be drums, some will be pianos, like that. As a conductor of the musical symphony, he may not know how to play all the instruments, am I right? Is it possible for him to know 100 instruments? Is it
impossible?
It's impossible.
Impossible.
But he still successfully he conducts that orchestra. How? Because he has got the basic knowledge of music. Correct? You agree? You know? So he knows the Sarigamapa. Since you are from Tamil Nadu, you know that music, Karnataka.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Karnataka music is so
7
familiar.
or 9.
Pardon me?
Hello?
Hello? Yeah.
That's seven, I think, items. Sarigamapa.
Yeah, 7. Like absolutely right. Yeah. You are right. 7 Sarigamapa.
7 or 9, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know that every musician will know that whether they play vocal, they play musical instruments, they know that Sarigamapa, correct? Am I right? So that is how, and they can conduct any musical orchestra. Even in Karnataka, in India, you know that musical director like A.R. Rahman. I'm sure you are familiar with those musical directors. They will be playing hundreds of instruments. Rahman may not know all the instruments, but he knows the nuisance. He knows the importance of music of Sarigamapa. He knows it. Am I right? Correct. So that is how the project manager also. You may not be familiar with all these 10 knowledge area, but what is important is that you should know the project management knowledge and skills and tools and techniques, how to make this project successful. You got it? Are you with me so far, in fact?
Yeah.
This is very, very important to understand. You may not be expert in all the 10 knowledge area, but every project will have this 10 knowledge area. That's very important. Without this, no project can be successful. But as a project manager, you can always take the help of the experts, the subject matter experts in various phases or various time, so that ensure the project is successful. I hope now so far you are clear about the 5 process groups.
Yeah, it's pretty clear. I've actually taken same kind of internal course here. That's more compact version. So that's why I'm following along quickly.
Oh, excellent. That's great. And my flow is right. I hope I'm able to.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Definitely.
That's great.
Pretty good. That's what I'm not saying. You keep going.
Yeah, I keep asking so that I want to be myself clear whether.
You must be pretty bored. Like only one guy sitting and no, he's not asking questions enough. Probably if you had more people, then you'd be more,
No, it's good. It's no problem.
Interactions.
Yeah, it's good. I just want to ensure that both of us are on the same page, and that's important.
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's just the right amount of speed.
Yeah. Even if I ask you some other type of questions, don't feel bad. Just to understand that, and we can make the conversation a little more enjoyable and joyful. That's right.
Sure.
We should have some fun in between also once in a while. Correct.
Yeah.
Okay. So these are all the, this is a very important slide. You can see that, the 10 knowledge area here, it starts from 4, it's the project integration management, then project scope management, project schedule management, cost management, quality management, resource management. These are all the 10 knowledge area which I just explained. And each knowledge area will have some processes. So all these processes here, for example, integration management will have 7 processes. That is the first digit of the mobile number. So you'll have develop project charter, develop project management plan, then manage project work, manage project knowledge. Then you will have 2 more processes here and close the project. So there are 7 here. Your project scope management will have 6. So that means plan scope, collect requirements, define scope, create WBS, then validate scope and control scope. These are the 6 processes in scope management.
Why is this starting with the number 4 instead of number 1?
No, this number 4, it lists even in PMBOK guide 6, it starts from 6. So it's correlating to that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, we are going to cover that. The foundation, we are covering, those are the first chapter, the foundation, the principles of project management.
Okay.
It's like that.
All right.
So your knowledge area starts from 4. Even in PMBOK guide, its same numbers has been given here also.
Okay.
Just to, so that the flow, when you go through the book also, it will relate to the almost same, it's like that. So these are all the 49 processes, Thiru. You may ask me that, should I memorize all these 49 processes? Am I right? That is the one common thing. It might be difficult to memorize all the 49 processes. But what is important is, one is you should know that there are 49 processes, but each knowledge area, how many processes are there, you should know. And the important thing is you should know the flow of this process. That's very important actually. So that when you may not be able to memorize all these things, but I will tell you that when to memorize what. That is a must. You need to memorize those things, particularly in cost management, where will be some 18 formulas are there. Those formulas you need to remember, very important actually. You need to memorize it. And there are a few other things, I will tell you when it comes to that knowledge area where you need to memorize it. So that will help you to answer those questions in a very lesser time. That's important actually. Hope this chart is clear in fact. Okay, but we will be keep on revisiting this chart, this slide. Every knowledge area when you come, we'll be visiting these slides. This will give you a broad idea about the 10 knowledge areas on the left side, and each knowledge area will have the different processes, and each processes comes in under where it will be planning here, it will be coming under execution, monitoring and controlling, and closing. These are all the various processes that will be coming in. Hope it's clear.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Okay, good. Great.
I've seen this chart too.
Earlier also you must have seen that.
I mean, this.
Yeah, great.
But I didn't remember. I didn't memorize, like I said.
Yeah. It's difficult because in PMP, one thing I have seen that it is not a subject to memorize and go and pass the exam. It's not possible, right? You don't know.
For exam purposes, I thought maybe you would like to memorize.
Yeah.
You mentioned that some only 18 formulas in the cost section. That's what I needed to memorize.
Yeah, that's right. 18 different scenarios will come. We need to familiar with those things. So around 18 to 20 formula in all together, you need to memorize it, and it should be in the top of your mind. So when the examination, when you go there, what you should do is that once we come to the cost, probably tomorrow we'll be covering that knowledge area. I want you to keep on practicing those formulas every day. At least start writing on a piece of paper, or put it on your mobile, and every day you keep seeing those things in fact. So that near to the examination, without looking at, you should be able to write in about 5 minutes time all those formulas and the context why those formulas are used. And what you should do when you go to as soon as you go to the examination, as I told you that if you request, they'll give you a sheet of paper and a pencil. So first thing is you write down all those formulas, various formula on a piece of paper, and keep it in front of you. Okay, that should not take more than 5 to 6 minutes for you. And once those formulas are in front of you, because you don't know these 200 questions, The fifth question could be one formula based, or seventh question could be another formula based, or 15th question could be another form. Even the 150th question also could be on a formula based. So if you have those formulas and the context, why, on what context you are going to use those formulas, it's easy for you to answer those questions.
Okay.
So you need to memorize it and kindly jot it down tomorrow. Once when we go to the knowledge areas of cost and schedule, I'll explain to you those things so that you get familiarized with those formulas. That will really help you. Okay. Great. Okay. So the tailoring in the PMBOK 6 this time, is one concept has been introduced, the project tailoring. It is the unique application of a project manager for a project based in the environment and several other factors. It's basically, because all projects, as I told you, there are more than 150 techniques mentioned in this PMBOK Guide 6. Apart from this, there could be several other techniques also which are not mentioned. So you don't know which tool and technique, whether should we use all the tools and techniques, it's not required. Each project, each process areas, depending upon the need of that process area or a process, you need to use those tools and techniques. It's called tailoring, in fact. So an organization may first create its project management methodology based on the available guidelines, frameworks, or other methods. And this methodology may provide additional guidelines to tailor different projects within that organization. Because in your organization, I'm sure you must be having some project management methodology. Am I right? You must be having some resources. You must have already planned with your subject matter experts. And you must be having some framework within what framework you should do these projects. And this is how you are going to use your different, you are going to tailor it and different like that. I hope it's very clear. That's how you tailor the projects according to the requirement based on several other factors.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Great. So this is the first, so far we clear the first one. This is the project environment and role of PM. In fact, this is what we are going to cover in lesson 2. 3 and 4 also different things. And the 4th, it will start from the project integration. That's how those numbers have been given, in fact. Clear, Thiru? Great.
Sure.
So,
are we ahead? Are we already ahead? You mentioned we will cover 2 per day or something like that. Was the second one of the day?
No, it will take some more. We have just started up close to 2 hours only. In fact, the knowledge area.
I understand. That's why I'm saying are we ahead of the schedule?
No. These are all the initial things. When we get into some knowledge area. And one more thing, we are going little fast because you already have a lot of concepts. You are very, very familiar, in fact. I'm right. And I'm doing one-to-one so that, we are almost on the same page. You are following it very clearly. There is no questions are asked and all those things. So probably we are going little fast compared to other batches when many of them, they need to understand from the beginning, the concepts are not clear. That's time, then what happens, we try to explain more in detail or different giving examples. So sometimes we spend more time on those concepts. But
you're already younger people.
Yeah, absolutely. Younger people. They're new to the project management itself. For them, we do respect sometimes, to understand the definition of project itself. Sometimes it takes some time, in fact. Okay. And we have to give different examples and all those things. So that's why we spend more time. But since you're a matured and seasoned project manager already, it's and
I'm a technical guy, not project manager title was, but that will be the goal. That's probably the reason, most most important reason I'm taking the training.
Absolutely.
So
now your advantage is, since you have the technical thing and also the experience you have, it's easy for you to catch up these things, concepts also very fast. And you must be already using these concepts. Sometimes we may not know some terminologies or the words.
Without the terms, we are pretty much doing the same thing every day.
Absolutely right. As I told you, in Amruthanchan, when I used to work, I had a handle of more than 15 to 18 projects and different projects, project expansion, new product launches, product development. Even in US, we launched our brand Amruthanchan. For that, I had to coordinate the US FDA. That itself was a big project for me, in fact. So we had a consultant based in the US. In California, I was based actually every week. I used to have a telephonic conversation those days, in fact. And it was a big project for us to get into the US market. Ultimately, we succeeded, in fact. And
what product? The bomb?
Pain bomb? Yes, pain bomb. Yeah, I've heard about it.
Yeah, I know. I grew up with it, but is there? I'm not sure. There might be more products than.
Yeah, now we have added Dragon liquid bomb, a liquid bomb we introduced, in fact, and in pain bomb itself, we got 2-3 different variants: strong bomb, extra multi-strong, regular yellow bomb, which I'm sure you are very, very familiar with that yellow bomb.
Yeah, the greenish yellow.
Yeah, greenish yellow. Absolutely right. Yeah, and you know what happened? Just to give an example, in US FDA, the Dragon liquid bomb. It is in a tube. It's available. It's a non-greasy and roll-on type brand it is, and it has got 40% menthol for Indian market. Okay, 40%. You know that is the menthol content. Menthol is one of the important ingredient we use in the pain bomb. When we launched in US, when we wanted to launch in US, there, you know, the project, you know, I'm just talking about the project scope and other things. The schedule, for example, we had we should launch in the US market in 15 months was the time that initially we kept. And the scope was the same product whether we can launch. When we started interacting with the US FDA consultant, they told me that in US, the maximum percentage of menthol cannot exceed more than 16%, 16%. Whereas the product which you have been selling for over 30 years, 40 years here, that Dragon liquid bomb is more than 40% of the menthol content. So I had to sit in the R&D chief and we had to reformulate the entire product. So that took us almost 6 months time, additional time, you know, for us, you know, it took to develop a new product altogether with 16% menthol without losing the efficacy of the product.
You know what? Actually, I read something about this like months ago. But when I was looking for, you know, this Indian Zandu bomb or something like that, then I bumped into this article. Or this coverage was there, definitely, whatever you're talking about, Amrutan. Either in a news website or interesting. Because I was looking for pain bomb, like I pulled my shoulder and stuff. I thought I was generally doing a Google search of what bomb is effective for muscle knots or something like that. And then what Indian bombs are available here locally. Definitely, I've read that word Dragon bomb and this menthol content.
Absolutely
interesting.
Right.
I may, if I Google it again, I may bump into that article.
Yeah, bump into that article again. In fact, you know, since I was part of that, you know, I distinctly remember. So you know, we had to scale it down to 16% menthol. We had to reduce it and tweak it and adding other ingredients, you know, which accepts or which US FDA passes those things. In fact, so we had. So what happened in the process? Instead of that schedule got changed. In fact, instead of we could not complete the whole thing in 15 months, then the schedule changed. In fact, and no, naturally when schedule came, the cost, everything got changed. In fact, so all these things at those time, you know, I didn't have the project management. You know, I was not a PMP certified, so I didn't know many of these jargons, these terminologies, all those things. But still, I was interacting, I was handling, I was coordinating various with other departments like R&D head or the finance head, like all those things. Even a US consultant, you know, we used to talk. In fact, those days, of course, we used to have the telecon meetings. 1 hour we used to fix and we used to discuss. So that is the example which I was trying to give this project management. So these concepts, like we mentioned, we may not be knowing the terminologies, but we would have done the same things without knowing those things. Correct.
Exactly.
So, but what
do you know why was that FDA limiting that menthol to 16%? What harm could it do? You know, I'm just curious.
If it exceeds, you know, what happens? So they say that, for example, for the climatic conditions there, they have some set of you know, standards of various these things. It may probably burn our skin. In fact, if it is more than that content.
Oh, okay.
So it will have
skin sensitivity.
Yeah, particularly, you know, for example, US, most of them, the white skin, in fact, so it may have some effect on the skin itself, you know, like that. You know, they were telling this is the maximum it's allowed, 16% or some percentage. I don't exactly remember today, but there were some issues on the menthol content, and that's how we had to retweak it and work on those things.
Okay, yeah. They might get pretty red color rash here, like
Rash is
in
absolutely
people.
right. If it burns,
Yeah,
that's what
if
they
it
see.
burns too much.
Yeah, yeah, it's like
Okay, so I was imagining some other reason too. Menthol is not good for men, fertility-wise or something like that, or
no.
it damages their genes or something along that line. Menthol cigarettes or menthol
Yeah, it's okay.
products for
Mhm.
men has something to do with that also.
Yeah, probably some adverse effects might be there, some side effects or those things. If it is excess of that,
Yeah.
probably it will last, right? Even in Tamil Nadu, in Chennai, I was a part of when we, with the Dragon Liquid Bomb, why we launched, I'll just take one more minute to explain. For example, we
No
started
problem.
losing, our organization started losing the market share
Mm-hmm.
about 25, 30 years back. Then,
Okay.
one of the research our organization did at that time is why are we losing the market share? They found that the younger generation were moving away from the pain bomb to the tablets or other things. One of the reasons
Okay.
telling that they didn't want to apply the yellow bomb while going to the office. For example, when
Yeah.
you apply yellow bomb, it there'll be color will be there, yellow color. And second thing, the
Mm-hmm.
fragrance. It is a very pungent smell, right? You might have observed it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So sometimes,
No.
working people, they don't like to apply the bomb and go to the office, or in an office, it will have a bad smell, or the people may not
Yeah.
like it like that. So these are some of the
Yeah.
reasons that the youngsters, they gave the reason why they are moving away from the paint bomb. So at that time, then
Mm-hmm.
our organization did, then R&D took up the study, in fact, and how do we overcome this? Then they came out with a roll-on concept, that is the Dragon Liquid Bomb, which is a
Mm-hmm.
non-greasy, non-smelly. If you apply that, it won't smell, and it's easy. In
Mm-hmm.
fact, you need not use your finger to apply the bomb on that because it's a roll-on type. So all
Okay.
those things, we collected the information that from an youngster, what type of product they look to cure the headache. Then they suggested that it should be non-greasy, it should be non-fragrance. Then probably we don't mind using that. So based on that,
Mm-hmm.
they worked, the R&D worked, and they came out with a product called Dragon Liquid Balm. Actually, that's about 30, 40 years back. That's how. Then we started again gaining our market share. The youngsters who are moving away from the brand, they started coming back to us like that.
Okay.
So
How long ago this Dragon was launched? Dragon Bomb.
this is about almost close to about 40 years back, I think, because Amrutanjan
No,
paint
no,
bomb
the
is
Dragon,
yeah, it's a 40 years
the
back.
roll-on.
Yeah, India, it's
Oh, really?
almost, yeah, yes, right, yes, there for a long time.
Really, I didn't see it when I was there.
No,
Dragon Bomb
probably it was
roll-on, right?
limited somewhere in early 80s, late 80s. It was launched in fact, that's right. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't
Yeah.
know it was that old
At
product.
that time, probably it was not, but it's there. Amrutanjan, it's a 130 years old organization. I think you must.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a 130 years old. It started by a freedom fighter, actually. You're familiar with
Mhm.
Tamil Nadu, Chennai, Mylapore, you're familiar? Nageshwara Park?
Not that part, but
Not,
my Lapur, I know,
you know.
heard of it.
That's where
Probably went through.
there's one park called Nageshwara Park. That is actually actually donated by the founder of Amrutanjan, in fact.
Okay.
And he was a freedom fighter, and even Mahatma Gandhiji visited the factory Amrutanjan in Mylapore in 1948 or
Okay.
47 is right. So that is the history about.
Mm-hmm.
It's a great organization started by a freedom fighter, and I really enjoyed. I was
Mm-hmm.
there about 16 years. I worked for the company. Excellent
Wow.
organization, and it's like.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that's a little bit of thing.
No,
Just to understand.
no problem. As long as we have time, we can.
Yeah,
Do
that's right.
it.
Yeah. The reason why I mentioned those two reasons is the schedule and the scope. If changes, it can also have the cost implication. It will have your time implication or the schedule implication for any project. And second thing,
Mm-hmm.
we did all those things like I did all these projects without knowing some of the terminologies and the fundas or the jargons of the project management. But still, we handle all these projects. Actually, it's like that.
Yeah.
And today I realized that if I had done this PMP about 15 years back, probably I would have been far more successful. Or some of the issues that I faced while handling these projects, I could have handled it much more easy. I would have prepared for it, something like that. Am I right? It's also helps. It's like that.
Exactly. Yeah. You could have done better.
Yeah,
I
absolutely.
agree.
That's right. Okay. Now, every project, Thiru, what are the influencing factors? There are two important things. Uh, EEF, it's called Enterprise Environmental Factors. These are very important. Every project will have some enterprise and environmental factors. Environmental is your external, your enterprises or your internal factors. Okay, so every project will have, I will try to explain to you that what are the enterprise and give some example. The organization will also have internal OPAs, that is organization process assets. OPA stands for organization process assets. These two,
Process what?
organization process assets, OPA, organization
Assets. Okay.
assets in fact. Okay. What are the, for example, every organization will have some processes, you will have policies, and you will have procedures. Am I right? Correct? Your organization must be having your own set of procedures, your own set of policies, your own set of processes you must be having, and corporate knowledge base. Based on your past knowledge, projects handling, you must have a lot of experience of your project. Am I right? So those things are all documented, and they are all called internal organization process assets. It's all called. Okay, because these two, out of 49 process we are going to talk about, this enterprise environmental factors and OPA are the common inputs in more than 30 plus processes. In fact, so they are the common process, the inputs in many of these processes. Now, let's try to, and I'm sure you are very clear about your internal OPS, am I right? I'm sure every organization has explained you have your process, policy, procedure. Now, internal, external and internal, just to express or explain, external could be your organization, for example, the government policies and procedures, regulations, all your external factors, where your company or the organization have no control on those things, because it's a government mandatory or statutory requirement. Like I just gave an example of US FDA for our Dragon liquid bomb. It was an external factor for our organization. Am I right? We had no control on that. So similarly, the internal is your company's culture. For example, your beliefs, all those things are your internal thing. Just to give one more example, you heard about the Tata. I'm sure you are very, very familiar about, right? Tata organization. No, Tata is a 150-year-old Indian organization. They are there in more than 100 and odd business. They are Tata. They're called from salt to software. You heard about the phrase, I think.
Salt to soft.
Salt to software. You name any industry.
They are there. Software.
Yeah, salt to software, that it's like that. They had a FMCG, then they got into the TCS, is a famous company of Tata Group. They're in, they are, you name anything, they are there. They are in transport, they are in FMCG,
they are manufacturing. They have Tata Tea, Tata Steel, Tata Automobile.
Automobile, they are in aircrafts, business. In fact, you name anything, except two business Tata never ventured. Can you recollect or can you remember? Wild guess. What are the two business Tata never did or they will never do?
Okay. I cannot tell. I don't know.
Okay. The Tata, the culture of the organization, the philosophy of the organization is that Tata will do every business except two. One is the liquor and another is the tobacco. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, these two. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. It's hard to think. What could be you thinking along the line of products and services, but not the entertainment portion of it.
Okay. Tata never. If you Google also, you can know that Tata never did any business related to tobacco and the liquor. In fact. Except this, because they, you also know that through that the Tata, 60% of the profit, it seems, they do for social, for a philanthropic use. In fact, the Tata is known for that actually, to give back to the society. So they think that anything related with the tobacco and liquor, it is always harmful to the people. It can destroy the social fabric. That is what the organization strongly believe, that the smoking or the liquor thing, in fact, can always
cigarettes not as much, but liquor, I agree.
Yeah.
That's
Excellent.
family.
So Tata never venture. So that is the internal factors. So that influences, for example, Tata to take up any projects. If it is related to, for example, tobacco or liquor, they will never do that business or the projects. In fact, so they are the internal factors. Like that, every organization will have some internal factors. Every organization has to face some external environment. These are the two common inputs in most of the processes. I hope you are clear about this thing.
Yeah.
In your organization, can you name any of these internal factors which can influence your project? You have anything like that?
I cannot say that much. It's been 1 year in this company, but
okay. Or any other organization, if you know with your example.
What here they put on as an internal priority or internal leadership is safety first.
Safety
they
first.
spend a lot of time. Yeah,
correct.
Safety.
Yeah, excellent.
So every week there's 10 to 15 minutes of presentation we have to attend and sign that we attended about safety. And they also they posted things like you cannot walk with your cell phone,
Oh, very
talking or texting, and you cannot park your car facing inward. You have to back your car into that.
Is it? What is the reason
these are the
for
examples.
that? That's very interesting.
Safety again. So if you back out of anywhere, you don't see what's behind you easily, and you get into an accident or hit somebody. This is the first company I met with peculiar about these things.
Oh, very good.
So that I see is an internal concern, safety. So even for technical aspect, right? If you have to evaluate for the safety, and then if it's a green signal or it falls in the green of the chart, then only you can proceed. Otherwise, you cannot.
Oh, great! I see.
So it's internal constraint or
factors that influence your projects. Correct. Yeah.
I don't know much about the other aspects of it. Maybe similar. They do donations also here, and you get parking spot if you donate over a certain amount, something like that.
Oh, very good. Great input. And external, I'm sure you must be facing the same like statutory requirement, government.
There's a regulatory
issues. That's right.
And then customers, all projects are always customer sponsored, not internally initiated project.
Oh, okay.
It is driven by customers' money and the specific for a specific outcome.
Okay.
So we don't imagine something and make and then look for a customer to buy it, but it's driven by external customers. So regulatory also is the external constraint.
Absolutely. And OPS, of course, you must be having a lot of your processes and policies. I'm sure.
Yeah.
You have some guidelines on all those things, HR policies, or it could be your financial policies and all those things. These are the internal.
Yeah. So for example, you cannot have only one quote from a supplier and then proceed with ours. You have to have minimum quotes.
2 or 3, but absolutely right. But
something like that. That's a policy, and that's a policy. You can call that. And another example would be you have to send the request of quote itself with the ethics letter. Something like that. If you don't send the letter, that quote is invalid. Supplier ethics and
correct.
Things like that.
Great. That's great. So I hope you are very clear about this, because this again, I'm repeating that these inputs are going to be used in most of the process which are going to talk about, the 49 processes. So happy that you're very clear about these things. So these are some of the add-on, the processes, policies and procedures, these are standards and policies, your quality policies and procedures, guidelines, templates, tailoring guidelines, the proposal evaluation criteria. Of course, we'll discuss more in detail when it comes to the procurement management. You just mentioned like that, evaluation criteria, for example, when you're particularly hiring a vendor or getting the service from outside, how do we evaluate? What are the criteria you have? You have performance measurement criteria. How do you measure your performance? Then communication guidelines. the project closure guidelines, in fact, and on what circumstances you are going to close the project. Am I right? These are all some of the guidelines you have.
Yeah.
The financial control procedures, like we just mentioned, the issue and defect management, change control, risk management, work authorization, etc. In fact, these are all some of the process. Work authorization means nothing but who authorizes the works, in fact, to whom. In fact, I think you must be having those guidelines very clear. These are all some of the process policies and procedures. And corporate knowledge base, this again is the OPA, part of your organization process assets. It's basically process measurement database, your project files, historical information, the issue defect database, and lessons learned. Because after completion of each project, you will have the lessons learned database. So that means all the project managers, all the project team members who are involved in the project, they give the feedback, in fact, lessons learned from the project. What are the good things we learned? What are the bad things, or what are the challenges? Everything gets documented. So that will become the lessons learned. Then configuration management databases and the financial databases. All these things will become your corporate knowledge base. So you have a PMO in your organization, project management office. You have
office.
PMO.
You mean a physical place, or
not only physical place? Even it need not be a physical place, but even it's a project management office. This people who runs the various projects, as team of them. Like that. You must have that. So that is some organization, major organization, like for example L&T, that is a project-based organization. There are many companies who will have a project office.
I work for L&T actually.
You work for L&T. Oh, it's great.
Well, they contract out people to client locations. So whatever the things I said about is the client company's policies and practices.
Okay. How long you were
L&T?
How long you were there, Thiru?
Both with L&T and this particular client, only 1 year.
1 year, okay.
Yeah.
So I keep giving a lot of examples on L&T because they are basically a projectized organization, right? They handle projects, and they have a central office of the project management office. The PMO office, they're supportive. They support all the projects. They control various projects, and they also give direction to the various projects, in fact, because the PMO will have all the sufficient required knowledge of project management. So they support, they also control, and they give the direction, the directive. These are the different roles of a PMO, in fact, project management office. This is another very important slide. Of course, some of the points I already discussed, but just to recap or touch about it, the role of a project manager here is he's responsible for the team's outputs and should have the project and technical management knowledge and skills. This is very, very important. I gave you the example of musical orchestra, the conductor. There, we talk about the musical knowledge, Sarigamapa, which you mentioned. Here we talk about he should have the technical management knowledge and skills. That's very, very important. That means basic requirement of how to manage a project. He should have that. And we also discussed about, we understood clearly what is the difference between knowledge and skill. The knowledge is your knowledge about thing, and the skill is how to apply the knowledge. In fact. So the PM's sphere of influence could be in the project itself. He can do a lot of influence in the organization by handling the project successfully. He can have a great influencing factor. In the industry itself, for example, you are handling the projects, sometimes the project manager can become a benchmark and a role model. Oh, they are doing so and so. Thiru Murugan is handling the industry. So you can become a benchmark in the industry itself by successfully handling the projects. In the professional discipline, as a project manager, probably you can contribute a lot in various chapters or various organizations or various forms. You can contribute across the other disciplines also, in fact, because you are going to follow these project management principles and techniques. So across other disciplines also, you can be a great influencing factor. This is very important, this talent triangle, we talk about. Every project manager should have first, the foundation is very important, strategic business and management. That means why you are doing this project. and whether it is aligning with the organization strategies, in fact, and you should have the basic strategic business management. That's important. By doing this project, how the organization is going to get benefit, what is the value it is going to deliver by doing this project. So he should, if he has got that business management acumen, then he will work far more successfully towards the project. Am I right? You agree with me on that? That's right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Along with that, he should have the technical project management. That is the basic skills of the project management. Suppose you are handling a software project, you should have some basic knowledge about the software development. Am I right? That's very important. You're doing a construction project, you should have some basic knowledge of the construction, in fact, in industry. You're doing a mechanical engineering, you should have some basic knowledge of all the mechanical aspects of the project. So that's the technical project management. What is the most important and probably the most toughest part is the leadership. Am I right? You agree with me? Is right?
Yeah.
Because this is leadership is these two, for example, you can always get, but leadership is one of the toughest thing because you're dealing with people. To deal with
the toughest, I would say.
Pardon me?
I said, yeah, that is the toughest actually.
That is the toughest part because you're dealing with people. People have got emotions. The people have got their strength. They've got their weaknesses. So as a project manager, you need to have those leadership skills. That's very, very important. You should have good interpersonal skills. You should be a good motivator. You should be a good influencing factor. You should be an expert in the subject that you are dealing with. All those things are leadership skills. Even you should be a good listener also. As an interpersonal skill, even the listening is also one of the important aspects. Am I right? Correct? You agree?
Yeah.
And particularly when you are doing the scope management, when you are collecting information, how you deal with your different stakeholders, their expectation, their requirements, you need to collect. So you need to use different techniques there, in fact. So you should be a good leadership. You should have that good leadership qualities in. This is the PMI talent triangle. These three competencies are very, very important to be successful in the project management area. I'm sure you'll agree with me on this, Thiru. That's right. Correct? Hello? Okay, so I think we are clear about these OPAs and external and environmental factors. We have discussed at length. Am I right, Thiru? That's right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we also discussed about the roles of project management office, supportive, controlling, or the directive. These are all, you said since you are familiar with L&T, I'm sure the L&T must have had a PMO, in fact, various projects undergoing. So either they support, or control the projects, or also give the direction for the various projects. Right. So the talent triangle we discussed, in fact, and the leadership is one of the most important. It's one of the toughest also to handle the projects because we're dealing with people, and you need to have different leadership styles. We'll be discussing particularly in the resource management, the various leadership styles that project manager should have, and all those things we'll be talking about. But according to the PMI, these three are the core competences the project manager should have. He should have good strategic and business management skills. We should be good in your technical project management skills, and coupled with the most important at the top is the leadership skills. So now let's come to the first integration, the knowledge.
Sorry, go back to the previous slide one more time. And then
yeah, sure. Okay, yeah, that's right. We discussed about the requirement of the technical knowledge for any projects. I gave you some examples.
Yeah, I'm just trying to memorize the last two.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, all right. So we can move to the next slide.
Yeah, that's right. Okay, that's right. Sure. Have you faced any such issues in your projects where, for example, the strategic or the business management issues by a project manager in your earlier organization you had like that?
Example of a business management. What type of issues?
No, for example, if just in your experience, if the project manager is not aligned with the organization strategies, or if he does not have the required skills of the business acumen, if he does not have such issues. Sometimes, some project managers do have such things, but they may not have the required business acumen, but they'll be handling the projects, that will have some lot of impact on the projects also. That's correct.
I've heard that some projects have failed. And that's because that's because the project managers didn't do the initial investigation thoroughly, planning thoroughly. That has happened in a couple of projects. But I just cannot be very specific about what had happened, but the planning wasn't done properly. And aligning with the customer's requirement is not met in one of the two projects. The main purpose of something we are doing is not met. The customer, so I in fact reminded the product line people to meet with the customer 3 times. To align with them if they are okay with proceeding in this concept. That hasn't happened yet. So it's set for failure so far, but we can correct
it.
In the future.
Okay.
So those are kind of example I can give.
Yes, absolutely right. Because as I told you that the required management knowledge and skills are very, very critical and important for the success of the project. Great, that's right. So can I move on? No, that's right. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So we'll come to the project integration management. I hope you remember that the first number of the mobile number, where you got 7 processes in this integration management. Okay. So we'll go through that in detail one by one, so that let's try to understand. This is the project integration. If you can look at it, right? So it's every project you will have, as I explained, the process groups, initiating processes, then planning processes, executing process groups, and closing processes. And you also keep doing the monitoring and controlling while planning, or it could be executing, and always you keep on doing the monitoring. So the project manager, one of the important functions, if you ask me what is the role of a project manager, is number 1 is he has to integrate the project. Am I right? Right from the beginning. Right from the beginning until the project gets over, he has to integrate the project, in fact. So it's a very important knowledge area. So what we do here is all the remaining 9 knowledge areas that we discussed, for example, scope management, schedule management, cost management, quality management, risk management, communication management, procurement, stakeholders, all the 9 knowledge areas you are going to integrate here in the project integration management through various processes. That's what we are going to discuss. So why is the need for integration? The need for project integration management is necessary in situations where individual processes interact. For example, a cost estimate needed for a contingency plan involves integrating the processes in the project cost, time, and the risk management knowledge area. As I told you that these are the triple constraints, the cost and the time and the scope, for example, and the risk management knowledge area. So you need to integrate, because all these processes are interact with each other. When something goes wrong with your schedule, it will have the impact of the cost, it will have impact on the scope, and it can have the risk of the project itself. Am I right? So this is of the integration. The project deliverables may also need integrating with the ongoing operation of the performing organization, the requesting organization, and with the long-term strategic planning that takes future problems and opportunities onto consideration. So here, even once the product gets over, product is completed, the ongoing operations sometimes, though of course it's out of the purview of the project management, but still, into the long-term strategic planning that takes the future problems and opportunities into consideration. Sometimes you may also need to do that. So the project integration management also includes the activities needed to manage the project documents to ensure consistency with the project management plan, product service, or the capability delivery. Here, the integration can happen between the various processes. Out of 49 processes which we discussed through, hope you remember. So the integration can happen various processes. project and performing organization you need to integrate, because once the project gets over, probably even to get into the operations, you need to integrate to the operation. You need to plan that, the transition stage sometime, and the project objectives, in fact. So these are all the integration that as a project manager you need to do, the most important thing. So the first process in the this is develop project charter. Thiru, can we stop now then, and we can continue after half an hour? You agree on that? That's right.
Sure. Yeah. No problem.
So you can have your lunch break. You can have your lunch, and we can join back. So that's fine.
Sure. Yeah. How's the hours counted with the browser on? That is called the hours, or if I close the browser again, because it was disconnected once, so that will be off, considered off hours?
No, don't worry about it. No, don't worry about those things. Absolutely right. We will come.
Oh, okay. All right.
Absolutely no issues on those things. Okay.
Okay, because
you have to go through the
requirement, right?
No, you have to go through the every session, clear every subject knowledge area. That's very, very important about those things. Timing and all those things. Don't worry about that. Okay.
Officially you have to meet that 35 hours, right? That's why I was saying.
You'll get that. Don't worry about that.
Oh, okay.
Those aspects, even if you close a bit early, because the speed at which you are going, probably it may take, let's say, 26 or 27 hours, but still that should not be an issue. That's no problem.
Oh, okay. All right. Sure.
That should
okay.
Be, yeah. So have lunch and we'll reassemble it. Okay. That's great.
Okay. Sure. Yeah. See you now. It might take a few minutes extra here and there, but we'll connect again.
Sure. Okay. Nice.
Okay.
Hi, Thiru. Welcome back.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, it was quite a bit of a drama again. So I had to come back out of work to leave the work because I cannot stay there when the power is being restored or something. So I came back home again. Fortunately, what is this? There's a video also now.
Yeah, you can put it off. No problem. That's right. Yeah.
All right. I'm trying to find the phone call.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, great. That's
right. Right.
So
I still haven't had my lunch, so I'm gonna chew on and listen if you don't mind.
No problem. That's right. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So there are more participants this time?
They will be, probably. That's what we're just discussing about that. Two are supposed to join, and probably because of some alternate dates, they're working on it. That's right. Okay.
Okay.
So, so far, any questions, Thiru? Any clarification, or it's fine so far?
Yeah, it's so far so good. Yeah.
So far so good. Yeah, the clarity is there, and there's no confusion anywhere, and all those things.
No, so far nothing.
Okay. Very great.
Obviously, I have to go over one more time if I have to mug it up and sit back on the exam paper. That's another thing.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So any part of any time, if you revisit some of the slides or concepts, we can always do that. There's absolutely no problem. I want you to be comfortable 100%. That's important. Okay.
Sure. Yeah.
You are familiar with the project charter in your organization? Do they issue project charter?
Yeah, they do.
They do.
That.
Oh, okay. Who signs the project charter in your company?
That's a good question. Product line manager usually signs it.
Product
line. Product line.
Oh, product line. Okay, that's right. Okay. The project.
And then a customer will also sign if it's not something that's unique to the company.
Okay. Okay. Project charter is a very, very important document in project management, because the project charter is the one authorizes the project manager to go ahead on the project. So it's a very important document, usually signed by the project sponsor or the senior management. Okay. But in certain cases, probably they may discuss along with your customer and take some inputs, and all those things can happen. But the project charter is basically signed by the sponsor, who funds, who gives the resources, or the senior management in an organization. Now, here we
all
talk
the senior managers. Okay.
So in the examination, there could be a question that they will give 4 options. For example, who authorizes the project charter or who signs the project charter? If the options are given like a sponsor, and they might give another 3 options which have no relevance. If they're not given senior management, then the project sponsor is the right answer for that. But in case if they are given an option of senior management and the project sponsor also, then you need to select the senior management. That's how the right answer will be for that. Now, what are the inputs that we have for the project charter? I explained to you that every process will have some inputs, will have tools and techniques, and you have outputs. I gave you the example of preparing the rice. The inputs like water and raw rice is the input. You have the tools and technique like a gas stove or electric stove, and you get an output of the cooked rice. Similar way, that was a very crude example, just to understand that every process, the 49 process that we are going to discuss, will have some inputs, will have some tools and techniques, and you will get an output from each of the process. That's very important to remember. Now, inputs in this project charter is the what are the 3 business documents here? Business case. Business case is nothing but why you are taking up this project. What is the reason for taking this project? So why you have to make a case, why you have to make a business case for selecting this project, in fact. Now, how do you do that? You will have some benefits management plan. I will take you another slide and show you. These are the ways of project selection methods. Okay. There are 2 ways of selecting the projects. One is the benefit measurement methods. Another is the constraint optimization methods. Okay. I request you to remember these 2 headings: benefit measurements method and constraint method optimization method. What are the benefit measurement methods? Here we talk about the cost and the benefits of undertaking the project. So there are examples. Have you heard about murder board anytime? Murder board anytime? The terminology, or they have come across that word anytime, or selecting a project?
Murder board.
Yeah, murder
the word. No, they haven't used it. Maybe. No.
No. You see, this motherboard is basically the terminology is taken from the Army, United States Army. In fact, that's how the concept came up. Here, what happened? Motherboard is nothing but your subject matter experts or the SMEs in your organization, who sits as a board, and when a project manager goes with the project for a proposal for the approval, they will ask you all negative questions. Okay. And as a project manager,
it's called the war room or war meeting.
Room. Yeah, absolutely. It's like a murder board. That means they will ask you all negative questions. They will discourage you so much that why we should accept this project. And you have to convince the board that, that because of these reasons, this project is going to be good and we need to implement this, in fact. So that's why it's called murder board. That means, they will ask you all negative questions. They will, demotivate you, and it is for you to convince the board that, this project will be of great strength or great advantage for the organization. That's why it's called murder board, in fact. It is, there are a set of board members or set of directors or whatever the designation they may have, but they will ask you all, those type of questions. Peer review is nothing but your subject matter experts. They're your colleagues or the senior managers, they review the projects and they will give the approval, or they may not approve the project. Scoring models, are you familiar with scoring models? Scoring models is that, for example, you will have a criteria for selecting the projects.
Yeah.
You will have some weightage for each, for example.
Weighted average method. Yeah,
weighted, absolutely right. It's a weighted average method. Absolutely right, in fact. So the 4 projects are there.
You do ranking of the features. Yeah. Features or price, whatever. Cost or schedule or feature, whichever is.
Yeah. The cost of the
Priority.
project, for example, the benefits of the organization, the long-term benefits, all those things, that, it will have the weighted average, and out 4 or 5 projects are there. They'll put the different weightages, and which is the one which scores maximum, they will approve the product, in fact. Economic models and benefit compared cost. Economic models, I'll try to explain to you in the following slides. There's one more constraint optimization method. These are the 2 different types. One is a benefit measurement method and a constraint optimization method. Here, the linear programming, goal programming, and integer programming, these are all mathematical model techniques. Here, in these things, there will be a lot of mathematical calculations. In the examination, of course, you will not be asking how to calculate or calculations. But if they say that linear programming is a what type of project selection method, then you have to answer constraint optimization method. If they say that the motherboard is a what type of project selection method, then you have to answer benefit measurement method. These 2 are very important to remember. Now I'll try to explain you about the economic models and benefit compared to cost. Okay, is it clear so far, Mr. Thiru? I hope these 2 are clear. I think. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll take that note. 1 sec.
Probably the following slides also will try to go through that. Then I'm sure it will be a lot more clarity will be there on these things. Okay.
Sure. I'll see the examples and stuff. Right?
Yeah, yeah. You see, let's see what type. As I told you, what type of project selection technique is peer review? This is the question. For example, so what should be the answer for this? Peer review is nothing but is your benefit measurement method. Correct? It's here. In fact.
Yeah. Sure.
So that's what you need to remember. In fact, these examples, which comes under whether benefit measurement method or the constraint optimization method. In fact, okay.
Sure.
Now we'll try to explain what are these benefit measurement method. I think you understood very clearly. In fact, okay. So here, what type of project selection is motherboard? Then you have to say motherboard is nothing but benefit measurement method. It's like that. Okay. Otherwise, they might ask you that what type of selection is linear programming. Linear programming is you have to answer. It is constraint optimization method. If you see that there will be a lot of calculations involved in these things, probably that in the examination you will not have no time to do all those calculations. So you have to just answer that. Probably you can. Yeah, that's right. Now, present value. Are you familiar with some of these terminologies? What is present value? It's like that.
No.
No. Okay.
No.
It's basically, I think, since you have got yours is a functional organization, your finance head will be probably dealing with all these. Am I right? They'll be taking care of all your finance requirement. But still, as a project manager, you need to know a little bit of some of these terminologies and little bit of these things, so that when you interact with them, as I told you, that it's easy, they will be on the same page with them. You will be able to communicate in the same fundas or jargons according to them.
Sure, that's part of the goal.
Absolutely right. Yeah. So the present value is the current value of the future cash flow. That means the amount of money received today is worth more than the same amount in the future. A discount factor has to be applied to reflect future cash flow in the present value. That is called present. That means a sum of $250 being paid right now, I'm sure you'll agree, Thiru, that will be more valuable than $250 being paid after 3 years. Am I right? You agree, no?
Sure.
Today, whatever you have in your pocket is much more valuable than what you get after 1 year or after 2 years. So it is called a sum of $250. This is called the present value. Here you are taking the cash, the discount factor, or the inflation rate. All those things are taken into consideration while calculating that. So present $250 might be after 3 years, might be less also because of the inflation factors. Am I right? In fact, no, that is one of the reasons the present value is important. So the PV analysis is important to ensure that an organization maximizes its profit, particularly when the value will be delivered in a long term in future. You may say that today I'm investing $1 million. So after 3 years, what should be my returns? So for that, you calculate the present value of that $1 million compared to the $3 million. It's like that. Now, what is the net present value? Here, the net present NPV is the difference between a value of the total benefits, income or revenue, and the cost over a period of time. So that means here, the cost of the money also is calculated in the factor. So the present value of different items combined gives you the net present value. What is important?
Okay.
I will explain you. Just project X will take 2 years to complete and as an NPV, net present value of $35,000. Project Y will take 5 years to complete and has a net present value of $95,000. So which project would we select? The important thing to remember is whichever the higher net present value, that should be the one you should select. So NPV should be always high for the project, for the selection of the project. So they will, in the examination, they might give you different 4 projects of different NPVs. Kindly select the one which has got the highest NPV. In fact, don't look at the number of years and all those things, because that's already factored in the calculation. So here NPV of $95,000 is always better for the project to be selected. Correct? So is it clear now so far? Good.
Yeah.
Okay. The another one is the internal rate of return. I'm sure this is another, your finance gentleman will be dealing with that. But let's try to understand the internal rate of return. Like NPV, you should always select a project which has got higher internal rate of return. So internal rate of return is the rate of discounting used to reduce the future cash flow to the present value, at which the present value of cost match the present value benefits. In other words, it is the rate of return internal to the project. Here, it requires a lot of calculation. You have to keep on assuming that when the NPV becomes 0 like that. So you will not be asking in the examination to calculate and all those things. But again, they will give an option of 4 options. You have to select the internal rate of return. For example, here, project A has an IRR of 25%. Project B has got 15%. Which project would you choose? That means project A, because it has a higher internal return. Clear, Mr. Thiru? Right. So both NPV and IRR, please select a project which has got higher internal rate. Third one is the payback period. I'm sure this also you must have heard, the payback period. The payback period is the number of periods it takes to recover the investment from the project before profits start accumulating. So unlike, it is opposite of your internal rate of return and the net present value of higher. Here, payback period, it's more of a common sense also. Whichever the project gives you the returns in a lesser period, that should be the one you should select. In fact. Okay? So project A has got a payback period of 5 months. Project B has a payback period of 12 months. So which project would you select? Means you have to select the project within 5 months, which is going to give you return, in fact. So NPV and IRR, higher the NPV, higher the IRR, select the project, lower the payback period, you select the project. There are some more. Benefit cost ratio. Here, the benefit cost ratio is compare the present value of benefits to the present value of cost. A benefit cost ratio more than 1 means that the project are greater than the cost. So here, a project, if the BCR of a project is 2.5 and the BCR project is 1.5, again, you have to select the project, obviously higher the BCR, in fact. Correct? Okay. There's one more thing to understand. In case if they ask you CBR, that is cost benefit ratio, then cost.
That's what I heard.
Yeah. Cost benefit ratio, it should be always the lower one. It cannot be higher one, in fact, because the cost is above and the benefit is lower. So when you divide that, you should always select a project which has got a lower CBR, in fact. Kindly remember that point.
Okay.
So accept a project with BCR greater than 1. The project with the higher BCR is better. The project with the lower CBR is always better, in fact. Then return on investment. Here is one. Return on investment is the rate of return on the project normalized by the initial ROE. I think this is a very, very familiar thing for you, I think. If a project involves an initial investment of $100,000 and generates an average return of $20,000 per year, that means your return on investment is 20%. Here again, whichever is the higher the return on investment, you need to select that project. Okay, that's right. So for clear, Thiru? That's right.
Yeah. Sure.
You heard about opportunity cost. What is opportunity cost?
I heard about that. Yeah. I heard the name, but I don't want to define it myself. I'll learn it from here.
Opportunity cost is, suppose there are two projects are there. Let's see, the opportunity cost is the cost related to the next best choice available after choosing from another several mutually exclusive choices. Suppose there is an opportunity cost of selecting project B. If the project A has an NPV of $55,000 and project B has an NPV of $85,000, what is the opportunity cost? The one which you do not select for whatever reasons might be, that is the opportunity cost you are lost. You understood it?
Okay. That's totally okay.
What you don't select, that is the opportunity cost you have lost for whatever might be the reason.
It's a lost opportunity.
It's a lost opportunity. Absolutely right. In fact, so it's a very straightforward, but you need to understand the concept. That's important, actually. In fact.
Sure.
And the problems where a project has to be selected or other project on the basis of net present value opportunity can be expected in the examination. I'm sure because out of these 4 or 5 slides, which I have 4 or 5 things which I showed you, you can expect at least 2 questions from these things. So kindly do remember, I need to memorize this. NPV, higher the value you need to select. Internal rate of return, higher the IRR you should select. Return on investment, higher the return on investment you should select. BCR, higher it should select.
And only CBR
lower, and then payback period is the lower you need
payback period.
Correct. Okay. You can
conceptually understood. Yeah. So
if you remember these things, I'm sure you can score 2 questions easily. In fact, okay, that's right.
Sure. Sure.
Good. So project integration management. Let me go back to that slide. Thiru, if you don't mind, can you give me your WhatsApp number, because in case if you have to connect or if I have to communicate something urgently.
Okay. All right. So the number showed up on your Zoom, right? That's the same number for WhatsApp too.
Okay. Can you put it in the chat box? Is it possible? Can you type it?
You have to. All right. If I can, you don't see that in the screen where the phone number is displayed?
Yeah. Okay.
Right. This is
Zoom chat is there. Okay, I'll just make a note. You can tell me. That's no problem.
Yeah. It's 781 if you want to note.
Yes. 781. Yeah.
267.
Okay.
4966.
496. Sorry, 1 second. 496.
Yeah. The one you see here is just regular. If you're dialing outside of your town, they put 1 here.
Yeah.
It starts with 781. So if you're calling from there, I don't know what numbers you put in there.
+1.
Well, WhatsApp is true.
+1 I should put access, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. It's 781, 267, and 496. Am I right? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Now, in case if I had to contact you or anything, some.
Sure, no problem. Yeah.
I'll just set a message so that you can just answer.
All right.
Okay.
I do not see any message coming.
I'll just turn. Okay. Once. I'll send it to you. No problem. I got your number. Okay. So far you understood this business case and benefits management plan. I'm right. How you are clear about that?
Yeah.
Then the agreements. Agreements basically, you do a lot of outsourcing in your organization. People or equipments or anything like that.
Yeah, some services, not a lot, but some services we outsourced. Yeah.
What type of services, Thiru, basically?
Testing services, for example, calibration of equipment and stuff.
Okay. That's absolutely
instruments and
annual maintenance of some of these equipments, and probably people you may not outsource. Am I right? It's all your internal, your own organization people.
Oh, That's what L&T's business model is with the technology services. They outsource the people themselves.
Themselves, am I right?
Them.
So when
Yeah,
you when you outsource anything, even for example, your travel agency, you might be outsourcing, am I right, for all your travel requirement?
For travel requirements, outsourcing, what do you mean? Probably renting a cab service?
Regular travel agents like
Cox. Oh, okay. Traveling, booking services.
All those
yes.
Things. You may have your regular travel agent, am I right? All those things. Correct?
Yeah. Some companies had regular. Yeah.
Absolutely. Or when you are, for example, office space, you are hiring somewhere outside your, you may hire some on rental basis. Am I right? You might be doing that. All those things, how you do it through a form of agreements. Am I right? You do the agreements, isn't it? The agreements will have various terms and conditions, that what the rent you pay, how many months you are leasing it. So it's all. So anything you outsource, you will have some agreements with the service provider. Correct? So that is also a part of the project charter input. Then we discussed about the enterprise at environmental factors and organization process assets. About 1 hour back, we discussed in detail. These are all some of the inputs in this process. Okay, clear? So for any doubts or nothing,
No.
Now, what are the tools and techniques you have? Expert judgment. I told you that you will be taking the help of your subject matter experts for signing the agreements. For example, your legal expert or your finance person may involved in signing some of these agreements, or your legal department may be involved in signing these agreements. Correct? So they are the expert judgments or the help that you take from them. Data gathering, you are familiar with the brainstorming technique. Are you familiar with focus groups and brainstorming? Brainstorming is nothing but all your team members or important stakeholders, you sit together and you brainstorm, in fact. Am I right? About the business, about the project.
Done that.
Correct. That's what you do. Focus groups also, it's your subject matter experts who are experts in that. There are the focus groups, you discuss with them. Then the interviews, for example, you directly talk to them, you interview with various stakeholders and you collect, in fact, these are all some of the tools and techniques. When you talk about the interpersonal and team skills, you are familiar with conflict management, why the conflict comes and how we manage those conflicts. I'm sure in your organization, you must be dealing with a lot of conflicts, isn't it? Correct?
Yeah, it's always there.
It's always there. But when people are there, when team members are there, more than one person is there, there will be
conflict.
Even in our personal life, in our home, also there could be conflicts many times, am I right? Because it happens because of difference of opinion or not understanding certain times the issues. That's how the conflict comes. But we need to handle that conflicts. So there are some techniques when we talk about the process, all those things that we'll discuss at that time. But conflict management is interpersonal schemes. How you address that conflicts. That's very important. In the resource management knowledge area, we'll discuss more in detail about those things. Facilitation is basically, again, you facilitate the various discussions and you take the initiative, in fact, among the team members, and that's a facilitation technique, in fact. And the meeting management, how often you have the meetings in your organization? It's a weekly meetings or it's a twice a week you meet your team members? That's basically, how you manage your meetings, in fact. I'm sure in every meeting, you will have some agenda, am I right? You will discuss, you will prepare the minutes of the meeting and you circulate that meetings to the various stakeholders, including your sponsors and sometimes even the customers. These are all the requirements of interpersonal and team skills that use one of the techniques. And what you get an output is the project charter. As I told you, the project charter is one of the important documents. It authorizes you to go ahead with the project. It authorizes you to get the required resources. Suppose you need people from HR department or you need people from finance department. And with the project charter help, you'll be able to take those resources in. Assumption log, every project will have some assumptions, am I right? That we can do this based on these assumptions, in fact. So the assumption log is you make a register or you make a log of and keeping all the assumptions pertaining to that project. So these are all the
Okay.
inputs, tools and techniques, and outputs. I hope it's very clear, Amrit.
Yeah, sure. It's familiar terms. I mean, it's
Yeah.
plain English. That's
Yeah.
what they call.
Yeah, and you're already doing it. Sometimes some terminologies or some words probably. Otherwise, I'm sure day in
Yeah.
day you must be doing all these things. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the project charter. Project charter is living document outlining the issues, targets, and framework of a process improvement effort. For example, project charter, the business case problem statement, the problem captured in the form of measurement. It will have a business case, then goal statement, what you are going to achieve from this project. It will have a timeline. For example, you said your project has got 7 months time. So all those timelines will be mentioned. The scope, what is in this project and what is not in the project. That scope will be very clear. And project
Okay.
will also have team member, the people who participate within the projects, in fact, on the broad sense. It will also have the major broad assumptions and constraints of the project. All these things will be there in the project charter. These are the key elements in the project charter. You can expect at least one question on this project charter. That one is who signs the project charter, or it could be what are the key elements in the part of the project charter, and like that. Now, this is an example of a project charter. Here you write the project name, project description, who is the project manager, you write your name, date approved by your sponsor. What is the date he approved? The sponsor will sign the signature, project sponsor name will be there. You said in your company, or the product manager signs some, right? That's what he said.
Product line manager. Yeah.
Product line manager. Okay, that's right. So he signed.
And
Yeah.
he's the sponsor, like you said. But most of the projects they handle here is customer sponsored, but some documents they get it signed by customers. Some, most of the time it's internal people, product line.
Have you seen this earlier, project charter, this type of charter?
Yeah, similar, different formats. That's all.
Probably in a different, names or different structure.
Format, yeah.
Format might be different. So you'll have a business case, then the expected goal deliverables, and who are the team members. Their role will be mentioned. And the risk constraints is also very important. And the key milestones. I'm sure you are familiar with the milestones that at each phase, that what are the important milestones for every project. The milestone you will have that details, and also the dates of those milestones also will be there. In fact, you will be planning it here. This is one example of project charter. As you said, it can have different format based on the complexity of the project or all those things. It can have slack. Okay. So once you develop the project charter, the next process is develop project management plan. So this is a very, very important document for any project. This is the one which you will be referring right from the beginning till the end, in fact. And you will be comparing, or you will be measuring your project performance against the project management plan. So this is a very, very important, and you will always keep on visiting the project management plan on the progress you have made on the project, in fact. So what are the key inputs here? It will have a project charter and output from other processes of, for example, various other processes that you do. You will have many outputs. Probably in the following slide, I'll show you. Then enterprise environmental factors and organization process assets. As I told you, these two inputs will be there in almost 30 plus processes that we are going to discuss actually. So I'm sure you are very clear about the enterprise internal and external and organization process assets. You also explained very clearly what are the OPAs.
Sure.
So here, what the tools and techniques we talk about? Expert judgment, you're already familiar. Data gathering, brainstorming, we discussed. Checklist, in fact, this is another tools and techniques, where you put all the ideas, in fact, various things under a checklist, in fact, and you keep on ticking that whether we have formed all those things. The focus groups, again, I told you that the subject matter experts and the focus groups, they discuss on those things. Then interviews, it is a interview direct one-to-one, you'll be interviewing the person or the stakeholder, the team members. It's our tools and technique. The conflict management, facilitation, meeting management, these are all the same common tools and techniques, and you get a project management plan as an important document. So the output from any other process described in the section 513 are integrated to create the project management plan. Subsidiary plans and baselines are an output from the planning processes or inputs to the processes. I'll explain to you. For example, the baseline, there are three important baseline for any project for comparing or measuring the performance. One is the cost baseline, another is your schedule baseline, and the third important thing is your scope baseline. Am I right? These three baselines.
Yeah, the TCS, right?
Yeah. The triple constraints, these are the three important baselines. Yeah. Three important baselines. You always compare your project progress against these baselines. How the project.
That's in the monitoring phase, or?
Yeah. They're all concerned, they're controlling and monitoring phase. Absolutely right, in fact. So, you keep on, evaluating your project performance against these baselines. I have done this much of work. Let's say 40% of the work has been completed. Whether the 40% work, is it meeting according to the cost baseline or the schedule baseline? So you'll be looking into that. That's very important. So these are the various baselines. And also the output from other planning processes, which we discuss, in fact, also could be the input for the project management, developed project management plan. Now, these two are important to understand. What are the project management plan and the project documents? Because most of these documents, will be in every process will get updated, in fact. So let's quickly go through. The project management plan is a comprehensive plan, as I told you, that how the project is initiated, how it is executed, how it is monitored and controlled, and how it is closed. That is a project management plan. So what are the subsidiary plans here? You see, all the 10 knowledge areas will be the subsidiary plans of a project management. You'll have a scope management plan, you've got a requirement management plan, schedule, cost, quality, resource, communication, risk, procurement, and stakeholders. All these things will be part of the project management plan. So that is why the project management, Mr. Thiru, is that it runs into several hundred pages sometimes, I'm sure in must be doing that.
Right. You mentioned they allow you to download soft copy and use it, right? I don't have to print and print 900 pages.
Yeah, that's a soft copy. I like that. Right? So, so it's all, it's a 900 pages, and the project management in L&T, for example, you can recollect, each project will run into about 500 pages, 600 pages like that, in fact. So that is an important document because you keep on referring. It could be in a soft copy also, but many organizations do maintain a hard copy of the project management plans, actually. They do maintain sometimes. So, and the change management plan, configuration management plan is also the part of the project management plan. Another three, which I explained you, the TCS, scope baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. That's where, you measure your performance against these three baselines. Then performance measurement baseline, the project life cycle description. We'll discuss about what is project life cycle and product life cycle probably a few slides later. Then the development approach, how you are developing the project, what is the approach you are having. These are all the project management plan document. And what are the documents? There are about 33 project documents in most of the case: activity attributes, activity list, assumption log, basis of estimates. We'll discuss these things, probably a little more detail in the schedule and cost management. Change log. You've heard about the change log by any chance, Thiru? What is change log?
I mean, it's noting down the changes from
you see, every
original scope or schedule.
Correct. Absolutely right. You see, any project, every project will go through some changes, am I right? There is not a single project where, it will go as per the plan. Will it happen like that practically?
No, there's always some scope creep or some schedule rescheduling. Right.
Yeah, some changes will be always coming. Some change requests will be coming either from your customer or from some team members. What is important is change log. You record all the change requests in that, whether it is approved or not approved, but you will be keep on recording those change requests. It's called change log. In the change log, you will be recording it, in fact. You see, in our personal life projects, we don't document many things, am I right? And because basically belong to our family, we are responsible for whatever happens or not. But in an organization, project management is totally different, am I right? Everything here has to be documented. Even if it is a very trivial issue or a minute issue, in fact, in the interest of the organization, because we are answerable to so many stakeholders. Am I right? And when you're answerable for so many stakeholders, it's important to document each and everything pertaining to that project. So because many times, what happens if something goes wrong and the project fails for some reason, as I told you that, according to the PMI, almost 65% of the project fails. And if something goes wrong, who will be responsible for the failure of the project? It's basically the project manager. Am I right? He is ultimately responsible for the outcome of the project, isn't it? So if the documents are there, if something goes wrong, he can always, if the issues are documented, he can always say that so-and-so thing happened, I reported this at that time. So things happened, in fact, I have documented it at time, in fact. So that will become a sort of savior also for the project manager. That means you are not hidden any facts. You have recorded each and everything about the project. So the project documents is also very, very important, and the change log, change request, everything has to be recorded. The cost estimate, cost forecast, we'll discuss those things. The issue log is nothing but the problems the arises during the project. That also, like change log, you need to mention every issues that you are recording there. And the lessons learned registered, as I told you, that it becomes a part of OPA, organization process assets. Then various milestone list, your physical resource assignments, each equipments, for example, how it's getting outsourced, project calendars, we'll discuss those things, project communications, project schedule network. In the schedule network diagram, we'll discuss in detail. So these are all the various documents which keeps updating in some process or the other, in fact. And in some of the processes, many of these things get updated. So when you come to the particular knowledge area, those things, processes pertaining to that knowledge area gets updated, in fact. So this is the project management plan, and these are all the project documents. Okay, because we'll be visiting many of these things in most of the processes once again, so that at that time probably we can spend a little more time on those things. Is it clear so far, Thiru? Okay, good.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, once you have the project management plan, then you will have the direct and manage project work. What are the inputs here used? Project management plan, any component, the project documents, all those things, the change log, the lessons learned registered, milestone list, your project schedule, requirement traceability metrics, risk register, risk report. These are all the approved change requests. I will explain to you this approved change request and the requirement traceability matrix a little more detail. But these are all some of the inputs. And what are the tools and techniques? Again, you use, as I told you, expert judgment is used. In fact, that you take the help of the experts in almost every process in this project management. Project management information, PMIs. What PMIs you use? You use Office 365 or the Microsoft. What do you use in your company?
Yeah, same Office 365 project, MS project.
MS projects, in fact, these are all the common things.
SharePoint.
Yeah, SharePoint, absolutely right. These are some of the PMIs, that uses in most of the organization. Then the meetings, I explained you that every meeting should have some agenda. You should have the minutes of the meeting should be prepared. You will also mention that who are all the participants for the meeting, what time you start the meeting, when you end the meeting, everything gets recorded in the meetings, in fact. Then the deliverables, outputs, what is the deliverable that you come out or you get out of this process? Then the work performance data, issue log and change request. The project management plan updates, all these things, any component pertaining to the project management will get updated. Project documents updates, activity list, assumption log, lessons learned, requirement documentation, stakeholders register. We'll discuss in detail about the stakeholder register in the stakeholders management area and the organization processes. So these are all the outputs you get. I will explain to you what are deliverables and work performance data in the following slide.
Okay.
Now, this is the requirement traceability metrics. As I was telling you, in a large like L&T projects where the project has got it's a very complex project, runs into long term, where documents about 1,000 pages, 2,000 pages of documents are generated. You need to have a traceability matrix. to identify or to select the document. So what you do is that you put on the business requirement documents, functional requirement document, test case document like this. These are the traceability metrics, and it's easy for you to trace that document, in fact, whenever you want. For example, here business requirement, you will give a code of BR_1, BR_2. Here, you mentioned that reservation model and the payment model, and here functional requirement, all these things, credit card, then functional requirement, one-way ticket booking, round-way tickets, multi-city ticket booking, credit card, and how you pay debit card, reward points. So these are all the functionality requirement, users case. Then priority also you mentioned is a high, low, medium like this. And test case ID, suppose you tick this TC001, immediately you will get this entire documents, in fact. This is called traceability metrics. It's basically when you have complex projects, bigger projects, to select the documents, in fact, these are all some of the code cases that are the code numbers you use in fact traceability. This is one sample of a traceability matrix. Again, it depends upon the organization, your complex or the size of the project. You can have different traceability matrix models, in fact. I hope it's clear out. That's right. Yeah. Do you use any traceability matrix in your organization you use? Or it's a very
nope.
Not much.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, you're not seeing that. It's basically for very big projects which runs into years together, they use this like that. So the project information system, I'm sure you are very familiar. You said you are using Office 365 of the Microsoft. In fact, here, every PMIs will have process. You will have whether the HR process or the IT processes or all those things are clearly mentioned here. You'll have the people and the organization who is involved and what they do. Then what are the tools, and here the use and the PMIs and the PM software you will have it. This is just a PMIs one sample of that. Then the integration, for example, here the issues, calendar, sharing, quality approval, dashboard. These are all, I'm sure, is a part of your PMIs in your Microsoft or Office 365 will be having it. So your ERP system, your executive, your PMO. For example, you will be getting this executive will be there. Your ERP will be giving these inputs. Then your PM project management office will be giving these inputs. And as a customer, you will get it from your contractor and the site managers. They get this information. Probably the site manager or the person who is involved on a day-to-day, he will be giving some information to the PMIs and he will be getting some information. Whereas the customer, for example, contractor will get a lot of information from the PMI. This is another sample or model. Again, it varies from project to project, from the organization to organization. So afterwards, the next process is project integration management. Here, the direct and management work. Here is I wanted to understand the work performance data. You see, any work performance data is a crude data, in fact. For example, you say your project has 7 months. Let's say 3 months is a data you got. And out of $1 million, let's say you have spent $500,000. $500,000 and 3 months has no relevance for that unless you analyze the data. Right? You agree with me, no? 3 months or $500,000 does not make any sense unless you compare it with your project management plan or against your cost plan or against your schedule plan. Correct? Am I right? So a raw data, you do this process, for example, validating scope, control scope. These are all the various control monitoring control you do. Then you get work performance information. That means the raw data is analyzed based on the various things. Then that will become your work performance information. So let's say 3 months. 3 months is against a 7 months period. We have completed 3 months. So that means we have completed 30% of the project work at the end of 3 months. So that will become a information, work performance information. And that work information, you do the monitor and control project work where you analyze your performance of the project, in fact. And these are all the various processes like validate scope, communication, control requirement, control stakeholders, engagement. These are all the various monitoring and control things. When you do that, you get the work performance information. Now here the executive process, work performance information, data will, when you process it, it will become When you do the control processes, it will become work performance information, and that work performance information you convert it into the various reports, in fact. So that information, let's say, for example, we have done 40% of the work has been completed. We have spent $500,000 at the end of 50% of the project completed, like that. That you will be informing to through a report to your sponsor or stakeholders or team members, or you will be informing to your customer also. Am I right, Thiru? You agree on this? This is how your project management flows. So here, the change, any change request, most important thing is when you receive a change request from your customer, you have to pass through the change control board. So change control board is nothing but your authorized board to approve the change request. Now, before you send it to your change control board, as a project manager, you need to analyze by accepting this request whether it will have any impact on the cost, whether it will have any impact on the schedule, whether it will have any impact on the scope of the project. That is the triple constraints. You analyze it, and if it makes sense, then you will request your change control board to approve the change request. Now, the change control board has got the authority to either to approve or even they reject it also, in fact. So any change request in the project environment has to go through the change control board, and only after their approval, you need to implement those changes. This is very, very important. If you don't do this, what will happen? It will lead to change scope creep, am I right? In fact, that means without approval, if you start implementing changes, it will have the effect on the cost, it will have effect on the schedule, it will have an effect on the scope also. Then your change control board or your sponsor can ask the project manager, why did you implement it without the approval? Correct, am I right?
Sure.
So the change control board is very important. Sometimes your sponsor also can be part of that. Sometimes you don't know. But the change control board is an authorized board of members who approves the change request. Either they can approve or they can request all that. But before that, what is important is, as a project manager, you need to study the impact of the change request made by the customer, what impact it will have on cost, what impact it will have on schedule, what impact it will have on the scope of the project before you recommend it to the change control board. Clear so far? Yeah.
Okay, sure.
So another important process is the manage project knowledge. This is one thing has been included in the PMBOK 6. In fact, last year this was not there in the PMBOK Guide 5, because as I was telling you that the knowledge and skills are very, very important in project management handling. We should have this, there are two types of knowledge. One is the explicit knowledge, another is the implicit knowledge. We'll discuss that probably in the next following slide. Here, the project management plan, all components means that all the supplementary plans, risk management, cost management, all those are included. Project documents, lessons learned register, project team assignments. Project team assignments means is the roles and responsibility of the project team members. That's also should be, because you are having 7 team members. I'm sure that each team member will have some roles and responsibility. Correct, Mithru?
Yeah.
So all those project team assignments are clearly mentioned here, because based on that, you'll be managing the knowledge, explicit knowledge or the implicit knowledge. Resource breakdown structure. Resource breakdown structure is that various resources are used, the complete list of those resources. Then source selection criteria, we'll discuss about in detail in the procurement management at that time. Stakeholder register means all your stakeholders involved. You need to have a register. Stakeholders could be your internal stakeholders, could be your external stakeholders, even government authorities sometimes also could be a stakeholder. So all that list, you should have that. Then deliverables, what you are going to deliver, that's another important thing. And EUF and organized process assets, these are all the important inputs here. Now, the tools and techniques, the expert judgment we discussed, knowledge management. Knowledge management is nothing but, what you are learning out of this project. What are the issues? How did you, address the issues? In fact, all the learnings that you have done, that is a knowledge management. Sometimes the knowledge you get, it gets documented. But some of the knowledge, it's implicit knowledge, or you got tacit knowledge. Sometimes, you cannot document the tacit knowledge. I gave you the example of pilot landing, am I right? It's a skill, isn't it? Now, is it easy to document that skill? You tell me that. Is it easy? It's not that easy, am I right? What pressure, how much pressure he has put on the brake, all those things sometimes is very difficult to document it, in fact. But at the same time, that has to be shared along with other team members. That information has to be passed on. So that all will become the knowledge management. That means all the documents, all the knowledge, you document it, and some of the knowledge you cannot document, but out of experience or sharing that knowledge also should be managed. Just on a lighter side, for example, at home, your mom, what is your best food you eat, or what food you like at home, Thiru? What is the best preparation you like at home?
At home,
your favorite dish?
Sure, mutton biryani, but at home we don't do it.
Okay. What is the best food your mom used to make, your mother?
Okay, sure. Puri bhaji.
Puri bhaji.
Puri.
Okay, that's great. And you used to enjoy that food, am I right? Puri bhaji, in fact.
Yeah.
Now,
sure.
Let's say the same food, if you don't mistake me, suppose, if some other member in your family makes that puri bhaji or puri thing, you find any difference with what your mom makes and somebody else makes?
Yeah, definitely. The sabji is different. Yeah, the taste is really different. Yeah.
Okay. Even if they use the same, material, ingredients.
Yeah.
Sometimes, what your mom used to make, you cannot compare it, am I right? It's something used to be different, isn't it, in fact?
Yeah.
Correct?
So it's the temperature and time and what time to put what spices.
You see, all those things
makes it different.
Yeah, it's different. So it's all those things are tacit knowledge. It's very, very difficult to, explain sometime, am I right? Correct?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
And I used to tell, on the lighter side, I used to ask this question that when your wife makes it and your mother makes it, do you find any difference in the classroom? They say, yeah, definitely. My mom used to make, there used to be a lot more tasty. Then I used to tell them, don't tell your wife like that. Your mom's better. Then she will not feed in the night, like that. I used to say. So that is a tacit knowledge, or that is your the skill, that knowledge also needs to be managed in the project management area, in fact. So that comes out of your experience, that comes out of your, sheer your passion towards the subject or your involvement and all those things. So that is a knowledge management. I'm sure you clear with this example which I gave you.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, we do record lessons learned, and then what made something better, what could have been better.
Absolutely. Correct. Absolutely right. Yeah. So all those things needs to be shared in the project management environment. That's very, very important, actually. Then once as you mentioned very correctly, that when it's shared, it should be documented as space and lessons learned, in fact, for the future reference. Then the information management is IT. I'm sure you are very, very familiar that you use various PMIs. In fact, the information knowledge, we are in the era of information management. So that's another very important tools and technique. Interpersonal skills and team skills, as I explained, you should be a good active listener. You need to listen to your team members, your customers, your stakeholders, so that very clearly. Then facilitation, I already explained you, leadership. The networking is another important thing. The success of any project manager is how effectively you network with others. That's important because you're dealing with basically people. Then political awareness is also important. Am I right? You agree with me on this? Political awareness.
Yes.
Which
political
stakeholders?
National politics? I mean, you mean people's...
Is basically inside the organization. Here, of course, we are talking about the inside organization. National politics, okay, that comes under your external environmental factors. But internally, some stakeholders are supportive, some stakeholders are not so supportive. And all those things, you should be aware of, to handle those projects. Am I right? You agree with me in that?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Many times.
Dynamics.
Yeah, it's a very dynamic.
People dynamics.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's so that political awareness, in that context, it has been given that within the organization, within the project environment, you should know that who are your supporters, who are not so supporters, who are very critical about the projects, and you should know to handle them well. In fact, these are all some of the important tools and techniques. External environment, your political environment, your government, the rules and regulations, all those things, sometimes based on the politics of the government which is ruling, also can have some factors. Am I right? Now the US, very common thing, now the Mexico wall has got into so many. Am I right? You agree with me on that?
Yeah, yep.
That Mexico wall, the project which is going on. So the Trump is very, very clear that, that has to be supported. Am I right? Those issues.
Yeah.
So those are all some of the awareness that as a project manager, you should be aware of it. Then what outputs you get is the lessons learned register. Then a project management plan has to be updated. Any component means all the subsidy plans, everything should get updated, and the OPA also gets updated. So here the deliverables, when you talk about the deliverables, this is one model, just an example, for example, requirements definition, functionals and not functionals, 1.0. These are all some of the milestones for those deliverables: February, March, April, May, June, July, August, like this. And these are all the deliverables that you will be doing. Software model 1.0, analysis technique requirements in the month of April. So you will have the deliverables, various deliverables, and you will also have the timelines. In fact, this is just one example of that. Again, it can vary according to your requirements and according to the complex of the projects and those things. I hope it's clear. Just an example. So
Sure.
if you want to download some of these templates, it is easy for you once you become a project manager engineer. So you will get once you become a PMI member. Then you will get all these templates, and according to your requirement, you can fine tune it or you can customize it. In fact, that's one of the. Sorry. Yeah.
I was wondering, if there's any standard bunch of templates that you can use all the time instead.
Absolutely right. In fact, and you can customize it according to your project requirement. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, and you get lots and lots of templates you can download. That's one of the biggest advantages. That's right.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Then the lessons learned register. I'll just try to slide so that you can have a bigger one here.
So what is the expansion of the letters of PMI, Project Management Information Systems? That's what you mentioned.
PMI, Project Management Information System, is nothing but your Microsoft thing. It's nothing but your Office.
So I was just looking at. I was trying to learn the expansion of that word acronym.
Yeah, it's basically Project Management Information System. That's right. Yeah. Again, you can customize it according to your requirement, according to the organization requirement. You can do that.
Do they do any quality audit, like audits with the project management professionals like that? PMP people. So once you get a PMP certification, is there once in a couple of years that they do suddenly audit some people and ask them to show documents or something?
No. So I have not heard that so far. In fact, no.
Okay. In quality management, that's common for it.
It's okay. The
like
command
ISO TV certification. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Right.
It's got ISO certificate. The command audit. In fact, okay. That's right. But in here, I've not heard that. It's absolutely right.
Okay.
But to retain your PMP certification, you need to every 3 years. For example, this year, let's say that you become a PMP certified in the month of May 2019. In May 2022, you need to again, because this will hold good for 3 years. Okay.
Okay.
Now, within the next 3 years, you need to accumulate about 60 PDUs. It's called Professional Development Units.
I read about that.
You heard about that, okay. So if you do that, then it will get extended for another 3 years, okay. And how we can do that, that also I'll explain to you that these PDUs, you can watch some webinars, or you can attend some programs, you can do some volunteering thing, all those things, you can earn your PDUs. And so that, you can accumulate 60 PDU, so that you need not rewrite the exam, it's not required, but you need to earn this 60 PDS, so that you can get another 3 years, it will get renewed. But your PMI membership, that is an annual thing. Every year you need to pay this $129 and you have to renew your membership. Suppose you want to be a PMI member, then you need to keep on renew it every year. That advantage, as I told you, that you will keep on. One is the networking. You can get lot of information. You can download various things about project management. All those advantages you will have that when you become a PMI member. Yeah. Any other questions so far?
Oh, that's good. So far. Yeah. So when I go over one more time, when I read this, download, then I'll collect questions if I have, then I'll ask you the next question.
Absolutely. So
compared to the other trainings, engineering trainings, or even Six Sigma training, this is light subject compared to that. That's why I don't have too many questions.
Oh, okay.
You might have heard, Six Sigma trainings and all. It's pretty intensive.
You've done Six Sigma? That's great.
Yeah, green belt only, but
great.
So
okay. Because that is one quality management tool is Six Sigma also. We'll briefly touch about that. So probably you can explain better than me, in fact, because you are a black belt.
No. Green belt, that too internal trained, not exam written. The qualified black belt, the master black belt people train were available within the company.
Oh, great. That's good. Okay.
That was intensive. This is comparatively very light subject.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. That's why, since you have handled much tougher subject than this, you're finding it little easy. But I've seen many of the students, have to keep on explaining 5 to 6 times, then only they understand. I have seen that type of students also, of course.
Yeah, it happens. If I were younger and I didn't see anything in the workplaces, then I would be asking the same questions, right?
Yeah. Of course, since you're already doing a lot of things, you've done many things, in fact, probably you're right. It's a little easy to go through the flow, in fact. That's right.
Yeah.
So the lessons learned register, another very important thing. When you close the project, this is very important that, from all the project team members, they have to document this info. So it will become a part of OPA, Organization Process Assets. So it can include the category and description of the situation. The lessons learned register may also include the impact, some of the recommendations and proposed action associated with the situation. The lessons learned register may record challenges, problems, realized risk and opportunity, or other content as appropriate. And the lessons learned register is created as an output of this process early in the project. Therefore, after it is used as an input and updated as an output in many processes throughout the project. The persons or teams involved in the work are also involved in the capturing the lessons learned. Knowledge can be documented using videos, pictures, audios, or other suitable means that ensure the efficiency of the lessons captured. So it need not be just written documents. It can be even a video, in fact, or the pictures, audios. All those things can become your lessons learned register. So at the end of the project or a phase, the information is transferred to an OPA called Lessons Learned Repository. So this is the Lessons Learned Repository. Okay. Okay, this is cleared. After that, the next process is monitor and control project work. Here the various inputs we are already familiar with. The basis of estimates and cost forecasts, we will cover this on the cost management area in little more detail. Issue log, I discussed with you. Lessons learned register, just now we touched. Milestone list. In your project, Thiru, what are the milestone list you have for your, let's say, 7 months project which you mentioned? What are the key milestones?
Concept readiness,
Okay.
then first prototype test,
Okay.
and approval, and first machined prototype ready for testing, and final design review
Okay.
and handover.
Okay. So these are all the various things, that we'll do. That's good. You will have a date also for that, am I right? Milestone list.
Yeah.
We'll have the dates. Okay.
Yep.
Then the quality reports, again, we'll discuss in the quality management area, the risk register, the risk report, schedule forecast. Of course, those things, it's again a schedule baseline. We'll have that. We'll discuss that. I discussed about the work performance information, the data. Once the data is analyzed, it will become the work performance information. And the work performance information, you convert it into various reports and you share with the various stakeholders. Agreements were very clear, and the enterprise environmental factors and OPS we discussed. Here, the expert judgment, we are clear. Data analysis, alternative analysis, nothing but you look at the alternative way of doing it. Suppose if you're doing a particular process, whether how we can improve on that, is there in a better way of doing it. You also discuss with your team members and you arrive at that. Cost benefit analysis, I explained you that cost benefit analysis, in fact, as one measurement method. You look at that. Then the earned value analysis, I will discuss with you more detail about earned value analysis in cost and schedule management area. Root cause analysis, every problem, what are the root cause for that? You try to look into the root cause of that in case if any issue arises. So that will help you to overcome that, or that will help you to address those issues, in fact. Am I right? That's a root cause analysis.
Yeah.
If a particular thing has happened, if there is a delay, let's say, if there is a delay in a schedule, instead of completing 2 months, it is taking 4 months, then you try to analyze the root cause of that. What happened? Why? Whether the resources used were not correct, or they were inadequate or less trained. In fact, you try to analyze all those things. That's a root cause analysis. The trend analysis is nothing but how it's moving on. In fact, you look at how the trend, that's a trend, analyzing the trends. The various analysis is the gap between the actuals and planned, in fact. That is the variance allowances. Analysis, basically, various analysis. That means you are planned to do certain work at the end of 3 months, and you're not been able to complete at the end of 3 months. So then the various analysis, you try to do that. Same way in the cost also. For example, for doing a particular job, particular task, you are supposed to spend, let's say, $10,000, but you have spent $15,000. So there is a variance of $5,000 more. What could be the reasons for that? And you do the various analysis. Decision making technique is that you have to take a decision. You look at the various alternatives, in fact. Am I right? You look at, is there any other better way of making the decision? You list out all those things and you select the best decision. You select the best scenario for that. That's how you take a decision, in fact. The meetings I already explained. Then the work performance reports, all work performance information. Here, the left side is the input. When you do this process, it will become the work performance reports. And these are the reports that will be informing to, you do the various analysis, you do the root cause analysis, you do the earned value analysis, cost benefit analysis, all these things. When you do the analysis, what you get is in form of a report, in fact. Am I right? That report you'll be sharing with your various team members, stakeholders, your sponsors, and all those things, you'll be sharing it. Then the change request, as I already explained to you very clearly, any change request has to go through the change control board, and you'll be analyzing the triple constraint, the cost, you'll be analyzing the scope, or you'll be analyzing the schedule, and based on that, you'll make a recommendation, and then the change control board will approve that. Then after the approval, you need to implement that. The project management plan and any components and all these things, you get project documents update here, the cost forecast, because here when you do the various analysis, as I told you that, if, for example, instead of spending, let's say, $1,000, you have spent $1,500, then what happens, your cost forecast for the future can go haywire, am I right, isn't it? The cost forecast. Then, based on this various analysis, you do the first cost forecast, in fact. Now, for doing this work, it has costed me $15,000. That means do the balance work, how much it might cost. So that cost forecasting you will do, and the issue log and the lessons learned register, risk register, the schedule forecast. Same way, when you do the various analysis, instead of taking 3 months, it has taken 4 months, then you do the schedule forecast. The future to do the remaining job, I'm supposed to complete in 7 months, but so far the progress is telling me that I'm 15 days behind my schedule. So because of this, my schedule, what will be my schedule forecast? Whether instead of completing in 7 months, I may require 7.5 months to complete the project. Same way, instead of cost forecast, instead of completing in $1 million, probably I may have to spend 1 million plus $5,000 or $10,000 more because of this variance analysis I've made it. So all these outputs you get from this process of monitoring and control project work. Clear, Thiru? Hope there is no confusion here.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. No.
Okay. So the one.
Question.
Yeah.
This is for PMP, right? For 35 hours of contact hours and stuff.
Yeah.
So is the CAPM, right? CAPM is the Certified Associate of Project Management, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
You heard of that?
I heard about it. Yeah.
That's like 24 contact hours or something, right?
Yeah.
Instead of 35 contact hours.
Absolutely right. It varies from one.
Huh?
Yeah, it varies from PMP and other things. That's correct. Yeah.
Okay, so let's say if this curriculum, right, the way it's structured, if I take 24 hours first, contact hours first, and then attempt the CAPM exam, so directly attending the PMP exam, would that be good, or the structure is mainly, scrambled where they full 35 hours? Or is there a sequence that covers only the 24 hours for the CAPM, and then the rest automatically is left for the 35-hour contact PMP?
I think, the PMP and the PMP, your syllabus or the questions will be slightly different, actually. I don't think you will have a common thing there. Because I've not seen...
CAPM, right?
Yeah, I've not seen that, the course content, actually. I've not seen that. I've not gone into detail. I just know a little bit of that.
Okay.
But I don't know whether it will cover all these things or it's slightly different. I'm not too sure about it, to be frank.
Okay.
So since I'm not sure, I don't want to comment on that.
Yeah, that's good. Can you check on that for next class and stuff, just to be sure?
Yeah, whether
is this particular the presentation you're presenting, right?
Yeah.
The course material you're prepared.
Yeah.
Is this matching that CAPM? Would that be suitable if I have 24 hours?
No, I don't think so. In fact, I don't think so. Because this is that point I'm very clear, because this course content on this 35 hours, or you may complete in 27, 28. That's not an issue here, in fact, because what for space, you understand the subject and all those things. They have taken 35 hours, assuming that people are new and all. They must have had some yardstick.
Oh, sure.
That's how they've determined that 35.
All right. So it's not a fixed number. You should.
It is a fixed number. For example, in the application form, they ask you to fill up that, the 35 hours of contact hours. The Ismart will give you that certification that, you have completed the required number of hours. They will mention and give you. So you need to just...
that's not the real reason I was asking about the CAPM 24 hours.
Yeah.
I was thinking more like, go step by step instead of directly jumping to a project manager role. I'm still mechanical engineer first.
No.
So I could do the CAPM like as a part-time project lead. So with the CAPM recognition, I can do that without having to jump in project management full-time. So that's why I was thinking about that.
But I don't think, Thiru, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think that, that will be a stepping stone for you to do the PMP. I don't think so, in fact.
Okay.
Okay. These you can do independently, and the PMP certification has far more value than. I'm not telling you that that doesn't have value. That it's not like that, but it is not like you are just to compare. You are saying that that's a degree and this is a master degree, something like that.
That is what exactly I
No,
understood. That's what I was assuming, that
no,
CAPM would be
no,
a bachelor's degree.
no. It's not. It's
Something
not
like
like.
it's similar.
It's not. It's not like that. In fact, okay. So the PMP certification is always the best. In fact, you can do other things also. I'm not telling you don't do, but once you do that, this should be really good. Of course, for enhancing your knowledge, you can do Agile. You can do the CPM. So many other things you can do. But since you have started this, you complete it. That's my thing. That's right.
Oh yeah, I will complete it. Yeah, I'm thinking to exam in terms of exam work.
No, that's not going to help. Yeah, no. At least that point, I'm very clear that just because that you do the CPM or whatever it is, and then it's easy to do PMP. No, it's not. It's not like that.
Okay.
It's like
right.
And all the more, once you do the PMP certification, doing the other certification will become far more easy for you. In fact.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Hope it's clear.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. So these some of the outputs that we get. It gets in the process gets updated. Your cost forecast, your issue log, risk register, and this schedule forecast. This is an example of work performance reports. As I told you that, the raw data, once you analyze it, it will become work performance information, and various work performance reports you generate is, for example, your status reports, your memos, your justification, your information notes, recommendation, and updates, all will become the part of the work performance report. Do you prepare any of these reports in your projects?
Yeah, just mostly for tests, actually, engineering tests, we prepare reports. That's in the Word document format.
Okay.
And status reports, no. Memos, it's in the form of meeting notes and emails and stuff.
Yeah.
Justifications the same way.
Yeah.
Recommend it's pretty much not in the format of BMI or something.
Okay.
It is either in email or something like that.
Okay.
Word document reports.
Oh, very good. Okay. That's how you prepare that. So these are some of the examples of work performance reports. Or basically the physical or electronic representation also. It need not be sometimes only the hard copies, even it could be in the form of electronic representation, like emails or various things. Even the PPT, sometimes the work performance information compiled in the project documents, intended to generate decisions, actions, or awareness. This is very important actually. Suppose you send a report to your sponsor, that will help them to take some decision. Suppose if the schedule is at time and the cost is overriding, probably they will inform you, they will take some actions. So the specific performance reports metrics may be defined at the start of the project and included in the normal work performance reports provided by the stakeholders. This is some parts of the work performance reports. So here is how the information flows. Work performance data is a basic raw data. The raw observation and measurements identified during activities being performed to carry out the project work. It includes change requests or defects or the technical performance measure, the actual cost, actual schedule. These are all the raw data. And you process this, in fact, and it becomes an information. The performance data collected from various controlling processes, analyzed in context and integrated based on the relationship across the areas. So implementation status of change request, forecasted estimates to complete, your all this, the status of deliverables will become the information. And that information is become a formal report in the form of electronic representation or the physical or work performance information complied to project documents intended to generate decisions, actions, or awareness. Because when you send a report, that means you expect either you are informing them about certain decisions or you expect them to take some decision and inform you. Am I right? That is the whole purpose of any report. So this is how the information flows: data, information, and report. Okay. So after this, the next process is performs integrated change control. Here is a process, where, you have scope baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline are the three important inputs here. Your change management plan, configuration management plan, and various documents like basis of estimates. Probably will explain to you in when you come to the schedule and the cost, the requirement traceability metrics I just explained. Risk report is again in the risk knowledgement area. We will discuss about in detail. Work performance reports and the change requests. These are all some of the inputs. And change control tools. Are you familiar with the change control tools by any chance? We heard about the change control board.
Okay. All right. So change control tools such as, in product management, there's a PDM, product data management, right? Software system, which manages changes. We put in request for change, fill in the form, and then submit the change for approval.
Correct.
Review and approve and release.
So change control tools, you're absolutely right. Here one more thing is probably the authorizing authority or the power of people. For example, their designation also will be mentioned, that who has to approve the changes in fact. So various documents, your the authorizing authority, all those things will be part of the change control tools there. And the data analysis, alternative analysis, I explained, and the cost benefit analysis that you look at that. These are all other important tools and techniques. Then decision making, voting. In fact, voting is particularly when you're doing a brainstorming, for example, the voting, you get, suppose, you want to get the approval. There are 10 members or there, let's say five people, you come to that, then you start voting, for example, how many people recommend, or how many people approve this, or how many people accept that. Sometimes you also take a voting of the brainstorming session in the sessions. Autocratic decision making is nothing but, whatever, as a project manager, you are the boss. You say that this is how it should be done. So nobody should question. In fact, that is autocratic. Do you follow such things in your company? In fact, autocratic decisions?
No.
It's always democratic. Am I right? It's always participative. Am I right?
Yeah.
It's always participative decision. Absolutely right. Then multi-criteria decision is, again, of course, you put the weightage for various things and you take a decision on that. That's a multi-criteria decision analysis. Of course, meetings we discussed in fact. So these are all some of the tools and techniques that we discussed. And the change request here as an input, once it goes through this.
Why some of them are red circled, some of them are blue, green circled, right?
Yeah.
That something like you must use these tools.
Yeah. And also, for the first time, when you are discussing that, and the importance, one is the importance. Second thing is this change control for the first time, we're discussing. That's the reason we have put it in the red, in fact. Okay. So that I can explain to you more, and you can also catch up on that. These green things are, already discussed. At the same time, they're all some of the very, very important things. That's the reason it doesn't.
Okay. All right. Sure.
And approved change. So any change request here, you see the left side is the input. When it goes through this process in the change control tools, it will become the approved change request. That means it has gone through the change control board and they have approved that change request. That's why it has become an output here, in fact. Okay. And the project management plan gets updated, and all the subsidiary plans or whatever all gets updated. And the project documents, updates, and change log also gets updated here, in fact. So this is very, very important. This change request, it has gone through the change control board. What is important in change log is whether the request is approved or not, even if it is rejected by the change control board, that has to be mentioned in the change log. So in the examination, they might ask you tricky questions like that. In the change log, is it only the approved change requests are mentioned? They will ask you in a different way, but what is important in the change log, all the changes that are requested, whether it gets approved or not approved, also will be mentioned in the change log. That's important, actually.
Okay.
Here is how people respond to change. I'm sure, again, you must already experienced it in your project cycle. Any change, which comes, this is how the human beings, we normally react. First, it will be a shocking for us, any new things, any change. Then we deny it. No, it cannot happen to us like that. that leads to frustration, and that leads to depression sometimes. Then after this, that people start experimenting, in fact. Then once they start experiment it, then they'll start accept it. And once they start accepting it, they will integrate with the organization strategy. In fact, this is just a demo. This is a human psyche. That's how it works. Am I right, Thiru? In fact.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even in our personal life, we have seen that. Even in our professional life, we have seen. Whenever you want to bring some change in the organization, because any change is from known factor to unknown zone, known zone to unknown zone. Am I right? That's the change, in fact. So when that change happens, first, it will be a shock for us. Then we try to deny. Then it leads to frustration. That leads to depression. Then afterwards, when you thirst upon that, you start experiment it. Once you start experiment it, you start accepting it. Then the next stage, you start integrating it, in fact. So this is how the you get into the organization strategy. You create alignment, then maximize the communication, then spark motivation, and develop conjugity. All these things happen, in fact. So understanding the change cycle can help you to manage your change in your unit, in fact. I'm sure you must be very familiar, and also you must handle such situation very often, isn't it?
Very common, yeah.
Very common, in fact. Particularly in a schedule, let's say that you are doing a project, let's say 1 month, you need to do in 3 weeks. I'm sure all sorts of issues come sometimes. Am I right? How can I do it?
Exactly.
Okay, how are you expected to do it? All these problems will come in.
Even if it's brand new, still there's same kind of graph of emotions.
Correct. Absolutely right. All such things will happen, actually, in fact. This is because change management, I have taken many classes on change management. I've seen that. You see, any change, people are not scared. Why they are scared? Because if we don't prepare them for the change, then the problem comes in. Am I right? If you prepare them well, this change is going to happen. These are all the advantages you are going to get. This is how the organization is going to get benefit. So if you share that vision, if you share with a good communication strategy, any changes can be handled, in fact. But why many people do fail in change management is because they don't prepare the people for the change, in fact. That's the major reason. I'm sure you'll agree with me. Am I right? Right.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, so that's
it's more important to have somebody to handhold them. If you don't promise that.
Correct, absolutely.
If you don't promise that, then people are, even with the paper presentation or, proper forms, it's still alien to them, right?
Yeah,
so
correct.
You have to have a known expert walking through them and holding
correct.
To introduce the change, and then once they're comfortable, then you can leave them alone and they'll run their own.
Yeah. And more important thing is you need to give them assurance that if something goes wrong, as you said, holding hand.
You won't be punished.
Yeah. I'm here with you. In fact, I will share that responsibility with you. Then, they will come forward to accept the change much faster. Am I right? If you put them as scared that, if something goes wrong, you will be responsible, then even if they want to, they will not accept that. In fact, that's what happens like that. But in many project management area, what I have seen or what I've heard is that many project managers, what they do, if everything goes well, they take all the credit. If something goes wrong, they try to put the blame on somebody, the team member. And that's where, I think they get into a lot of problems. Am I right? You agree with me? No, that's right.
Yeah, it's very unproductive at times.
It's very, very unproductive. Absolutely right. So the change management is very, very important, basically because the success of the project is how effectively the project manager handles the people, right? That's the important thing. Right?
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, good. So this is the approved change request. This is just a format. Again, it can vary from company to company. It can vary. So here is, for example, this is the change log, let's say, okay. Here is somehow one change has been accepted, another is denied, another is not approved. So everything gets documented. This register can now approve the change request. So they mentioned that, so you are going to implement that change request, in fact. But what's important that is you need to document all the change request. Then you will have the approval status, denied, approved, denied, not approved, like this. Then, for example, if it is denied, or if again you need to use your skill, you need to use your interpersonal skills, whether you can go and convince your change control board to accept it or deny it, and all those things. Again, it's like that. But when you prepare it like that, when you get an approval, here only you should implement that. That's right. Okay. Again, you can download this template, and you can customize it according to your requirement for your project.
Okay. Is this a screenshot from PMI's template?
Yeah.
This looks like e-procurement buyer center. Is it?
Probably, but they would have customized it. In fact, that is like that to their requirement. You get this template, and according to the one example here, Ismart has prepared based on certain things like that.
Okay.
These are all just formats, and as I told you, these are all you can download it from the PMI things, right? Yeah. Have you prepared such things anytime in your company?
Like I mentioned, it's called the ECR ECN process in terms of technical changes.
Okay.
In terms of project changes, I haven't seen this form, this type of form.
You're not
in some management form. I haven't seen.
But you feel you can customize it like this, even for the product, you can do that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Probably with different headings and things, and we can do that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's
right. How are we doing time-wise? I think it's almost 2:00 here.
Yeah. No problem. Can we continue for some more time, or?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm thinking. I was saying just if you want to take a break or something. You've been talking, right? It's not. I'm the listening.
It's okay.
Listening is not that painful. Talking can be a little bit painful.
It's okay. We'll continue for some more time. That's no problem. It's okay. I'm used to that. Almost every day I'm handling classes, so I'm used to it.
I'm not sure how they do it.
Pardon me? Sorry.
I'm not sure how they do it. Continuous talking. I mean, it must be tiring too.
Yeah, it's of course a bit tiring, right? But you're not getting bored. I hope that's important.
No. Go ahead.
Okay. That's also important, because sometimes talking is easy, but listening also sometimes becomes boring. And that's right.
Oh yeah, that happens. Though we all have a little in and out, zoning out a little bit sometimes.
Correct.
That happens.
Yeah. You want to take 10 minutes break? I don't mind it. Right? You want to take it, right?
No, I can go unless you want to have a break now.
Yeah, now it's, let's say, 12:30. We'll take off probably after 15 minutes. We'll try to complete this, and then probably we'll take a short break. We'll do that. Okay, let's go.
Okay, all right.
This is another project change log here. Again, software you can download, or the template. Project name will have originator, description of change, data received, data required, scope, impact, schedule. These are the three important things, in fact: scope, schedule, and spending up impact. And here the approved or yes, no. In fact, this is another simple format for the change request or the change log.
Okay.
So the change log, here more details are here. If you look at the 5:30 a.m., you received this feature and added another real cool feature here. All these things, changed, and what action you have taken. In fact, all those can be mentioned here. In fact, because in any project environment, change request and the change log is very, very important, because as I told you that every project will go through some changes. I've not seen heard a single project which go as you planned till the end. It won't happen like that. Am I right? Because of the various risk factors, because of the uncertainty, because you are trying to create something unique in every project. So naturally, that changes do happen in any project environment.
When people ask questions in interviews, right? They would ask, when you manage a project, what are the things you can do when you lost time, when you're late in the project, or out of schedule, or when you're out of budget, or
you went over the budget. How do you manage these two? So what would be your answer, best answer for them to be convinced?
Yeah. Can I answer the question when we do the schedule management and the cost management? Because
Sure.
there are some techniques that how you can overcome the delay in schedule, how you can control the cost. There are some techniques there, in fact. Okay. And probably, like fast track, there's a crushing technique, there's a fast track technique, and the cost management. There are some techniques. We will look at that, and probably then I can answer the question still in case if you have that, in fact. So just hold that curiosity for some more time. But okay. Some of the techniques like in cost management, let's say, in fact, parametric technique, analogous payment, all those techniques are there. Probably if you answer in the technical term, they will get convinced much faster, I feel.
Okay, sure.
So you don't mind, I think I'll hold it till tomorrow. That's right.
Sure. My answer was immediately, add more resources or...
Okay, now the final thing and the integration management is the close project or phase. Here the some of the input, very, very important inputs is the project documents under which, assumption log, as I explained earlier, that you put the various assumptions, in fact, in the log so that, you keep recording those things. And basis of estimates, again, we'll discuss in detail about the basis of estimates in the, basis of estimates in the cost management knowledge area. The change log we already discussed, the issue log we discussed, and the quality reports, requirements documentation, and risk register. Again, these are some of the important inputs we'll discuss more in detail in the risk management and the quality management. Accepted deliverables is, for example, this is how the deliverables versus accepted deliverables. You see, in the process, direct and managed project execution, you have the deliverables. And in the control quality, that process goes through the control quality. Here, the verification happens and it becomes the verified deliverables. And once you verify under acceptance, it will become validate scope, and validate scope that means the final accepted deliverables by the customers, in fact. So this is the process, and we need to understand the difference. In the deliverables, it will become verified deliverables, and once it's verified deliverables controlled, it becomes accepted deliverables. That means it's meeting the expectation of your customers. Then only it gets accepted. Am I right? The little bit difference between verification and validation. Thiru, you have heard about verification and validation?
Yeah, validation is achieved through testing of markups and prototyping and stuff. Verification would be to check against theoretical inputs and theoretical outputs.
Absolutely.
Theoretical methods.
Yeah, you're right. So verification, where you are meeting the specifications, whether the prescribed, that's verification, in fact, whether whatever the output you are generating, whether it is meeting the required specification. Whereas the validation is whether the required specification meet the customer expectation. So that is validation. You got the difference. I'm right, in fact. No. So you are verifying according to your specifications. And in validation, whether the specification meets the customer's requirement, customer's expectation, in fact. That is the slight difference here between verification and validation. Both are very, very important. Sometimes you do get confused, but in this process, it has come out very clearly that all the deliverables will go through the verified deliverables, then it will become accepted deliverables. And here again, it's the monitoring and control. When you control the quality and you validate the scope requirement, and the final thing is the close project or the phase, in fact. I hope these things are very clear. Just to revisit the previous slide, I will just go back so that here, we discuss about the accepted deliverables. Then the business documents gets updated, business case gets updated. Benefit management plan, we discussed all the NPVs, PV, all those things. I'm sure we are very clear about that. Various agreements with your vendors. These are all some of the important inputs. Here again, the data analysis, you do the document analysis, you do the regression analysis, and you do the trend analysis, all these things, and various analysis also you do. Then the project documents gets updated, lessons learned register gets updated, and the final product as service or the result transition. Result transition is nothing but, you are getting into the, for example, it has to go to the operation stage from the project, that transition has to happen. Then the final report of the project is prepared. Here, when you prepare the final report, you will put all the, what are the challenges you face for the project. In fact, what are the advantages or what are the various issues that you would have faced, all those will become. Then the organization process assets also gets updated, where your lessons learned registers also gets updated. This is the closed project or a phase, in fact. So even some of the projects, are you familiar with the project phase closure sometimes, Thiru, in fact?
Yeah, sure.
For example, any termination of projects for some reasons, if it does not, for example, you review the project progress at every phase. And if you are not, for example, meeting the required expectations, then probably sometimes you need to terminate the project also. If the project is going out of cost, if the project is going ahead of, or too much of delay in the projects, and such situations also the project gets terminated. And all these things, during the project phases, you review that. Whether should we continue the project or should we stop the project, even the close of the project, or it could be close of the phase also. So this is very, very important to understand. In fact, have you come across such situations in your organization where you need to terminate the project anytime?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I've seen one recently. Technical difficulties. Yeah.
Okay.
So 2-3 different attempts and then still failed. Technical difficulties. So we had to inform the customer that it's not feasible concept. So.
Oh, okay.
So that time also the project had to go back to drawing board and start over with different concept and stuff.
Oh, okay. That's right.
So there's lesson learned, and then the estimated versus actual budget, actual time and processes. Everything is compiled together and forwarded to the customer.
Because that's very important to document, even for while terminating the projects. That has to be documented very clearly. What were the reasons, in fact, main reasons for that, and what are the lessons learned by terminating the project? That also needs to be documented. So that will become the reference for the future. That's right.
Yeah.
That's great. Okay. So we discussed just now about the deliverables and the accepted deliverables. Then the closed project or a phase. This is how the final report is prepared. The final report provides a summary of the project performance. It includes summary level description of the project or the phase, scope, objectives, the criteria used to evaluate the scope, and evidence that the completion criteria were met. If it is quality objectives, the criteria used to evaluate the project and product quality, and the verification and actual milestone, delivery dates, and reasons for variances. Even the cost objective, including the acceptance cost, range, actual cost, reasons for any variances, summary, and address. These are all self-explanatory. This is how the final report is being made, in fact, at the end of a project closure or the phase closure. That's very clear. So here are some questions, very interesting. Let's go through this. You are planning communications at a new service development project. Your stakeholder list is large, but not terribly complicated. Not all stakeholders will understand the need for developing an actual communications plan, and you already have good relationship with most stakeholders in this project. So what is one of the major driving forces for communication on a project? Is it optimization? Is it integrity? It's integration or differentiation? What do you think, Thiru, is the major driving force?
For communication, sounds like okay. I think it's more on, I would say, integration for now.
Ah, great. You have the knack of PMP, in fact, I can tell you. You're absolutely right.
Okay.
It has to be integration because that is the one, is the driving force communication in the project is basically, as I told you, the project manager is responsible for integrating right from the beginning to the end of the project, actually. So you're absolutely right. It's basically integration. And we'll check the answer also in the next slide. One more question.
Okay.
The customer has accepted the completed project scope. However, the lessons learned required by the project management office have not been completed. So this is the catch. I want you to understand this sentence. The customer has accepted the completed project scope. However, the lessons learned required by the project management office have not been completed. So what is the status of the project? Is it the project is incomplete because it needs to be replanned? Or the project is incomplete until all project and product deliverables are complete and accepted? The project is completed because the customer has accepted the deliverables, or the project is complete because it has reached its due date. What do you think is the right answer here?
I think the lessons learned come when the project is at the end.
Yeah.
But the scope is in the initial stage of the project. That's when you wet out the project scope and in the initialization stage. So if the customer is asking for lessons learned, we can provide him from the previous projects that are similar, but this project hasn't moved yet from the scope stage, right? But the answers are completely not relating to that, actually.
Just try once again.
Project is incomplete. I think the B is the answer, I would say.
I think, Thiru, my frank opinion, tomorrow itself we can take the examination, PMP. You're absolutely right. In fact, I think let's check. No, you have that knack of the PMP concept. That's good. I really appreciate that. Okay. So the answer is, you're right. The first one is the project manager is an integrator. This is a question about your role as an integrator and communicator. You're absolutely right. Answer B, again, replanning is uncalled for by the situation described. Reaching the planned completion date does not mean the project is necessarily finished. So a project is complete when all work, including all project management work, is complete and the product of the project and all project deliveries accepted. The lessons learned are project management deliverables and therefore it must be completed for the project to be complete. So what answer you said, you're absolutely right, because that is the project is complete until all project and product deliverables are complete and accepted. This is very, very important actually. You're absolutely right. You hit on the nail. Okay, good. Some more questions. Your well-planned project is likely to encounter a number of change requests and approved changes during its life cycle. In the change management plan, you have outlined the processes that you and others will use to understand the impacts of changes. Getting stakeholder acceptance of the decisions related to change on the project is critical. As a failed project could impact stakeholders' value, shareholders' value, and earning projections for the organization, your attention is best focused on which of the following regarding changes on your project. Is it making changes, tracking and recording changes, or informing the sponsor of changes, or preventing the unnecessary changes? What do you think is the right answer?
Preventing the unnecessary changes.
Absolutely right. You're right. So that's the whole purpose, or that is the main responsibility of the project manager. You have to ensure that unnecessary changes does not happen. Actually, you're right. The customer on the project tells the project manager they have run out of money to pay for the project. So what should the project manager do first? Shift more to work to later in the schedule to allow time for the customer to get the funds, or close the project or phase, stop work, release part of the project team. What do you think the right answer?
Okay, this is tricky.
He's run out of money to pay for the project.
Yeah, it's an incomplete sentence. He's not asking for more time.
Yeah.
Customer. He's just saying, I don't have any money anymore.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
In that case, we have to do a proper
closing of the project.
Mm-hmm.
First, actually, I would try the A answer first, and then if customer, because the question is incomplete, kind of the customer is not telling he wants more time to get more money.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, I would say A first.
Uh-huh.
That's the answer.
Uh-huh. Okay, we'll look at it in part. Okay, that's right.
Sure.
We'll go to the next question. All the following are parts of an effective change management plan except procedures, standards for reports, meeting, and lessons learned. Following are the parts of an effective change management plan except one. What do you think is the right answer? Is it procedure? Is it standard for reports or meeting or lessons learned?
I think the last one is not part of the change
It's
management.
not a part of that. Okay, great. That's right. Let's look at the answer. So, project manager should be proactive. The only proactive is the preventing unnecessary changes. You are absolutely right. Congratulations once again. You answered it correctly. Here, when the customer says that he run out of the money, probably the best answer here is the project must be closed. All closure provides benefit to the performing organization. This means stopping work is not the best choice. Shifting work and releasing team members will only postpone dealing it, not solving. The best thing for the project man to do is to close the project or phase processes, in fact. So he has to, it should be closed, in fact. That should be the first thing, because he cannot do anything else. If the money is not coming, what he can do about it? Am I right?
Sure.
So that is the right answer. And again, you are absolutely right. I think change management plan needs to process the procedures that allow smooth evaluation, tracking changes. So lessons learned or reviews of process and procedures after the fact to improve the future projects. You answered both 2 questions absolutely right. I think you are ready for facing the examination anytime. Great. That's right. Okay. So any questions so far on the integration?
No, so far, no. We have example forms. You mentioned that PMI Institute website has a lot of forms, right? You mentioned. Okay.
A lot of templates they have a lot of, you can download. Yes, I did mention that. Yes, right. Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any examples of all those documents listed there? Any examples?
No. Only thing is, in the mock examination, you will get a lot of this type of scenarios and other things. That's right. So the PMI, you may not get the questions related.
No. What I'm saying in the integration aspects, the tools are.
Yeah.
If you go back a couple of slides, where we were earlier.
Once again. Here you're talking about?
Yes, the forward. One more forward. Go to the right. One more. Yeah. For example, the inputs here, right?
Yeah.
Take any, for example, a sufficient log, a basis of estimates, and then is there any examples?
Now, basis of estimates, I will give you the examples when we come to the cost thing. I will myself will give you how you can estimate what are the basis of estimation. I can explain to you that. That's no problem. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so, I'm just keeping those because, on the particular knowledge area, if I explain, it is easy for you to understand. That's it.
Sure. Okay. Do you walk through any real-world project to one project's documents at all? Like,
no.
For example, something.
Yeah, we don't do this actually in PMP training. But only thing, we can keep on giving the examples of some projects, that we can do.
Okay.
Whereas we normally don't run through the live example of any project, but you can apply these concepts for the projects, definitely. So when we discuss, for example, schedule management, I can take some examples of your own projects and relates to those things, in fact. In schedule or in cost management or in quality, when we discuss, we can relate to some of the live examples. We can do that.
Okay. All right.
That's fine. That's okay.
Yeah. Let's move on.
Okay, good. That's right. I'm sure, once by the time you complete this 10 knowledge area, you can apply a lot of things in your own various projects. Once you do that, that will give you a complete hand on, at least you'll be able to understand that various things that's undergoing in your own projects, in fact. Yeah. And particularly these earned value management formulas, I want you to calculate for your own projects so that you can understand it's nothing but going through your life projects for those concepts. We can do that. Okay. Absolutely no problem. And even the example I gave, the marriage, or you are building a flat, the project management process groups like initiating, planning, executing. You can apply, I'm sure, various these process groups into your own projects also. That will also help you to understand these things much more clearly.
Okay, all right. Okay. We'll start that next chapter from now.
Pardon me? Sorry.
Yeah, we can go to the next chapter now.
Yeah, next one.
We'll pick up the examples.
Yeah, that's right. Yes. So we completed the integration. Now the next, second knowledge area. Today we'll try to complete one more, the scope, and probably we can continue tomorrow. It's fine. We'll do like that. Right?
Yeah, sure.
The scope, this knowledge area, we'll try to understand. As I told you that there are 6 processes in scope management. You plan the scope, you collect requirements, you define scope, and you create WBS. And after creating the WBS, you validate the scope and you control the scope. In fact, these are the 6 processes. And in the mobile number, the second digit after 7, 6, am I right? Is the correct number? Digit is right? Mobile number.
Okay. After 766.
4. Am I right? Yeah. So this is the 6 processes in scope management. So this is the second digit of your mobile number. Okay. I'm just giving that, just as an example for you to easy to understand. That's the only reason. Okay. So there are 6 processes in project scope management. Let's go through that. So here in scope management is also important to understand the agile and adaptive environments. In projects with evolving requirements, high risk or significant uncertainty, the scope is often not understood at the beginning of the project, or it evolves during the project. As I told you that, when the scope is not clear in the beginning, the agile or adaptive environment, adaptive methods are used. So agile methods deliberately spend less time trying to define and agree on the scope on the early stage of the project, and spend more time establishing the process for its ongoing discovery and refinement. So many environments with emerging requirements find that there is often a gap between the real business requirement and the business requirement that was originally stated. This is very, very important. When you do this, emerging requirement, there is always a gap between what has been initially planned or designed and actually what happens when you are implementing that. So therefore, the agile methods purposefully build and review the prototypes and release versions in order to refine the requirement. I'm sure you are familiar with prototypes, I'm sure. It's only getting the feedback, the early feedback from the customer, so that any corrections to be done or any improvements to be done. In fact, all these things can be done during the prototypes. Am I right? Even the houses also. There is a model house. When you go for selecting a flat, I'm sure the builder will show you a model house or a model flat. Am I right? So it's nothing but a prototype. They would have designed based on your feedback. I want this instead of kitchen is small kitchen. I want a big kitchen, or you want a drawing room, with little changes. In fact, all these things they can do based on the feedback you give. Look at the prototype. So in the agile and adaptive environment, this is how you build and review the prototypes and release the versions in order to refine the requirement. So what happens as a result? Scope is defined and redefined throughout the project. In agile approaches, the requirement constitutes the backlog. In fact, that's how you keep on collecting the information and keep updating and keep reviewing it and keep on working on that. This is the consideration for agile and adaptive environments. Now, there are 6 processes here. Collect requirements. Once you collect the requirements, you need to define the scope. Once you define the scope, you create WBS. We'll discuss in detail about it. And once you create, you verify the scope and you control the scope. These are all the 6 processes in scope management. Okay. Now let's try to understand between product scope and project scope. In project scope, management deals with the managing both the product scope and the project scope. What your understanding about the project scope, and product scope? What do you think is the product scope and the project scope?
Yeah, it's very obvious here. If it's a product, then you look at the functionalities and define what functionalities or features we need out of that. And if you want to add something nice to have, that's a nice to have. That can be out of scope. So the scope within scope is whatever the primary functions the customer wanted. So when it comes to project scope, right, it's hard to define easy as the product, not as easy as the product.
Okay, I'll try to explain to you. The product scope is, let's take a pen, for example. What is pen is supposed to do? It is supposed to write, am I right? The characteristic of a pen is to write, isn't it? Okay, so that is the product scope of a pen is to write. Product scope of a car is to move, am I right? It has to travel on the road. That is the product scope of a car. What is the product scope of an aircraft? It has to fly, am I right? That is the product scope of
primary functions.
Primary functions. So it characterizes the primary functions of the products, in fact. Pen has to write, car has to move, your aircraft has to fly, the ship has to sail, am I right? These are all the product functions or the characterizers of the product. The project scope is the work you do to make the pen write, the aircraft to fly, or the car to move. What all work you do, that is the product scope. I hope you got it, but I hope it's clear.
Sure, yeah. But to achieve the product, pretty much we have to assume everything we have to do to get the product right? And that's why the project scope is a little bit
absolutely right.
Undefined.
Undefined, absolutely. You're right, in fact.
So, yeah, the project scope may not initially include outsourcing certain things, but to get the product scope met, we may discover later in the stage of the project that
so the
product needs to be outsourced. That's a service that you do from outside, or we don't have the capability, or we don't have the expertise. Then we go out of project scope and get service done from outside.
Correct. So the project scope is basically your process group. Like you initiate the project, you execute the project, you plan the project, you execute it, you monitor and control, and you close the project. So the product scope will have various projects under that. Am I right? All the work that you do as I said, to make the pen write, or the flight to fly, or the car to move, or the ship to sail, is all become your project scope for the product. So this is a little important to understand, so that in examination probably there could be some tricky questions, but as long as the concepts are clear, I'm sure you'll be able to answer it well. So this is the difference between product scope and the project scope. Any clarification is fine, I think, clear as right.
Sure. Yeah. Can you go back to the previous slide of the 6 steps of the project scope? Scope management. I'll see it one more time. Define, create, verify, control.
I will explain. You see, when you want to develop a scope management, the first what you do is you need to collect the information from your various stakeholders. Am I right? How the products you meet in fact, this is where you use your techniques, brainstorming techniques, and all those things you use, and you collect the requirements. Once you collect the requirements, then you define the scope. What is the scope of the products? What it should be included, what should be excluded, all those things, you define in the scope. Then once you define the scope, you create a WBS. WBS means work breakdown structure. I will explain to you. That's the reason I didn't want to add. That means each scope, you decompose it to the smaller work packages. In fact, each work, that's called.
Break it into small.
Absolutely right. Breaking it to small work packages. Then you verify the scope. After verifying, you also validate the scope during control scope. In fact, Here the verification happens, here the validation happens, in fact. And this is the scope management, total 6 processes. Is it clear now?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, good. What you need to understand is, instead of memorizing it, let's look at it. You need to understand the flow of it. What you do in any project scope, first you have to collect the requirements from the various stakeholders. After collecting, then you define the scope. What is the scope of the project? Then after defining the scope, you break it down into small work packages. Then you verify the scope. Then you validate the scope through control scope processes. Then that's how the scope management is done. So it's important to understand this flow rather than just memorizing it or like that. Okay.
Yeah, I understand. What I was trying to see is if they ask what are the 5 in the question bank or something, what are the 5 stages or something like that, then you have to put them in the
proper, I got it. You're right. You're right. That's good.
Okay. Sometimes the scope is verified with the customer before the work structure is created, right? For example, because when you define the scope, when you collect the requirements, that's when you meet the customers and other stakeholders, and then you come home and you define your scope. Then you still make a phone call to say, hey, this is what I defined. This is does it sound right?
You verify there also, in fact. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that's why. That's why in all these things, I think in one of the picture I showed you that it's always overlapping. That means you visit again, you come back to that, and you rework on that. So it's always like that, monitoring and control. You keep on revisiting the process groups. In fact, at every stage, you're absolutely right. You define the scope, you get the feedback again from your stakeholders at customer. In fact, again you refine it if required. In fact, after that, you create these small work packages. You're right.
Okay.
Correct. Can we go on that sense?
Yeah. We can go on.
It's good. It's a good question you asked. In fact, it's good. Yeah, absolutely right. So we understood the difference between the product scope and the project scope, and let's go on. So what is plan scope management? Is basically plan scope management is creating a scope management plan that documents how the project and the product scope will be defined, validated, and controlled. These 3 are very important. In the project scope management, how the project gets defined, how it gets validated and controlled. The key benefit of the process is it provides a guidance and direction on how scope will be managed throughout the project. The process is performed once or at a predefined points in the project, in fact. So here are what are the important inputs? Project charter. I'm sure you're very familiar with the project charter. It has to be signed by the sponsor or the senior management, and it authorizes the project manager to go ahead with the project, to acquire the required resources. The project charter will have broad level of assumptions and constraints. It will have the schedule. It will have a number of people working. It will have a business case. It will have a benefit measurement plan. All those things will be part of the project charter. And the project management plan we discussed, which will also have the quality management plan, project life cycle description, development approach, what approach you are doing to develop these projects, enterprises and organization process assets. Here, in the tools and technique, expert judgment, I'm sure you are very familiar now. The data analysis, you look at the various alternative analysis and meeting, and you get scope management plan, and also the requirement management plan. What all the various requirements to do this scope? Also, you will prepare that requirement management plan in terms of human resources, in terms of physical resources, in terms of equipment, materials. So all requirement management plan also will be a key output on this. I hope it's very clear, Thiru, but there's no right.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay, good. So here is one, of course, the scope management. When I send it, you can read it. In fact, it will have the, let's say, information technology and upgrade project. This is just an example. You introduce, you prepare the scope statement, you create the work breakdown structure. We'll discuss in detail about it. Verifying the completion of the project deliverables and managing requests and change to project scope. This is how the project scope management is prepared. It's just a template, and how it's prepared, probably you can go through that. That again, it varies according to the project, the complexity of the project, the size of the project. But generally, these are the most important information that will any scope management plan will have it.
Okay.
Yeah. Once you clear about the scope management plan, then you need to collect requirements. This is a very, very important aspect, because unless the requirements are collected very clearly from the stakeholders, from the team members, from your customers, then, if the requirements are not correct or not, to the expected level, or if there is any problem, that can also lead to a lot of scope creep or scope other things. So here the inputs are the project charter we discussed. Project management plan, basically the scope management plan, which is the output of the scope management plan. Here you get scope management plan output. When you plan the scope, you get the scope management plan. Then the requirements management plan, which I just explained. The stakeholders engagement plan. This is also very, very important. How we are going to engage your various stakeholders. It could be sponsors, it could be your customers. So what is the engagement plan? We'll discuss more detail when we address the scope management, stakeholders management knowledge area. Various documents here, assumptions log, lessons learned registered, stakeholders register, business documents, business case, agreements, and enterprises. Do you maintain any stakeholder register in your company? Thiru?
No, not
You don't
team. Not
It's basically because of small teams, so that's the reason, or?
Yeah, it's customer is the only primary stakeholder. It's a customer-sponsored project. All of them, we do everything we do here.
Okay.
So it's a minimal, straightforward one customer rep we would interact with. So it's not a big registry of a lot of people. Internal stakeholders, yeah, we know by project the internal, who's doing what role.
Okay, that's
so registry.
Particularly the large projects, where hundreds of people are there. I know it's really important to maintain a stakeholder register.
Oh, okay, all right.
It's very important. Yeah, you have said it's not built. Because just a stakeholder, for example, I just gave how important it is. The definition of stakeholders, that who gets impacted or who gets affected by the project, am I right? They are the stakeholders, isn't it?
It could be internal quality or production or
anybody, even a customer.
Or customer.
Or you have, for example, the stakeholders. You have heard about the Bhopal gas tragedy, Thiru. I'm sure you are familiar with that, am I right? Bhopal Union Carbide Company.
No. That's long ago, yeah.
Is about
I heard something.
25, 30 years back it happened, because of the gas leakage. You remember lethal gas?
Yeah.
Even today, for example, the people who are staying near the factory, even today they are, have a lot of physical problems. They have a lot of, disconformity and so many issues, in fact. So the company, the company, even it not necessarily their customers or the people who are working in the organization or stakeholders, even those who are staying near the factory or near the town, Bhopal gas tragedy, even they are the stakeholders for that. That's an example. So you need to remember that the customers who gets impacted. One more example I can give with the light on the lighter side. For example, you are celebrating a birthday party, at your home. Who all the stakeholders for your birthday party? Can you list?
Stakeholders for the
birthday party. Suppose you are doing a birthday party at your home. Whom all you think are the stakeholders?
All right. Apparently now I have to include guests too, who will be affected by that. But typically I would have done only the catering people or the birthday, and the birthday organizing people, whether it's parents,
Okay.
or
Correct.
what it is.
Okay.
And then you have the main customer, like whose birthday it is. That's the main person who would talk to.
Yeah.
So that's pretty much it. Those who are organizing it, those who are guests, those who are getting the celebration.
Correct. Okay.
And any service people that
absolutely right.
catering.
Yeah, caterers, service people who provides the cake. For example, you are bringing a cake, your guest, your children, all those things. Am I right? Do you think that list is complete? You feel you can add some more?
In the birthday list, so else?
I'll say. You see, for example,
maybe clean up crew after something.
Yeah, cleaning up. Absolutely correct. That's right. You see, one more important thing is even your neighbors or your stakeholders. You agree with me on that?
Oh, sure. Okay. Sure.
Because
correct. That's right. You have to really inform them. It'll be a little noisy for a while.
Yeah, absolutely right. Suppose you don't inform them that you are having a birthday party at home, and not necessarily that you should invite them. That's not the point. But at least they are stakeholders. We should inform them that there's a birthday party going on at my house. There could be some music, loud music. There could be dancing. So you may get disturbed because of that. Kindly do pardon us for that. Suppose you go and inform them, then they won't create any problem. If you don't inform them, what can happen?
Yeah, they would complain of noise, complain about noise.
They will dial 911. Am I right? In US? Somebody's
call up.
Yeah, somebody's creating a problem, nuisance near my house. So this is the reason why I mentioned that stakeholders and they register that whom all your stakeholders. And it has to be a continuous process also. It's not necessarily that only the beginning of the project there are some stakeholders identification is done, but it's an evolving thing. During the phases of the various projects also some new stakeholders may come. At the end of that, another stakeholders may come. So stakeholders register needs to be get updated on a regular basis. You agree with me on that? That's how it should be done.
Yeah.
Yes, right.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. And for that stakeholders engagement plan, I will discuss with you in the knowledge area a little more in detail. What are the strategy, how we can do about it, those things. Then project documents, assumptions log, and various, these are all things we already discussed. What are the important tools and techniques here? Brainstorming, interviews, focus groups, and questionnaires and surveys. You are familiar with the questionnaires and surveys, am I right? There's no doubt about those. There's no
sure. Yeah.
Basically, questions is a written thing that you prepare a set of questions and you go and ask them. And surveys is probably some you collective opinions from a group of people. In fact, that's how it's done. The surveys. Then the benchmarking we discussed. Benchmarking. Can you give some example in your industry? How do you benchmark?
We can look at competitor products. If there are specifications, your specification is your requirement would match their specification, or if you want to exceed their specification, then the requirements would be stronger. Things like that.
Absolutely right.
And you can also compare it against your own products, previous generation, or something like that.
Absolutely. So one is
those are benchmarking.
Correct. One is in your own industry. In fact, you compare with the best product of the industry. You can also benchmark your process in your own organization. Suppose there are best processes are done, you can benchmark to that and work towards that also. So that's a very important tool and technique when collecting the information requirements. Data analysis, decision making, voting we discussed. Of course, multi-criteria decision we do that. Are you familiar with the data representation affinity diagram mind mapping? Do you use that in your company?
No, it's probably yes. I was thinking it's software companies, software developers use the mind mapping and stuff, but no.
Okay. The affinity diagram is the number of ideas classified into categories for the further review and analysis. That's how the affinity diagram. Let's say, for example, home project. I'll just give an example. When you collect the information into the affinity, you start collecting the information how the kitchen should be, how your master bedroom should be, how your study room should be, how your balcony should be. You collect all these requirements from the stakeholders. Am I right? So what you do is that you categorize it, all the ideas that you collect for the master bedroom, you separately you put it. All the ideas you collect for the kitchen, you put it separately. All the ideas you collect for the hall or the balcony, you collect it. In fact, that means you are categorizing into for further review and analysis.
Oh yeah. Okay. All right. Now I recall from the Six Sigma. Okay. All right.
Yeah. So that's how the for further review. In fact, so all the ideas you collected for a master bedroom, you put it separately, and again you discuss on that. For further analysis like that. That is affinity diagram. What is mind mapping? Mind mapping?
Nope. I've seen some long eclipses and stuff in the mind map, but I haven't looked up.
Okay. It's basically the brainstorming session. Of course, you're familiar. That means, with the group.
Okay, that's the way.
Brainstorming.
Sure.
And what you do is, after doing the brainstorming, you mapped it to a single map to generate bigger ideas, in fact. Here, like affinity diagram, you're putting and all the master bedroom in one idea. So like that, you put it in a separately and all the single map to generate more ideas about that particular. That is mind mapping. That means you keep on adding, you keep on generating more and more ideas from that. That's mind mapping. Hope it's clear in those two things. Correct?
Sure. Yeah. Sure. I haven't practiced my Six Sigma ever after learning it. So what they use right now is not familiar. I know we went through the key quality function deployment diagram and sticky notes, gathering ideas.
Okay. I'm sure if I design
all of that,
measure, implement, and all those things. Correct. That's right. Yeah. So these are all some of the data representation technique, that multi-criteria decision analysis we discussed, that also you are familiar. Then nominal group, there is, of course, it's not mentioned here. Nominal group is again, brainstorming clubbed with prioritization and voting process. In nominal group, what happens, in fact, you collect all the information, you do the brainstorming. Then what you do is that you will get about 8 to 10 ideas. Then you will put it for voting. Out of the 10 ideas you collected, which is you prioritize, or you do the voting, in fact. So which is the number one idea, number two idea. If 10 people are there, you ask them to raise their hands, which is the best idea according to you. So the maximum number of voting, that will become the number one idea. That's a nominal group, one more thing. I'm sure facilitation, you are very familiar with that. In fact, you facilitate the discussion, you take the lead. That's how you do. Context diagrams, are you familiar with that? Context diagrams?
Context diagrams? No.
Yeah. No. Now, I'll give a typical US example. In most of the restaurants, when you go, for example, Olive Garden or anything, when you go to the restaurant, on the dining table, there is a machine that, you can select the menu, am I right? You can select and place the order and there itself. So when you select that, that order, what you place, it goes to the kitchen and they prepare the food, and after 10 minutes, the waiter will come and serve the food. Now, the same way when you do that, the contrast diagram, that system will give that whatever you have ordered, the details will go to the billing desk, and the bill also, the invoice gets generated or the bill gets generated. So by the time you finish your food, the bill also will appear on the there itself, on the dining table that you are sitting. This is called context diagram. That means it's a user friendly. That means you are giving some input to the process. It goes to the various things. It goes to the dining table. For example, it goes to the kitchen. They will prepare the food according to your menu, and they serve the food. And by the time you finish, your bill also will come on the desk in part, so you can pay your credit card and your money is done. And you can leave your tips if you want and come out. That's a context diagram. That means you are interfacing with the various in the process and the system. That is the context diagram. One example like that. In the software also development, I'm sure there could be many other examples. Prototypes, of course, we discussed very clearly. It is a miniature or it's a small thing where you get the feedback and work on that. These are all some of the tools and techniques. And what you get is the requirement documentation and the requirement traceability matrix. That means here you get complete documentation of what all is required to achieve the scope. So a proper documentation is prepared, and you will also get the requirement traceability matrix. This is another very important. That means particularly for the large and complex projects, as I told you, that it's very, very important to get, with the certain codes so that, you can access that information. If it is smaller projects, I'm sure, in the small software package will do. But in a larger projects, probably you need to have this requirement traceability matrix. Now, another technique is the group decision-making techniques. I'm sure you must be very familiar. Unanimity, majority, plurality, and autocratic. Autocratic, I'm sure you're very clear. That means a single person taking
one
decision. Right. Unanimity, that means if all the members agrees, that is unanimous. Am I right? Majority is, let's say there are 10 people or there, majority is 6 agrees, and that becomes a majority. Plurality, heard about plurality?
No, that's
this is one, where certain blocks are involved. For example, there is a decision that you want to take. Human resource management team will have about 3 people. Your finance guys will be, let's say, 4, and your IT department, there are 4. These are the groups or the blocks, whatever you call. They're involved in a discussion. The plurality is that whichever the group has got higher number of people agrees, that has to be, that is plurality. In fact, that means the block which has got more number of people, if they agrees, that will become plurality. So that's
so
the
they
only.
can make the call.
Yeah, they can.
So
make
let's say, let's say 5 people from one group and 3 people from another group. So all the 3 people from the small group say no to the project or no to certain things. And the 5 people, 4 out of the 5 people in that group said yes.
Yes, that is plurality. In fact, that's right.
Okay, so the decision, whatever that 4 people out of 5 saying,
that abides. In fact, everybody has to accept that, the plurality.
Right.
That is the largest block in the group. Once they say that, then that is accepted. That's sometimes, not necessarily every time it happens like that, but particularly when the groups are involved in decision making, probably the highest one, which has got more number of in that block, that gets approved. Just like that. So these are some of the group decision making techniques. Which one you follow very often in your company?
It's majority usually.
It's usually majority. It's a collaborative one. Absolutely. I think that's that is the best thing, and that is always a win-win situation. Am I right? Because everybody agrees and approves like that. There's nothing like that. That's great. Okay. So these are all some of the techniques that we discussed. This is the requirement traceability metrics, another format. Here, if you see, for example, you write the project name, cost center, project description. And here, the project requirement description, the business needs, opportunities, project objectives, particularly in the large complex projects or the big projects, you will have this ID 001, 2, C3 like this, and these are all the codes, in fact. So it's easy for you to trace that the documents or the traceability matrix. Do you use any such things in your organization? I think.
No, I don't see.
You don't know, absolutely. Particularly, it's used in, for example, L&T. I'm sure they must be using this. In fact.
Yeah, new to L&T. I'm working for client side.
Client side.
L&T might be L&T might be using it. Who knows?
Yeah, that's right. They must be using that.
So in India, when they do projects, L&T, they do real big projects directly. And here, L&T Technology Services is basically contracting people out to client side with certain expertise, and they fill in the needs and they match the client to the need versus the resource they have. So it's like pretty much like body shopping.
Body shopping, correct. It's pretty much like body shopping. That's right. That's great.
So we don't get to see the full-fledged project development that L&T actually may be doing in India or elsewhere, or even in the US. they may be on construction project or engineering project here also, but the technology services group is different completely.
Oh, okay. Okay.
They're a service provider group.
Okay. Good. So we'll move on to the next one. So once you collect the requirements, you are defining the scope. So here, defining the scope is the process of developing a detailed description of the project and the product. The key benefit of this process is that it describes the service result, boundaries, and accepted criteria. This is very, very important. So when you're defining what is included and what is not included, those boundaries are very clearly defined in defining the scope. So what are the various inputs? Of course, the requirement documentation, we just discussed about that, the risk register, and here the data analysis, alternative analysis, we are very familiar, multi-criteria decision analysis, interpersonal and team skills, we discussed about it, and the felicitation and the product analysis. We'll spend some, since you are the product analysis, we'll spend some time on that. You do any product analysis in your organization, basically?
I don't know in what format we analyze the products, of course, but is there a specific method or specific?
Product analysis is basically it's a method for converting the product description into project deliverables and requirements. What you do is in product analysis, for example, it includes your product breakdown. It breaks down product into components to examine each component individually and how it may work with the other parts of the entire product. Let's say car, you break down into your tires, your engine, your body, everything, you break it down and you analyze that how those individual parts, it may work with the other parts for the entire product. In fact, that is one product breakdown. It's also system engineering. I'm sure as being a mechanical engineer, you must be very, very familiar with that. It's basically satisfying the customer needs and cost requirements and quality demands through design and creation of a product. And value engineering also it deals with the reducing cost and increasing profits. In fact, all while improving the quality, it focuses on this solving problems. So these are all various things you do under product analysis. One more example I can give you about product example is that value analysis. For example, a similar value to engineering, this focuses on the cost quality ratio of the product. Your expected level of quality, for example, on a $200,000 car compared to, let's say, $150,000 car. There's always difference, am I right? Value analysis. The quality aspects of $100,000 could be different, or $50,000 car could be entirely different, actually. So this is again the product analysis. Then function analysis. Best is again related to your value engineering. This allows team input to the problem. It institutes a search for logical solution and the test of the functions of the product to the results can be graphed. So these are all the various product analysis you do. System engineering and value engineering and product breakdown is very, very important in this. What are the outputs here? You get a project scope statement you get, and other outputs which needs to be updated or assumption log, requirement documentation, requirement traceability matrix, and the stakeholder register. As I told you that stakeholders is keep on updating the stakeholders because new and stakeholders getting added, but you need to maintain that register. One important thing in this is the product analysis breakdown. I just showed you the product breakdown, requirement analysis, system analysis, value engineering. What is important is the value engineering. It should give you more value at a lesser cost. Am I right? The cost should be always less when you get more value. If you become more value and more cost means it has it doesn't make any sense. Correct? No? So this is the one example of a value engineering. Okay. Then project scope statement. This one I request you to just memorize it because it's very important. Project scope statement is the description of the project scope, major deliverables, assumptions, and constraints. So every project scope statement will have the major deliverables, assumptions, and constraints. That's very, very important. So it also includes the project scope. These four are very important thing in the project scope statement. major deliverables, assumptions, and constraints. Yeah.
Okay.
So the project scope statement documents the entire scope, including the project and the project scope. It describes the project's deliverables in detail. It also provides a common understanding of the project scope among the project stakeholders. It may contain explicit scope exclusion that can assist in managing stakeholders' expectation, because you need to make it very, very clear to the stakeholders that what it does not include, so that there will not be any ambiguity at a later stage. In fact, your stakeholder should not say, oh, I was expecting this to be included, why you did not include. All those things, should be avoided, so that, there will not be any scope creep, and such misunderstanding should not happen. So what is the boundary has to be clearly defined, what it includes and what it will not include. That's very important. It enables the project team to perform more detailing planning, guides the project team's work during execution, and provides the baseline for evaluating whether requests for changes or additional work are contained within or outside the project delivery. So 3-4 important thing here is product scope description progressively elaborates the characteristics of a product, service, or result, describe the project charter and requirement documentation. Deliverables, I already explained to you very clearly what is deliverable. The acceptance criteria. This is very, very important. A set of conditions that is required to be met before the deliverables are accepted. Acceptance criteria, in fact. I'm sure you're familiar with these things in your projects also. What is the minimum requirement by the customer? What is minimum that should meet the customer expectation? That is the acceptance criteria. And the project exclusion, it identifies what is excluded from the project, explicitly stating that what is out of scope for the project helps manage stakeholder expectation and can reduce the scope creep. I'm sure you expressed 2-3 times, you explained that scope creep, am I right? Can you give an example of scope creep, Thiru, and that scope creep?
Well, such as adding features to the product that not included.
It's not really required or explained or like that, am I right? That's right.
Yeah.
So that's very important. That's one of the important job responsibility of a project manager, or the expectation of project managers, to ensure that the scope creep does not happen. That's very important, actually. Any clarification? I think it's very clear. I think project scope statement, right?
Sure.
Yeah, it's good. This is another important thing. There is some difference between project charter and project scope statement, because sometimes it could be some misleading sometimes. So let's understand. Project charter contains the project purpose and justification. It's a measurable project objectives, high-level requirements, and high-level project description and high-level risk. All at a broad level, you'll be doing it in the project charter. It summarizes the milestone schedule. It will have a summary of budget, stakeholders list. It will have project approval requirements, assigned project manager, and name of the sponsor. These are all the key elements of a project charter. Whereas the project scope statement, it is a project scope description, the acceptance criteria, and project deliverables, project exclusion, project constraints, and project assumptions. All these things will be in detail in project scope statement. Whereas in charter, it is some of them are the high-level requirements. Here, the project deliverables in detail, project exclusion, project constraints, project assumptions, all those things will be there in the project scope statement. These are some differences. We need to be very familiar with the project scope statement and the project charter.
Okay.
So now let's come to the WBS. Once you define the scope, in fact, once you know, then the next thing is you have to create the WBS, am I right? So how do you create a WBS? You take the project scope statement is your input. Have you heard about decomposition? Basically, decomposition. You have heard any time?
Yeah, that's the word, generic word. I know what it means, but you break it into pieces.
Absolutely.
Drill down to molecular level.
Correct. Yeah, right. So here, instead of molecular level, we are talking about breaking down into work packages. small work packages. You break it down to such a level that it cannot be further decomposed. It's like that. Let's say foundation is one is I think. You break down the foundation, for example, constructing house to small thing. Let's say you need to use how much of cement, you need to how much of sand, how much of water, how many labors are required. In fact, you break it down to small work packages. That is called decomposition. And once you do the decomposition, you will get a scope baseline. That is one of the important triple constraints like scope, cost, and schedule. So you will get a scope baseline. And here what you get is the project documents, updates, the assumption log, and the requirement documentation. You do that. So that's how you create the work packages. That is through decomposition. So here is an example of a WBS. Let's say the project, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. You got control account. And when you break it down into control account 1, 2, 3 like this, and each one will have a work package in fact. So,
okay.
Have you done any time WBS in your projects? You must have done
that. Sure. Yeah. I guess it's type of task we categorize first and then hand it over to different people. Different things need to be done.
Yeah. Let's say, in fact, in a home project, let's say phase 1. Just to give an example, this is the foundation. This is, for example, putting the pillars in the phase 2. Third one is putting the roof. In fact, phase 3, like that. These are the different phases for a construction project. And here, under each one, under foundation, in fact, you will have under the various accounts, and you will have the work packages, which I just explained. In fact, how much, for example, the sand, how much you're doing, all those things. Small work packages we put to that. Just to give one more example, let's say you want to make the wooden work, or in fact, or the carpentry work, in fact, and let's say, in fact, you break it down into the various doors, you break it down to various, for example, other things in shelf and all those things, all different things. So the project of, your wooden work project, in fact, you break it down to different phases like this. So you small things you break it down, and from there, this will become, for example, to maintain your control of account also. Let's say, for example, for wooden work, one, in fact, how much the work, it's a work package, how much it's going to cost. Here, another work package of the wooden work, how much that's going to cost. Like it could be doors, it could be, for example, windows, it could be another one. All these three put together will become your entire wooden work project. So these are all some of the example. Is it clear? That's right.
Sure. Yes. Okay.
Because definitely you can expect one question will be there at the WBS. So I know. So basically, you need to understand that decomposition is the technique. The decomposition, you break it into small work packages so that it cannot be further broken down. In fact, it's like that.
Sure.
Yeah. Great. This is another example of tabular outline format. For example, first floor electrical, lay cables, switches, electrical points, plumbing, second floor, third floor. So here, in the first floor, if you look at it, lay cables, switches, and electrical points. These are all the work packages, and these three will put together become the electrical work here. Correct? Am I right? You agree? Okay. Cabling, switches, electrical points will all become under electrical work. And the plumbing is another work packages. Again, here you can do the lot of plumbing. Again, you further break it down here. And that's how, it goes to the floor. And here, there's the first floor, then you create a building, in fact. And second floor, there's another control account. In fact, in similar way, you must be doing the various other things. So that's how it gets accumulated, first floor, second floor. And when we talk about the bottom-up estimating, that's one technique in cost management. Estimate cost. This is one of the technique, in fact, where they use, you put a bottom-up estimating, for example, here, lay cables, what is the estimate, switches, what is the estimate, electrical, what is the estimate, and you add up all these things, it becomes the bottom-up estimating, in fact. So that's one technique.
Okay.
We'll discuss in detail. I just gave an example now so that when you remember this diagram, it's easy for you to.
Okay.
And it's always a
Okay.
hierarchical diagram. You do the work packages, you move it up to the top.
Okay.
So scope baseline. What is the scope baseline? Basically, it contains WBS, WABS dictionary, and project scope statement. Defined scope baseline is, it contains the WBS. In the WBS dictionary, it will have all the details, in fact, that how many resources are required for these work packages, or what is the time required. All those things will have on the WBS dictionary, and project scope statement is also there, in fact. This is the scope baseline. Interesting, Thiru? Are you finding it interesting?
Sure.
Okay. I hope it's not boring, am I right?
No.
Sometimes boring or
I don't know. You're energetic. I guess you keep going. Right.
I thought we'll just complete this scope management and we'll close it for today. Yeah. Okay, that's right. Okay. Just one more process after this. We'll try to close it. So the project scope statement, develop project management plan. You have a scope baseline, you've got a schedule baseline, and your cost baseline, and you do the performance measurement baseline. But these three are very, very important. So the scope baseline, it contains project scope statement, WBS and WS dictionary. Schedule baseline is basically agreed upon the schedule. Like your one project, you said 7 months is your schedule baseline. That is your agreed 7 months. Cost baseline is your $1 million is your cost baseline. Correct? Am I right?
Sure. Yeah.
So these three you can apply for your own projects. Your $1 million is your cost baseline. Your 7 months is your agreed schedule baseline. And your scope baseline is your project scope statement, your work packages for that, and your WBS dictionary. So I request you to just.
Okay. Yeah. Can you tell me one more time about the dictionary? What's included in the
WBS dictionary will include all the details about the work packages. In fact, that WBS dictionary will be how many people are involved. In fact, what the time it has taken in fact to complete that. And how many work packages, all those details will be there in the WS dictionary. Its dictionary is nothing like your English dictionary where you will have all the details of any word, am I right? So it's like that. Here also the similar WBS dictionary is more for it will contain all the information regarding that work packages.
It explains what the WBS package work packages are.
Yeah, work packages. How many people are involved? What is the cost involved for that? What is the schedule involved in that? All those things will be having the WBS dictionary. So when you want more details about any work packages or on the decomposition, you go to the WBS dictionary and you can get all the information for that particular work package.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's the detail about the WBS. Okay. So validate scope, we discussed. Validate scope is the process of formalizing the acceptance of the completed project deliverables. It involves basically reviewing the deliverables with the customer or sponsor to ensure they are completed satisfactorily and obtain formal acceptance. It is closely related to the control quality, in fact. That's very important because validating scope is that what you are validating to that specifications to the customer requirement, am I right? Quality is nothing but what it meets your customer's requirement. That is the quality, isn't it? Correct?
Sure. Yeah.
So that's the validation. So scope validation is primarily concerned with the acceptance of the deliverables. This is very, very important. Whatever delivers you have prepared, that has to be accepted by the customer. Control quality is primarily concerned with the correctness of the deliverables and meeting the quality requirements specified in the deliverables. So control quality is performed before the scope validation, but these two processes can be performed in parallel also. You can validate the scope and you can control the scope, you can do parallelly, but most of the time, before the scope validation, control quality is done. This is the validation. So basically, you need to understand the difference between validation and verification. That you are very, if you are clear about that, I'm sure, if any questions comes, you'll be able
in the beginning, you mentioned that.
Yeah, it's correct. Okay. So validate scope here. Sorry.
Okay. Yeah. Can you repeat one more time? Validate versus verification.
Is verification verification is meeting certain the criteria, in fact, or meeting certain specification. Whether the product you are developing or the project you are developing, that is meeting those specifications. Validation is whether that specification is customer requirement. So here you are basically acceptance of the deliverables, am I right? That is validation. That means you are validating according to the customer's requirement of those specifications. Is it clear? Probably one more time, when you come to the quality, again, we'll be discussing on that. So in case if you have any ambiguity, we can clear it once again there.
Sure.
But, yeah. So validate scope. Basically, you have the scope baseline as we just discussed about it. So and verify deliverables and work performance data we discussed. Inspection. You do the inspection in your company. Does it happen?
Sure. Yeah.
Is it an internal body or the external body? Who does the
internal?
Oh, you have your audit team. Probably they do the inspection. Am I right? That's right. Yeah. In certain places, even the customers also sends from outside to audit them, right? They also do the inspection.
Yeah, TPI, third-party inspector.
Third-party inspector. Absolutely right. Third-party inspector. You're absolutely right. They also do that. So once you do that, it becomes accepted deliverables and work performance information from the data. It is get converted into work performance information of the analysis. These are some of the outputs you get back. So try to just remember these outputs, in fact, accepted deliverables and work performance information. Sometimes they do what is the output of, let's say, in fact, in the inspection. And then probably, you need to give that. So here, the direct and managed project work, you'll have the deliverables and the control quality. And once you control it, will become the verified deliverables. Once it becomes verified deliverables, you validate the scope and it becomes the accepted deliverables and close the project or phase, in fact. This is how the process takes place, in fact. I'm sure you are clear about the deliverables. And deliverables will go through the control quality process. During the control quality process, these deliverables will become the verified deliverables. And once you verify the deliverables, here it becomes the validate the scope. And once you validate the scope, it will become accepted deliverables. And when it's accepted, then you close the project or the phase, in fact. Accepted by the customer normally, in fact, am I right? Because customer ultimately, the customer is the boss. He is the king, am I right? You have to deliver according to his requirement. Correct. So this is the last process in the scope management. Control scope. Here, the scope baselines and performance measurement baseline we discussed, the work performance. Variance analysis. This is very, very important. Variance analysis, is there any for example, the difference between what has been planned from your scope baseline and what is the variance analysis. You do that. Then the trend analysis we discussed. And what output you get is basically work performance information, the change request. I request you to remember the process of change request. Again, repeating that. Any change request made by the customer has to go through the change control board. And meanwhile, you'll do the triple constraints analysis, cost, scope, and the schedule. And based on that, the change control board either approves or it may even reject those things. In fact, that's how it's being done. And the outputs here, you get the scope baseline, schedule baseline, and the cost baseline. These are the three important baselines that you do the variance analysis according to this. Is there any scope baseline, the schedule baseline? Is there any change in the schedule? Or the cost baseline, is there any changes in the cost that's happening? Am I right? These are the three important things that you always measure your performances. Correct.
Yes.
Okay, great. So scope creep, of course, you are very familiar. Beware of scope creep. That's very important. That means you should not accept any changes without the approval of the change control board, or you should not authorize any changes, without the change control board. This is very, very important. So here, just a scope creep, as I told you, the cost, time, it will have the effort, specs, resources out of control. The rise in time, rise in cost will have to lead to the out of control, the process, am I right? So this is just an example of that picture. Okay, so I will just go through 2 questions and try to finish it today. Is it fine? Is it okay?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So a new project manager will ask you for advice on creating a work breakdown structure. After you explain the process to her, she asks you what software she should use to create the WBS and what she should do when it is completed. You might respond, the picture is not the most valuable result of creating a WBS. The most valuable result of a WBS is what? According to you, what do you think? When you have all the information.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I would say activities.
Activities. Okay. Second guess.
All right. Wait, I have to read the question again. Advice on creating a work breakdown.
Yeah.
All right. I would say a bar chart.
Bar chart. Okay. Probably, what's important here is the most valuable result of a WBS. I think it should be team buying, in fact, because it will have all the information. So the WBS will help for the team buying. Let's look at that answer in the next slide. Okay. To manage a project effectively, work should be broken down into small pieces. Which of the following does not describe how far to decompose the work? Unit it as meaningful conclusion until it cannot be logically subdivided further, until it can be done by one person, until it can be realistically estimated. What's the catch point here, Thiru, is that following does not describe. Yeah, this is what you should read, in fact. Because if you don't read not, then it will give a different answer altogether.
Yeah. Let's say C.
C? Until it can be done by one person. Okay, let's look at it. Okay. And the project manager may use dash to make sure the team members clearly knows what is included in each of their work packages. The project scope statement, project scope, WBS dictionary, the schedule. I think this should be an easy one for you.
Probably the dictionary.
Yeah, I think so. That's way, because that clearly knows what is included. So here as I said, I think the WBS is an input for all these choices. However, the team buy-in is a direct result of WBS creation, because what happens is that all the team members are involved in while creating the WBS. Am I right? You agree?
Okay.
All the work packages are, because the team members are involved in creating the work packages. So when they're involved, what happened? That buying in also happened by the team members. That's the rationale of selecting that. Here, the lowest level of WBS is a work package, which can be completed by more than one person. The other choices are work packages. So I think you selected until it can be done by one person. Am I right? You are right. In fact, congratulations for that. You are right. And the third one was also that WSB dictionary, and the third one C, again you are right. The project scope statement describes high level work packages. It needs to be specified. The team should have a copy of the result. Work packages are described with the WS dictionary. Do not think WS dictionary as a dictionary of terms. In fact, you are right. In fact, that answer is also right. So you have scored 75% of that. Good. That's right. One more, 3 more questions. Being prepared to do a complete job of developing and finalizing the scope baseline requires that you have done through a timely job of identifying and analyzing stakeholders, and of collecting the requirement. The development of scope baseline can best be described as involving the functional managers, the project team, all the stakeholders, the business analyst. Scope baseline. Involving?
I would say all the stakeholders.
All the stakeholders.
Big umbrella.
Scope baseline. Okay, let's look at it. Which of the following is an output of the collect requirement process? Requirement traceability metrics, project scope statement, work breakdown structure, and change request. Collect requirement process, which is the
requirements traceability metrics.
I would say good. The cost performance index (CPI), of course, in the cost management you will understand. But let's see, in fact, how much. The CPI is 1.13 and the benefit cost ratio is 1.2. The project scope was created by the team members and stakeholders. Requirements have been changing throughout the project. No matter what the project manager has tried to accomplish in managing the product, which of the following is the most likely to face in future? Is it having to cut costs on the project and increase profits, or making sure the customer has approved the project scope, not being able to measure the completion of the product and project, having to add resources to the project? What do you think the right answer here?
Okay, I didn't see what the cost performance index was. Did we cover that?
CPI, cost performance index, is 1.13. Probably, I think you're not very familiar with the CPI, am I right? Still, I think.
I don't think I've seen it in today's presentation so far.
No, so far it's not come. It comes in the cost management. Okay, just just to test. Let's see whether this.
Okay. Yeah. You said the cost, the benefits should be higher than. Yeah. So.
Project scope was created by team stakeholder. Requirements have been changing throughout the project. That means that requirements have been changing throughout the project. Means there is a lot of product creep is happening. Project creep is happening.
Yeah. Okay.
So no matter what the project has tried to accomplish the managing project, which of the following is the most likely to face in future? Having to cut cost on the project and increase benefits, making sure the customer is approved, not being able to measure completion of the product of the project, having to add resources to the project. We look at it, in fact, probably I think what's the right answer. Since you're not explained the CPI, probably you know that's right. Okay, so the answer is
C. Yeah, I was going to say C. If I have to take a guess, it was C.
C, in fact. Okay, you're right. Absolutely right. Because you're not able to measure it, right? You know, that's a problem, in fact.
Yeah.
Not being able to measure the completion of the product of the project scope. Because with this information, it's very difficult. You're right. Absolutely right. Good. So here the first question is the B. After obtaining the input from the customer and the project team is responsible for developing the project stakeholder. Only thing is you said the stakeholders. Here, because what happens, the stakeholders also inclusive of the customers, am I right? So the customer sometimes, they don't, use basically the scope baseline is described by the project team. Right? Based on the requirements collected by the customer or your sponsor or a thing, they only prepare the scope baseline. So is the project team is responsible for developing the scope baseline.
Okay.
Yeah, probably they would have taken the inputs, in fact, but ultimately it is the development of the scope baseline is best described as only project team. And here, of course, you're right. The collect requirement process is basically, you look at requirement traceability metrics. You're absolutely right. And C is also you're right. You guessed it correctly. I'm sure, in fact. So a project not having complete requirement will make such measurement impossible. That is the rationale, in fact. Great. So that concludes the scope management. Any clarification, doubts? That's right. It's fine.
Yeah, I guess so. Super good. I have to, what do you call it? Chew it. Chew on it. That's what they say. Yes. Yeah, I'll let read one more time.
Yeah, probably. Yes. I'm sure you'll be able to catch it. Yeah. What they will do is they will be sending you the recording of all these things, and we'll also send you the presentation so that can visit that, and you can always refer back to me in case if you need any clarification on those things. Absolutely no problem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure.
I think today we had, how was it? What's your candid feedback?
Pretty good. I think he held with steady tone, with no, no tiredness or fluctuation in the voice. So it's easy to follow.
Okay.
That was good.
Yeah.
But the only thing is, I was getting tired. That's all.
Okay.
So.
Okay. Sorry, and I know that it's a bit, little heavy subject sometimes, but since you have done your Six Sigma and various other things, I think you are catching up very well, and I should say I must really appreciate. In fact, that's really good at this time. And in case tomorrow again you want some breaks in between, you tell me that we will do that so that you can attend to that. Absolutely.
Sure.
And sorry for that on small technical glitch whether we had to reconnect. I don't know how it happened.
That's fine.
The Murphy's law keeps coming back.
Yeah,
Right?
yeah. It's haunting everybody.
Things can go.
Problem for me earlier.
Yeah, it can go sometimes. It's like that. You're right. Okay. Before I close, I just want to 1 second. If you can take the snap of this, let me try to share that. 1 second. I just, am I sharing this with you? Can you see this?
Yeah, the slide, yes. There. Yeah, the 93.
PMP knowledge skills, am I right? Right, it's coming. Can you read this?
You're showing the PMP certification training course agenda. That's what you're showing right now on the screen.
No, 1 second. I'm sharing this. Can you?
I'm not sure what.
PMP knowledge and skills. Is it coming on that?
No, that's not. What I see is only the PMP certification training course agenda, like I said. That's in the PowerPoint slide.
Oh, 1 second. Yeah. No, I'm sharing. Oh, sorry. Okay. Yeah. Can you see that now? That's right.
Okay. Now I see it. Yeah.
Yeah. You just take. You have a mobile with you so that you can take a picture of this.
Okay.
I want you to, there are about 30 questions are there, Thiru, okay. Whatever you try to answer these questions, and probably you can take your Google friend help also, in case if you require, okay. Basically, I want to do not tomorrow, probably Monday onwards. So before next week when we meet, next Saturday, I want you to have some of this so you can spend some time on those things, right? Can you take the picture of this?
Sri, and through Sri, you can share this with us. We'll go ahead and send him this information.
Oh, great. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, the voice call dropped. Hello?
Hello? Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
And I switched to computer voice because the voice call dropped.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay, I'll share with you. You can send it across, Sean.
Yeah. So, any information, we can just communicate to him through LMS.
Okay,
fine. You can send him an email.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. You'll have plenty of time for the next week.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Tomorrow, probably I'll send it across you, then you can pass it on. Absolutely.
Yeah. And what I would suggest, as a practice, if Thiru, you can finish this thing before the week, we can circulate these questions to Sri to check what are the answers. So you don't spend too much of time next week answering these questions. So he would know the answers and it's going to be much more quicker.
Okay, I might have missed that part. What was this? I have to answer right answers to these questions and send it back to you guys?
No, Thiru, what I'm saying is you can take the whole week for the coming week. Take your time and finish these answers.
Yeah.
And just in case if you finish within the week, you can send it across the answers. And he can evaluate. And before the next weekend class, it would take lesser time for you to, discuss the same.
Okay. All
right. This is some of things we have covered. Some of things probably we'll be covering in the next session. But still, when I get some time, so that when you cover these things, it will be easy for you to understand some of those concepts also.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that's right. I'll send it to Mishan. He'll be sending it to you. Okay.
Okay.
That's right. Okay. So far, everything fine? First day, I hope.
Yeah, pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Okay, excellent. I hope we enjoyed the session, and I will catch up tomorrow then. Okay.
Yeah. Same time.
Yeah, same time. Yeah, same time.
Thiru, you would get the another email with the link, so you can just log into the second link.
Oh, for the next session, I have to use a different link?
Yeah, different link.
Different, yeah.
Okay.
Every day they'll be sending that.
Perfect.
Okay.
So,
all right, so that covers 8 hours minimum. So we started at 9 o'clock or something, so 9 to 4. Okay, 7 hours.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay. I think it should be fine. We should be able to complete
yeah,
it.
I'm just seeing how long we've been going.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So was others on the call too, or just joined in the last minute or something?
No, this of course will be. I think you'll be going through one-to-one this session so that you complete it. And in case if they join, let's work it out how it's done.
All right.
So have a great evening and enjoy. Okay.
Okay.
Take some rest also. I hope it was not too much for you. That's right.
No, it's after continuous work days and then weekdays.
I know that's it.
So I should have booked it for weekdays and take a couple of days off, but that's fine. I will manage.
Okay.
All right. See you tomorrow. Then have a good night and
we'll catch up. Great. Okay. Nice interacting with you.
Thank you, Shri. Thank you, Thiru.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. See you, Shyam.